Xianxia, Dongfang Yi, what are you guys doing? When Nangong Ling saw that the situation was not right, he slammed the table and stood up, hollering. Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian stood up as well, frowning. Earlier on, they could still sit by even when Dongfang Ji and Shimin Jingrui ganged up on Bai Mingshui. After all, she was Su Zimo's eldest disciple, and there was no danger even against 2 golden cores. But now that 5 nascent souls of the Shimin aristocratic family had attacked, the situation was completely different. This was blatantly bullying Bai Mingshui. They were taking advantage of the fact that the Baiming aristocratic family had no backing. Nangong Ling, let me ask you what you want to do. Dongfang Yi pointed at Bai Mingshui with a cold expression and said frostily, that slut is ruthless to cripple a paragon of our Dongfang aristocratic family. If I let her leave, our Dongfang family will be disgraced. The Dongfang family sure is overbearing. Lu Hanyan sneered. Why? People from the Dongfang family are allowed to cripple the golden cores of others while others are not allowed to do the same. My Dongfang family is an ancient aristocratic family that has been passed down till this day and is comparable to the supersects of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sections. So what if we're this overbearing? Dongfang Yi's aura was domineering as he shouted. Everyone in the Baiming clan, a declining aristocratic family, are all ants in my eyes. Today, Bai Mingshui, that slut, is not the only one who will die. All the Baiming clansmen shall die with her. Dongfang Yi, Xianxia, I advise you guys to stop as soon as possible, Nangong Ling said slowly with a grim expression. After all, he had known the 2 of them when he was young. Furthermore, the 3 aristocratic families were on the same side. He was truly reminding them out of goodwill. That was because no one knew better than him. Nobody knew what sort of a terrifying person was hidden in the crowd beneath. That was an existence comparable to a primordial taboo. Right now, that taboo was still sleeping with his eyes closed. Once that taboo was awakened, it would definitely be earth-shaking the moment he opened his eyes. Nobody could withstand it. The entire Shimin villa would be overturned. However, Nangong Ling's persuasion only caused Xianxia and Dongfang Yi to sneer. Nangong Ling, before this, I ignored the fact that your Nangong family was protecting the Baiming clan, Xianxia said coldly. Now, you want to break off with our 2 aristocratic families because of a slut from the Baiming clan? Nangong Ling, let me tell you, this is the territory of Shimin Villa. This is my territory. Xianxia had a dignified gaze and exuded a tremendous might as he said slowly, I don't care how strong you are after going out to train, Nangong Ling. Today, even if you're a true dragon, you'll have to coil yourself up. The crowd was also in chaos. Nobody expected the commanders of the 3 aristocratic families to enter a standoff because of Bai Mingshui. Xianxia's words were extremely decisive without any room for negotiation. If Nangong Ling persisted, he would have to fight head-on against the 2 aristocratic families. Furthermore, Xianxia's words were definitely not a threat. This was the territory of the Shimin aristocratic family after all. There were definitely Dharma characteristic experts hidden in this villa. If the Nangong and Shimin aristocratic families were to clash, those experts would definitely appear and the Nangong aristocratic family would definitely not be a match. Nangong Ling's forehead was filled with sweat and he looked troubled. Right then, Lu Hanyan secretly tugged at Nangong Ling's clothes and looked into the crowd. Nangong Ling looked over instinctively. The crowd below was in chaos. However, among the crowd, there was a green-robed man who was calm and composed. His eyes were closed, as though he was indifferent to everything around him. Even when nascent souls of the Shimin and Dongfang aristocratic families appeared, he did not open his eyes. Ru Xian sent a voice transmission. Strange, didn't Granduncle Master say that no one is allowed to bully Bai Mingshui? Why doesn't he seem anxious? Let's wait and see first. It won't be too late to act by the time Granduncle Master gives any instructions. Lu Hanyan sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Nangong Ling nodded and sat back slowly. On a stone platform on the other side, a hint of panic flashed through Bai Mingshui's eyes as well against the 5 nascent souls of the Shimin aristocratic family. She would not be afraid even against 50 golden cores. However, she was currently surrounded by 5 nascent souls. Before she cultivated the martial Tao, she was only a golden core. Even if she cultivated the martial Tao or even reached the 8th transformation, her cultivation was only equivalent to the golden core realm. There was a major cultivation realm difference between the nascent soul and golden core realm. To Baiming Shui, that major cultivation realm was an insurmountable chasm. She had never fought against nascent souls before, let alone the fact that she was surrounded by 5 of them now. She could not help but feel a little nervous. Instinctively, she looked towards Su Zimo. He stood in the crowd with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to everything. Baiming Shui realized that she could only rely on herself to resolve the situation. Naturally, Su Zimo would not attack. As a cultivator, this was a situation that Baiming Shui would definitely face in the cultivation world in the future. In fact, things might be even more dangerous at that time. It was impossible for Su Zimo to be by her side all the time. The current situation was a test for Baiming Shui. If she could pass this test, she would be able to grow rapidly. Furthermore, in Su Zimo's heart, the difference of a major cultivation realm was not considered as bullying. As his eldest disciple, if she could not even deal with this situation, he would have wasted his time teaching her all these years. On the stone platform, bang, bang. The entire stone platform quaked violently as the 5 nascent souls of the Xianxia aristocratic family descended one after another. Among the 3 aristocratic families, the Xianxia aristocratic family specialized in body tempering and melee combat. Zang, zang, zang. The 5 successors of the Xianxia aristocratic family summoned their destiny dermic weapons, sabers and swords. In a flash, they surrounded Baiming Shui. At the nascent soul realm, one had already cultivated an essence spirit and could utilize dermic powers. If it was any other cultivator, they might not have been able to withstand the pressure and would have surrendered. However, Baiming Shui channeled her blood qi with all her might under the immense pressure. A tsunami sound echoed from her body and her aura surged, rising to its limits. Ah! She reared her head and howled into the skies. Instead of retreating against the encirclement of 5 nascent souls, she attacked first. Boom! Baiming Shui strode forward and charged before a nascent soul. She gripped the heavenly essence spear that was shrouded by astral qi and stabbed it towards the person's head. You must have a death wish. The person's expression was cold as he slashed in reverse towards the heavenly essence spear. Clang! Sparks flew as the weapons collided. A look of shock flashed through the person's eyes. As a cultivator of the Xianxia aristocratic family, his body and bloodline were strong to begin with. Now that he was at the nascent soul realm and was refining his body and bloodline with dermic powers, it was even more terrifying. Not only that, he had the help of his destiny dermic weapon. In his opinion, he could defeat Baiming Shui with a single slash. He could kill her with a second slash right after. However, he truly had not expected that he would feel an extremely terrifying power surge into his body through his saber the moment they clashed. His body and bloodline could not withstand the ferocity of that power. The nascent soul of the Xianxia family felt that he was not facing a human, but a humanoid, pure-blooded, ferocious beast. Thump! Against that terrifying power, the nascent soul knelt onto the ground right away. The crowd was shocked. Ximen Zhe and Dongfang Yi widened their eyes in disbelief as well. Baiming Shui was so strong that she could even suppress nascent souls? Bang! Baiming Shui extended her leg and poked the person's chest. The nascent soul's body shuddered and his heart exploded as an arrow of blood spurted out. His blood qi drained rapidly and he looked dispirited. At the same time, the other 4 nascent souls of the Xianxia aristocratic family behind her closed in. Baiming Shui swung the hollow ruler in reverse and slashed behind her. Clang! The hollow ruler clashed against 4 dermic weapons. Snap! The hollow ruler shattered. Among them, a nascent soul's dermic weapon was a connate perfected lord dermic weapon that broke the hollow ruler. However, the 4 nascent souls shuddered and could not help but retreat a step. Even with a spirit weapon and 1 against 4, Baiming Shui had the advantage in terms of strength. Although the hollow ruler was shattered, Bai Mingxue was invigorated and broke free from her initial panic and fear. With a burning gaze, she strode forward and attacked once more. She raised the heavenly essence spear and stabbed towards the face of a nascent soul. Break! The nascent soul hollered and raised his sword to slash. Earlier on, this person was the one with the Khanate perfected Lord Dermic weapon and snapped the hollow ruler. He was the first person Bai Mingxue targeted. Clang! As expected, the heavenly essence spear broke. However, that person shuddered as well. The immense power imbued within the heavenly essence spear surged into his body through his dermic weapon, and he did not feel good either. Thankfully, he had tempered his body regularly. If it was a nascent soul of the Dongfang or Nangong aristocratic families, he would have been injured by that single attack. The moment that person shuddered, Bai Mingxue's gaze intensified and she leaned forward, cutting into his embrace instantly. She avoided the dermic weapons of the other three nascent souls and pushed against his chest. Snap! The person's chest caved in as he fell limply with widened eyes. In the blink of an eye, two nascent souls of the Shiman aristocratic family were crippled. After cultivating the martial Tao, Bai Mingxue's strength, speed, reaction, and spirit perception had already reached an extremely terrifying realm. Swash! An evil gust of wind blew behind her. Bai Mingxue seemed to have eyes behind her head, and without turning back, a series of crackling sounds came from her body. Her entire body suddenly shrank as though she had transformed into a midget and avoided the sharpness of the three dermic weapons by a hair's breadth. At Tsunami Blood Realm, Tendon's transformation was even easier to master. The remaining three nascent souls were stunned. Bai Mingxue stretched her body once more and arrived before a nascent soul, grabbing his throat. Eft! Instantly, the nascent soul's throat was ripped as he fell to the ground, convulsing. At the spectator area, Shiman Zai's expression was already extremely grim. In his heart, Bai Mingxue was already a dead person. However, he was a void reversion after all. Due to his status, he endured it and did not attack. On the other side, the nascent souls of the Dongfang aristocratic family, who were initially charging towards the Baiming clansmen, noticed this as well and turned around. Swoosh! 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 Before the 7 nascent souls of the Dongfang aristocratic family arrived, they summoned their destiny dermic weapons, swords or spears, and charged towards Bai Mingxue through the void. Bai Mingxue sensed danger and felt immense pressure. On the stone platform, there were only 2 nascent souls from the Shiman aristocratic family left. If the 2 perfected lords of the Shiman aristocratic family were to engage in melee combat and restrict her movement techniques, she would be in an extremely dangerous situation with the perfected lords of the Dongfang aristocratic family attacking her from afar. At that thought, Bai Mingxue strode forward and charged towards the 2 nascent souls of the Shiman aristocratic family, ignoring the incoming flying swords and spears. The 2 nascent souls were experienced as well and no longer attacked proactively. They changed their tactics and focused on restraining Bai Mingxue. A decisive look flashed through Bai Mingxue's eyes as she suddenly reached out for a nascent soul's dermic weapon. You must have a death wish. The nascent soul of the Shiman aristocratic family was delighted when he saw that. He hurriedly twisted the sword in his hands, wanting to sever Bai Mingxue's palm. Piak! Bai Mingxue grabbed his sword with her palm and scarlet blood flowed out. But the sword did not move at all. The nascent soul looked flustered. Bai Mingxue took advantage of the situation and slapped the person on the head, killing him. The other nascent soul of the Shiman aristocratic family could not escape either. Bai Mingxue hurried forward and killed him using her injured palm. Poof! Poof! At that moment, she had expended a lot of mental and physical energy on the consecutive pursuits. Although she managed to avoid 5 of the dermic weapons that were chasing her, she could not dodge the other 2. Her abdomen was pierced by a spear. There was a bone-deep wound on her thigh that was dripping with blood. Furthermore, she had just killed 2 nascent souls of the Shiman family forcefully, and her palm was filled with blood. She looked extremely wretched. Bitch, prepare to die. A nascent soul of the Dongfang aristocratic family looked down at Bai Mingxue. To them, her severe injuries were equivalent to loss of combat strength. Although Bai Mingxue could still stand on the spot, she was already at the end of her rope. But soon, the expressions of the 7 nascent souls from the Dongfang aristocratic family changed. Their eyes widened and their pupils constricted. Pest! Gasps could be heard from the crowd as well. At the spectator area, Shiminzei and Dongfang Yi had grim expressions as they glared at Bai Mingxue's wounds and murmured, "How is that possible?" Under countless gazes, Bai Mingxue's wounds were healing at a visible speed. Even around the gigantic hole in her abdomen area, meat grew rapidly and intertwined to heal her wound. In that short period of time, the wound on Bai Mingxue's palm had already healed. The wound on her thigh had already formed a scar, and in the blink of an eye, it began to fall off. What terrifying regeneration capabilities! I got it. It's indestructible diamond. Bai Mingxue has cultivated to the 8th transformation of the martial Dao. Indestructible diamond. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. The 8th transformation of the martial Dao, indestructible diamond, did not mean that one would be invulnerable against weapons, water, and fire at this cultivation realm. After all, no matter how strong one's physique was, they could still be injured against terrifying strength or weapons. The so-called indestructible diamond was to ensure one's combat strength as much as possible with immense regeneration capabilities after injuries. Even pure-blooded ferocious beasts could not match such frightening regeneration capabilities. "What are you guys waiting for?" Dongfang Yi could not help but shout. "Are you guys waiting for that slut to recover before attacking?" Swash! 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 Dermic weapons tore through the void and sped towards Bai Mingxue. Arriving instantly, Bai Mingxue tossed and turned on the stone platform. She was agile and graceful like a WRM as she charged towards one of the nascent souls without touching the ground. All the cultivators witnessed Bai Mingxue's power of bloodline and physique. Even the nascent souls of the Ximen aristocratic family were suppressed. There was no way the perfected lords of the Dongfang aristocratic family could go against her head-on. The nascent soul reacted extremely quickly and retreated. At the same time, he conjured hand seals and released a dermic art that enveloped Bai Mingxue. Boom! Bai Mingxue raised her head and punched heavily against the dermic art. With just her physique and blood qi, Bai Mingxue, who was at the golden core realm, managed to dispel the dermic art of a nascent soul. Of course, she lost the chance to catch up to that person after the collision with the dermic art. Bang! 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 The dermic arts of the other nascent souls blanketed the skies as well. Dermic weapons and dermic arts suppressed Bai Mingxue's space continuously such that she could not take care of both ends and could not get close to any cultivator. Of course, her regeneration capabilities were shocking after she cultivated to the indestructible diamond realm. It would be difficult for the 7 nascent souls of the Dongfang aristocratic family to encircle and kill Bai Mingxue within a short period of time as well. Even when they ganged up to kill a single golden core, the 7 nascent souls were in a stalemate. Dongfang Yi's expression was steely. In fact, he had the urge to make a move to kill Bai Mingxue personally. However, given his status and the fact that everyone was present, he thought for a moment and glanced sideways, whispering, "Wu Hua, the 5 of you, head up and suppress that slut as quickly as possible." Perfected Lord Wu Hua nodded slightly and arrived in midair in a flash. The other 4 nascent souls followed closely behind. "Hurry, look! Another 5 nascent souls of the Dongfang aristocratic family are attacking. Bai Mingxue is finished. She's in deep trouble and the Baiming clan might be annihilated. What a waste of her amazing talent. I've never heard of a cultivator who can cultivate to the 8th transformation yet. Speaking of which, it's no wonder why Dao Lord Desolate Martial is the #1 monster incarnate in history. The Martial Sutra that he created can actually cultivate such a terrifying power." The crowd was in chaos as the cultivators discussed. Nangongling, Lu Hanyan, and Ru Xian were nervous. The 3 of them turned to look at Su Zimo instinctively. At that moment, Su Zimo was still calm and composed with his eyes closed, as though he had not seen Bai Mingxue in danger. Granduncle Master is way too composed. He's just going to let his disciple be surrounded just like that. Xian was secretly speechless. Nangong Ling was puzzled as well and sent a voice transmission. Perhaps Granduncle Master has other intentions. Right then, the situation on the battlefield changed with the addition of 5 nascent souls. Initially, Bai Mingshui could hold out against the 7 nascent souls. But now, she was clearly struggling against the encirclement of 12 nascent souls. She had been through consecutive battles. Furthermore, they were against nascent souls. The toll on Bai Mingshui was immense. If not for the fact that she cultivated the martial Dao and had a robust blood qi and stamina, she would have collapsed a long time ago. As time passed, Bai Mingshui's movement technique gradually slowed down and she was no longer as agile as before. Poof! One of Bai Mingshui's dodges became sluggish and a new wound appeared on her arm with fresh blood flowing. Poof! Before the wound healed, another flying sword sliced across Bai Mingshui's thigh, causing blood to spray. Her figure staggered. However, she grit her teeth and remained silent with an expressionless face. Bitch! Let's see how long more you can last. Perfected Lord Wu Hua smirked with a mocking gaze. Poof! 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 More wounds appeared on Bai Mingshui's body. No matter how strong her regeneration capabilities were, she could not heal in time. Before long, Bai Mingshui was covered in blood and injuries, looking extremely miserable. However, there was no intention of submitting in her eyes. On the contrary, it was as though a terrifying power was gradually awakening within her. In truth, ever since she cultivated the martial Dao, Bai Mingshui had never fought against true experts or faced any calamities of life and death. Even with Su Zimo's guidance, her accomplishments were limited. Back then, Dai Yu also abandoned Su Zimo in Songlang Mountain Range for a year before he truly grew up. Now that she had defeated Dongfang Ji, the knot in her heart was gone and her mind was clear. She felt an unprecedented joy and gained a new understanding of the martial Dao. Furthermore, under the immense pressure and the constant stimulation of life and death, the bottleneck of the 9th transformation of the martial Dao had finally loosened. Ah! Suddenly, Bai Mingshui reared her head and howled into the skies. Although she was drenched in blood, it was as though a shackle in her body had been broken. An unprecedented power burst forth from her body, ready to gush out. The howl was extremely terrifying. It sounded like a dragon roar and an elephant cry. Even perfected Lord Wu Hua and the others felt a sharp pain in their ears as their bodies swayed and they nearly fell from midair. Could it be? The 9th transformation of the martial Dao? Dragon Elephant Force? A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Bang! 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 Suddenly, Bai Mingshui swung her fists in all directions to release the surging power in her body. The incoming perfected Lord Dermic weapon was sent flying by Bai Mingshui's fists and fell into the crowd, causing a commotion. Pest! The expressions of perfected Lord Wu Hua and the others changed. Even a perfected Lord Dermic weapon could not hurt Bai Mingshui. Everyone, join forces and suppress this woman. Perfected Lord Wu Hua shouted and channeled his essence spirit fanatically, conjuring a powerful Dermic art. The other nascent souls conjured hand seals and Dermic arts one after another as well. Instantly, the Dermic powers around the stone platform surged. 12 Dermic arts tore through the air and released a terrifying might that suppressed Bai Mingshui like thunder. Bai Mingshui's eyes were cold as her bloodline surged and circulated fanatically. A power from the ancient era had silently awakened. Splash! The sound of a tsunami could be heard in the void. This was not tsunami blood. Right in front of everyone, a dark ocean appeared behind Bai Mingshui and emitted an extremely cold aura. Bai Ming Ocean? Bai Ming Ao murmured with a confused expression. His golden core phenomenon was Bai Ming Ocean, so he was extremely familiar with that ocean. However, the power of the ocean behind Bai Mingshui was clearly countless times stronger than his own Bai Ming Ocean. In the face of this ocean, his golden core phenomenon was like a small puddle. How could this be? Bai Ming Ao blinked and asked curiously, "There shouldn't be a golden core phenomenon when cultivating the martial Dao?" This. The voice of the Bai Ming clansman trembled slightly. This is not a golden core phenomenon. but a bloodline phenomenon. Right then, Su Zimo opened his eyes as well. His gaze landed on the ocean behind Baiming Shui, as though it could penetrate the depths of the ocean into the core of the Baiming Ocean. Within it seemed to be an even more terrifying existence. Bloodline phenomenon. Shimin Zhe and Dongfang Yi jolted upright as they exclaimed in shock. Both of them were void reversions and knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate one's bloodline to the tsunami blood realm. Above tsunami blood was the legendary bloodline phenomenon. It was said that only the god race bloodline could produce innate phenomenons. It was almost impossible for human cultivators to cultivate phenomenons through their bloodlines. The two of them could still maintain their composure if Baiming Shui had merely cultivated to the 8th or even 9th transformation of the martial Dao. However, they could no longer sit still when they saw the bloodline phenomenon. A thought crossed both their minds. They wanted to kill Baiming Shui. How terrifying would Baiming Shui be if she could condense a bloodline phenomenon at the Golden Core realm? Neither of them dared to imagine. Bang! Boom! Boom! On the battlefield, the Baiming Ocean surged and blanketed the skies, engulfing perfected Lord Wu Hua and the others instantly. The seawater was chilling to the bones. Among the 12 nascent souls, some of them had lower cultivation realms and weak blood qi. In fact, there were even rows of ice shards in their bloodlines that froze their limbs. 2 of the nascent souls were pale as a layer of frost appeared on their faces. Their gazes dimmed and they sank into the sea, vanishing with their lives. The moment the bloodline phenomenon descended, it devoured the 2 nascent souls before long. The remaining 10 nascent souls struggled endlessly within the Baiming Ocean as well, wanting to break free. However, the seawater surged with an extremely cold aura. It was not so easy to break free. Only perfected Lord Wu Hua and another 2 tore apart their protection talismans and rode on their dermic weapons, fleeing into the distance without turning back, wanting to get out of the radius of the phenomenon. All of a sudden, in the middle of the deep ocean, a gigantic semicircular wave surged as though a massive object was floating beneath the surface of the ocean. One after another, terrifying waves surged above the surface of the ocean and howled. The few nascent souls that were initially struggling in the seawater were drowned by the waves and could no longer float as they died. Only perfected Lord Wu Hua and another 2 who escaped far away were lucky to survive. Even so, the 3 of them were scared out of their wits and blood drained from their faces. Perhaps because they were frozen by the seawater, they were shivering with frightened expressions. All of a sudden, 2 cold beams of light appeared on the surface of the ocean. It was a pair of gigantic eyes. The eyes were so huge that they resembled the blazing sun in the skies. Compared to those eyes, all the cultivators were like tiny specks of dust. All the cultivators looked up with their mouths widened in shock. Under countless gazes, a massive object gradually appeared on the surface of the ocean and revealed its true appearance. It was so massive that it seemed like it was thousands of kilometers long and blanketed the skies, enveloping the entire space above the Shimin Villa. Thud! Thud! Some cultivators could not withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground one after another. Against that massive object, all the cultivators present, including the nascent souls and void reversions, felt shudders. It was a bloodline suppression. It was a fear that stemmed from the ancient era. Heavens! What's going on? Some of the cultivators were trembling in fear. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lords who were initially meditating in the Shimin Villa were alarmed by the commotion and looked up. Pest! They shuddered and gasped. What is that demon beast? Could it be a whale from the sea? Impossible! Even the gigantic whales are far from this terrifying. That aura seems to be. Some Dharma characteristic Dao Lords thought of a possibility and their hearts skipped a beat. In a cave abode in a corner of the villa, an old man in seclusion opened his eyes slowly. His face was filled with wrinkles and his eyes were aged. It was unknown how long he had lived. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of obstacles and land on the massive being above the firmaments. Even with his experience, he could not help but frown when he saw that massive object and murmured, Kuan, one of the primordial 9 races? On the battlefield, the massive object's eyes were even colder than the seawater as they landed on perfected Lord Wuhua and the other two. The three of them were still in the Biming Ocean. To it, that was already a violation of its territory. Perfected Lord Wuhua fled into the distance as though he had gone mad. Suddenly, the demon beast opened its mouth and released an irresistible suction force, as though it wanted to devour the entire world. Whoosh! 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 The seawater gushed into its mouth. Perfected Lord Wuhua and the other two could not help but be sucked towards the demon beast. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were devoured by the demon beast and vanished entirely. Dead. 3 nascent souls were devoured alive by that demon beast, including the 5 nascent souls of the Ximen aristocratic family. A total of 17 nascent souls were either dead or injured. Nobody was spared. Although Nangong Ling and the other two were mentally prepared, they were still shocked speechless. The bloodline phenomenon that Biming Shui cultivated was not the Biming Ocean, but the massive demon beast hidden in the depths of the ocean. At that moment, Biming Shui was in a strange state as well. Ever since she released her bloodline phenomenon, Biming Shui frowned and turned to look in the direction of Biming Town with a lost gaze. Right then, an extremely cold killing intent appeared. A warning flashed in Biming Shui's mind. An intense sense of danger descended and almost suffocated her. A terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuation spread through the void. At the spectator area, Dongfang Yi and Ximenze's glabellas shone at the same time. Their spirit consciousnesses condensed and released an essence spirit secret skill that descended on Biming Shui. As void reversions and commanders of 2 aristocratic families, they had no intention of doing it personally given their status. However, the 2 of them could no longer hold it in after Biming Shui's bloodline phenomenon descended. They had to step in to kill Biming Shui. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding and did not even use any dermic arts or weapons. Instead, they used the most lethal killing move of void reversions, essence spirit secret skills. Essence spirit secret skills were killing techniques that targeted the essence spirit directly. It was almost impossible for nascent souls to defend against it, let alone golden cores. Like a saber, the spirit consciousnesses could slice through Biming Shui's mind instantly. Nangong Ling sensed the spirit consciousness fluctuation and quickly realized something. However, it was too late for him to stop it. "Don't!" he could only exclaim. "Too late!" A vicious glint flashed through Dongfang Yi's eyes. Ximenze said coldly as well, "It's your honor to die in the hands of the 2 of us, slut." "Sister!" Biming Ao exclaimed with a look of despair. The Biming clan leader's eyes dimmed as well as he sighed internally. It was not easy for the Biming clan to produce such a rare monster incarnate. To think that she would be killed by the 3 aristocratic families before she could grow further. Even Nangong Ling and the others could not interfere in time, let alone outsiders. Furthermore, even if everyone from the Biming clan reacted, who could stop a void reversion's essence spirit secret skill? Nobody. The burst of an essence spirit secret skill was extremely fast and descended almost instantly. On the stone platform, Biming Shui could only watch helplessly. She could not resist against a power of this level. No matter how strong her bloodline phenomenon was, it could not defend against essence spirit secret skills. This was the suppression of a major cultivation realm. Void reversions could kill golden cores with a single thought. All of a sudden, Biming Shui felt her wrist heat up. 6 mysterious Sanskrit sounds echoed in her mind instantly. Immediately after, a divine golden barrier of light appeared around her with mysterious, ancient words etched on it. "It's the Buddha beads that Master gave me." The thought flashed through Biming Shui's mind. In a flash, Ximenze and Dongfang Yi's essence spirit secret skills descended and passed through Biming Shui's bloodline phenomenon. Colliding heavily against the golden barrier, the 2 energies collided and the barrier trembled violently with ripples on the surface. However, the entire process was silent. In the end, the 2 essence spirit secret skills could not break through the defense of the golden barrier and dissipated silently. Biming Shui's face was pale as she retreated a few steps. Although her bloodline phenomenon had dissipated against the impact of the two essence spirit secret skills, she survived. Bai Ming Xue panted slightly with shock and joy in her eyes. The golden barrier around her could no longer hold on, and its glow dimmed, dispersing into emptiness as though everything that happened was an illusion. In midair, Shimin Zai's eyes widened and his sneer froze on his face as he looked at everything in disbelief. The ferocity in Dongfang Yi's eyes gradually turned into shock. All around the massive Shimin villa, from the front to the back, the initial clamor of chaos had suddenly become complete silence where one could even hear a pin drop. All the cultivators looked at the girl on the stone platform with dumbfounded expressions as though they had seen a ghost. How was that possible? Bai Ming Xue was not dead after two void reversions attacked and released their essence spirit secret skills? What happened in that instant earlier on? A golden barrier seemed to have appeared around Bai Ming Xue. What was that? Countless questions surfaced in the minds of the cultivators. Nangong Ling's heart skipped a beat as he swept his spirit consciousness across Bai Ming Xue's wrist, and he could not help but shudder. The Mingwang prayer beads. To think that Granduncle Master would value her so much that he even gave her the Mingwang prayer beads. A deep envy grew in Nangong Ling's heart. Essence spirit dermic weapons were extremely precious. As for the Mingwang prayer beads, they were the best among essence spirit dermic weapons and were the treasures that supported Daming Monastery in the past. In that short period of time, Shimin Zai and Dongfang Yi gradually realized as well. It's an essence spirit dermic weapon. Shimin Zai narrowed his eyes and his gaze flickered. Although he did not know that it was the Mingwang prayer beads, he guessed from his experience that Bai Ming Xue must be wearing an extremely powerful essence spirit dermic weapon. Bai Ming Xue was only at the Golden Core realm and could not use this essence spirit dermic weapon. Even so, she managed to defend against their two essence spirit secret skills with the power of the essence spirit dermic weapon alone. How much power could be unleashed by that essence spirit dermic weapon if he got his hands on it? Almost instantly, Shimin Zai and Dongfang Yi were filled with greed. Could this be the secret guarded by the Bai Ming aristocratic family? A thought flashed through Dongfang Yi's mind. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was the truth. Even if Bai Ming Xue managed to avoid a calamity with her essence spirit dermic weapon, she won't be able to escape death. That's right, there are way too many methods for void reversions to kill her. The difference between them is not something that an essence spirit dermic weapon can make up for. Gradually, voices sounded from the crowd. Bitch! Where did you obtain your essence spirit dermic weapon? Shimin Zai was no longer in a hurry to attack as he asked slowly. He also thought that this essence spirit dermic weapon might have something to do with the secret guarded by the Bai Ming aristocratic family. Therefore, he wanted to find the truth from Bai Ming Xue. Bai Ming Xue's heart skipped a beat. She remained silent and pursed her lips. There was no way she would expose her master. She already knew that her master was severely injured in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, and his essence spirit was damaged. He could not even use his dermic powers, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. If her master's location was exposed right now, it would be equivalent to his death. Without waiting for the super sex and primordial races outside, the strength of the three aristocratic families alone was enough to kill her master. Not telling. Shimin Zai smirked coldly and released his pressure as a void reversion towards Bai Ming Xue. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. I have many methods that can cause you endless pain. Shimin Zai revealed a cruel smile. At that time, you'll kneel beside my feet and beg me to kill you. I gave that essence spirit dermic weapon to her. All of a sudden, a calm voice sounded from the crowd and spread through the entire place. Nangong Ling, Lu Hanyan, and Ru Xian were shocked. All the cultivators looked over. Among the Bai Ming clan, a green-robed man was squeezing through the crowd and walking slowly outside. The man had refined features, but his face was withered and yellow, as though he was severely ill. He looked extremely weak without any cultivation and did not seem like a cultivator. However, that person's eyes were extremely bright and spirited. Where are you going? Don't go and die for nothing. When Bai Ming Ao saw Su Zimo stand out, he grabbed Su Zimo's arm instinctively. Su Zimo did not even look at him and merely flung Biming Ao's palm gently. His palm went numb and he could not exert any strength for a long time. Biming Ao's mouth was agape and he was stunned for a moment. In that short period of time, Xianxia and Dongfang Yi had long scanned Su Zimo's body and did not sense any threat. Both of their expressions relaxed quickly. Oh! Xianxia looked at Su Zimo with a mocking gaze and smiled gently, asking, "And who are you?" "I'm her master." Su Zimo pointed at Biming Shui on the stone platform and said indifferently, "Ha ha ha ha." Xianxia and Dongfang Yi could not help but laugh. Many cultivators of the three aristocratic families roared in laughter as well. The current situation was extremely obvious. Biming Shui was already a dead person. At this moment, anyone who stood out would have to die with her. Therefore, in their eyes, this green-robed man was a fool who did not know what was good for him. At the spectator area, Nangongling, Lu Hanyan, and Ru Xian did not laugh. The three of them looked at Xianxia and Dongfang Yi silently with strange gazes, as though they were looking at two dead men. "You're her master, so you gave her an essence spirit dermic weapon." "Yes, that makes sense." Dongfang Yi nodded and looked at Su Zimo mockingly, asking with a smile, "So, what do you want to do now that you've stood out?" "Murder." Su Zimo was expressionless and merely uttered one word. Actually, he had no intention of attacking when he came to the aristocratic family competition. However, notwithstanding the fact that the Ximen and Dongfang aristocratic families were overbearing and sent more than 10 nascent souls to encircle Biming Shui, 2 void reversions even attacked personally. That crossed Su Zimo's bottom line. Most of the time, he could stand by idly and let Biming Shui endure sufficient pressure. It would also help her grow rapidly. However, everything changed when void reversions attacked personally. Even if his essence spirit was damaged, he was still Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. He would not allow anyone to humiliate his disciples. "Murder." Dongfang Yi could not help but laugh. "Who do you want to kill?" "You." When Su Zimo said that word, he suddenly strode forward and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The ground beneath Su Zimo's feet was ruptured by his feet. The crowd was caught off guard and almost fell with shocked expressions. A figure rose from the ground, bringing with it dust clouds, and arrived above the spectator area in the blink of an eye. Biming Ao was shocked as he looked up at the figure in midair and murmured instinctively, Is that still a human?" The figure was way too different from the sickly figure in his mind. Su Zimo did not waste his breath on Dongfang Yi and leaped into midair. His black hair danced and he descended from the skies like a divine being with a burning gaze. "How dare you?" Dongfang Yi hollered with a shocked and furious expression. He truly had not expected that this seemingly sickly man would dare attack him and even release such horrifying burst power. Dongfang Yi's reaction was extremely fast, as well as he swiped his storage bag, and a black spear appeared in his hands. Dermic powers surged and the spear trembled, shimmering with 5 dermic patterns. It was a perfect grade Dao being dermic weapon. "Die!" Dongfang Yi hollered and conjured hand seals with his left hand. He gripped his spear with his right hand and thrust it towards Su Zimo while releasing his dermic art with his left hand. Boom! The dermic art was the first to descend and smashed heavily against Su Zimo's chest. Dongfang Yi was delighted. Even the body of a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord could not withstand his dermic art. However, the joy in his eyes turned into shock the moment it appeared. That dermic art did not affect Su Zimo at all. It was as though he was completely fine. Although Su Zimo's bloodline was not strong, his body could not be considered as a body of flesh and blood. The Green Lotus True Body was created with a Grade 6 creation Green Lotus as the foundation and was supplemented by top dermic weapons of many supersects. The toughness of the Green Lotus True Body was comparable to a Khanate Dao Lord dermic weapon. A void reversion dermic art could not shake him at all. Against the incoming spear, Su Zimo suddenly extended his palm and gripped the cold tip of the spear at lightning speed, thrusting it forward. A tremendous force surged over. Dongfang Yi could not hold on to the spear at all. The spear slid in his palm. Eft! Dongfang Yi shuddered and lowered his head slowly. In his chest, a gigantic hole was carved out by Su Zimo using the back of the spear. The spear, drenched in blood, protruded from Dongfang Yi's back in reverse. His heart was already pierced by the spear and his blood qi drained rapidly. Dongfang Yi's eyes flashed with disbelief. All of a sudden, his vision blurred and a figure seemed to flash by. "Not good!" Dongfang Yi exclaimed. As a paragon of the Dongfang aristocratic family, he reacted extremely quickly and chose to eject his essence spirit right away. A divine light flew out from above his head, wanting to escape into the distance. However, before it could truly leave his body, a huge shadow enveloped him. Poof! Su Zimo slapped Dongfang Yi on the head. That palm strike ruptured Dongfang Yi's head and his essence spirit was shattered as well. He died on the spot. Dead. Dongfang Yi, the commander of the Dongfang aristocratic family, who was insufferably arrogant earlier on, was slapped to death right in front of everyone. From the moment Su Zimo attacked till Dongfang Yi's death, the entire process took less than 3 breaths. The eyes of the cultivators nearly popped out. How dare you? Xianxia pointed at Su Zimo with a trembling voice. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from Su Zimo. Die too. Su Zimo's gaze was like lightning as he strode forward. Without any unnecessary movements, he threw a punch towards Xianxia's face. The aura of that punch was way too ferocious and Xianxia did not dare to take it head-on in his fear. Swash! A bronze mirror flew out from his glabella. Buzz! Xianxia activated his spirit consciousness. The bronze mirror expanded against the wind and grew rapidly, blocking in front of him like an indestructible shield that shone with 6 dermic patterns. A connate Dao being dermic weapon. In his opinion, he would be able to escape as long as he could defend against Su Zimo's attack. The Dharma characteristic Dao lords in the villa must have noticed such a huge commotion. Once they arrived, this person would definitely die. As those thoughts crossed Xianxia's mind, Su Zimo's fist had already struck the bronze mirror heavily. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Xianxia shuddered. Snap! Immediately after, he heard a strange sound, as though something had shattered. The next moment, his vision darkened and he felt a sharp pain in his head, losing consciousness. Even till the end, he did not understand how he died. However, the other cultivators saw everything clearly. Compared to Dongfang Yi, Xianxia died even faster. Xianxia summoned his bronze mirror and Su Zimo threw a punch. That punch penetrated the bronze mirror. The connate Dao being dermic weapon was penetrated by Su Zimo's body. The punch penetrated the bronze mirror and struck Xianxia's face, smashing his head into sludge and destroying his essence spirit on the spot. Once again, the world fell into a momentary silence. The throats of the cultivators seemed to be choked by an invisible pair of hands. They could not breathe. Terror, shock and fear filled everyone's faces. Among the cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families, the strongest among them were void reversions Dongfang Yi, Xianxia, and Nangong Ling. In their hearts, void reversions were absolute existences that were high and above. However, in the blink of an eye, 2 void reversions were reduced to 2 corpses. Furthermore, these 2 commanders were hammered to death by fists. None of the Foundation establishment cultivators, golden cores, or even nascent souls had ever seen someone so decisive to kill. All of them were scared out of their wits and froze on the spot, not daring to move. Baiming Ao looked at the green-robed figure and his mind was in chaos. He was completely stunned. Mr. Su, the frail and sickly scholar, had vanished completely and there was only a single image left in his mind. It was how Su Zimo descended from the skies and killed the 2 void reversions like a divine being. Baiming Ao had never seen such power before. He felt a sense of trepidation and regret when he recalled how he had treated this person with sarcasm and mockery repeatedly. It was lucky that Mr. Su was broad-minded. If it was anyone else, he might not have survived even if he had 10 lives. Did Sister become Mr. Su's disciple? Baiming Ao gradually understood. It's no wonder why my sister has changed so much in just 3 years and can even suppress nascent souls. So, it's all because of Mr. Su. It would be a lie to say that Biming Ao was not envious. However, although he was not old, he knew that he had treated Su Zimo badly previously and would most likely not have the chance to join the latter. Even Biming Shui stood on the stone platform in a daze, let alone Biming Ao. She could not recover and her eyes were filled with shock. Even though she had joined Su Zimo as his disciple, she had never seen him in action. Initially, she thought that his combat strength would be greatly reduced after his essence spirit was injured and he could not even release dermic arts. However, she had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to kill 2 void reversions on the spot with just his physical body. He did not require his essence spirit or dermic arts at all. Biming Shui suddenly had the urge to cry when she looked at the skinny but torrential figure. She had suffered countless grievances over the years. However, no one had ever helped or stood up for her. Yet, at this moment, someone stood in front of her and defended her from all damage, even going against the ancient aristocratic families. Desolate Marshal. My master is Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. The one and only Dao Lord Desolate Marshal in history. Biming Shui was extremely emotional and her eyes were bloodshot. On the other side, Nan Gongling shook his head gently and sighed. We've still come to this, he was worried. Prior to this, he had reminded Shiminze and Dongfangyi countless times to not be overbearing and to know when to stop. However, the two of them did not heed his words and continued with their provocations. They were the ones who went overboard. Ru Xian said, even an outsider like me can't stand it. Humph. How is it acceptable for void reversions to step in to kill a golden core? Lu Hanyan glanced at Nangong Ling and said softly, Senior brother, you're worried about the Nangong family's decision, right? Yes. Nangong Ling nodded without saying anything. Bang, bang, bang. Right then, powerful auras burst forth from various parts of the villa and the world shook. Where did this ruffian come from? How dare you act so brazenly in our Shimin villa? You must have a death wish. A series of shouts sounded. Most of the cultivators present were Foundation Establishment cultivators and golden cores. The massive pressure of the spirit consciousness that arrived caused all of them to shudder. Dharma characteristic realm. That was a pressure that could only be released by the spirit consciousnesses of Dharma characteristic Tao lords. Even the void reversion realm was a realm that most cultivators could not reach. Dharma characteristic cultivators were even more revered. Some of the cultivators present had never seen Dharma characteristic Tao lords up till this point of their cultivation. To think that more than 10 Dharma characteristic Tao lords would appear today. Tao Lord Purple Peak. Nangong Ling recognized the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord leading them and could not help but exclaim. Tao Lord Purple Peak was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord who was extremely famous among the 3 aristocratic families. 2,000 years ago, he traveled to the Middle Continent and became enemies with a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Illusion Fiend cult. The Tao Lord of Illusion Fiend cult was once ranked 62 on the Dharma characteristic ranking. However, Tao Lord Purple Peak won the battle completely. That was also the battle that brought Tao Lord Purple Peak to fame. Within the 3 aristocratic families, it was said that Tao Lord Purple Peak's combat strength could have him ranked in the top 30 of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Furthermore, that was 2,000 years ago. To think that Tao Lord Purple Peak would actually be cultivating wholeheartedly in the Shimin Villa and now, he was alerted. Senior Purple Peak. Nangong Ling shouted and bowed. This is an important matter. Senior. Please gather the other elders to discuss and reconsider before advancing. Nangong Ling could not expose Su Zimo's identity. However, his words were already a reminder for Tao Lord Purple Peak to stop in time and not act rashly. Humph! Tao Lord Purple Peak sneered. What a joke! A ruffian is killing people brazenly in our Shimin Villa, but you want me to reconsider my actions. Even if Tao Lord Purple Peak could tell what Nangong Ling was implying, he would not take it to heart. Even if Dharma characteristic Tao lords of the Nangong aristocratic family were here, he would definitely step in to kill this green-robed cultivator, let alone a mere junior like Nangong Ling. Tao Lord Purple Peak looked at Su Zimo with a cold expression and said slowly, I don't care what your background is or what sect you are from. If you dare to kill in my Shiman villa, even if you're a disciple of a super sect, you'll have to pay with your life. Nangong Ling sighed internally. Dao Lord Purple Peak did not realize who he was facing at all. How many titular disciples and conjoint body mighty figures of super sects had died in the Dao inheritance ground, let alone disciples of super sects? You want to kill me? Su Zimo raised his head slightly and looked at Dao Lord Purple Peak with a mocking expression. Kill him. Dao Lord Purple Peak did not waste his breath on Su Zimo and waved his hand, giving the order. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dermic weapons tore through the air one after another. Dermic powers surged around the Dao Lord Dermic weapons and almost covered the skies, sealing off all of Su Zimo's escape routes. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he ignored the incoming Dao Lord Dermic weapons and rose. How dare you ignore Dao Lord Dermic weapons? You truly have a death wish. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lord's expressions turned cold. Bang, bang, bang. Dermic weapons struck Su Zimo one after another, but they did not pierce through his body as the Dharma characteristic Dao Lords expected. On the contrary, many Dao Lord Dermic weapons were repelled, be it flying swords, spears, or bronze mirrors. None of them could pierce Su Zimo's flesh. The crowd was shocked. That scene had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Dao Lord Purple Peak and the others were shocked, let alone the low-level cultivators present. There was no lack of perfect-grade Dao Lord Dermic weapons among the Dao Lord Dermic weapons that were summoned earlier on. However, a perfect Dao Lord Dermic weapon could not even pierce the green-robed cultivator's skin, let alone kill him. Furthermore, the green-robed cultivator did not release any dermic arts or talismans during the collision and merely defended with his body. Could a person's body truly be cultivated to such an invulnerable state? Dao Lord Purple Peak suddenly understood the meaning behind Nangong Ling's words. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! While a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord was slightly distracted, Su Zimo had already arrived and ruptured his head with a punch. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lord died on the spot. Although the bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body was not strong, its body was comparable to Connate Dao Lord Dermic weapons and was indestructible. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lord's body could not withstand that punch. Swash! In a flash, Su Zimo arrived before another Dharma characteristic Dao Lord and released a shuddering malevolent chi with a ferocious gaze. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lord was almost scared out of his wits when he met Su Zimo's gaze and felt chills run down his spine. Who was Su Zimo? In the battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, how many conjoint body mighty figures and mighty figures of the primordial races had died in his hands, let alone Dharma characteristic Dao Lords? Although Su Zimo's essence spirit was damaged, his aura did not change at all. The Dharma characteristic Dao Lord was stunned by Su Zimo's aura and reacted slower. He was slapped on the head by Su Zimo and died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, two Dharma characteristic Dao Lords died in succession. The deaths of Shimin Zhe and Dongfang Yi had already caused an unprecedented stir among the cultivators present, as though the sky was collapsing. But now, with the death of two Dharma characteristic Dao Lords, the cultivators were completely dumbfounded. Those experts that only existed in the legends and were unreachable fell from midair right before their eyes, destroyed with their lives. The seemingly sickly cultivator killed the Dharma characteristic experts without hesitation or fear. It was as though these Dharma characteristic Dao Lords were no different from ants in his eyes. Good, good, good. Dao Lord Purple Peak had a furious expression as he said coldly, "How dare you start a massacre in the Shiman Villa? I'm going to peel your tendons and burn your bones into ashes." Boom! He attacked all of a sudden and a purple mountain flew out from his glabella. It expanded against the wind and instantly transformed into a purple mountain. It was a Connate Dao Lord Dermic weapon. That purple mountain was something he found in an ancient ruin and had followed him for many years. That was also the reason for his Dao title. Go! Dao Lord Purple Peak pointed forward. The purple mountain descended with a loud boom, and a large shadow engulfed the entire Shiman Villa, emitting a terrifying might. The cultivators were shocked. Many cultivators could not even withstand the pressure and fled into the distance. The purple mountain seemed like it wanted to crush all living beings in the villa into sludge with nowhere to run. Boom! Suddenly, the purple mountain stopped, right in front of everyone. A skinny figure stood beneath the purple mountain, holding the massive mountain motionlessly with a single arm. Compared to the purple mountain, Su Zimo's figure was as tiny as a speck of dust. However, no matter how Tao Lord Purple Peak channeled his dermic powers, he could not suppress Su Zimo. Humph! Su Zimo sneered and stomped on the ground with one foot. With a boom, he lifted the purple mountain with one arm. Swoosh! Su Zimo carried the purple mountain and charged towards a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord in the distance. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's expression changed starkly as a phantom appeared within his body. It rose rapidly and was 60 feet tall, towering and emitting a powerful aura. A heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. The strongest method of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Boom! The moment the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was summoned, the purple mountain had already collided against it. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic dissipated instantly. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's body was also shattered by the purple mountain, and he died on the spot before his essence spirit could escape. 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were already dead. Bang! 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 The remaining Dharma characteristic Tao Lords felt the pressure and hurriedly channeled their essence spirits, summoning their heaven and earth Dharma characteristics as phantoms soared into the skies. Tao Lord Purple Peak's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was 86 feet tall and was purple all over, resembling a gigantic fiend celestial. It was the most striking. Almost at the same time, many heaven and earth Dharma characteristics attacked in a shocking manner. Bang! 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 The gigantic fists of many heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, as well as weapons, struck Su Zimo's body and let out loud bangs. However, he was not injured at all. At this moment, one of the reasons why the Green Lotus true body was so powerful was revealed. Unless it was a peerless monster incarnate of the Dharma characteristic realm such as Tao Lord Hatred or Monk Daming, there was no way to injure the foundation of the Green Lotus true body. Under the encirclement of many heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, Su Zimo pushed forward with his Green Lotus true body and attacked consecutively. 3 more Dharma characteristic Tao Lords died. Everyone, release your essence spirit secret skills. Tao Lord Purple Peak roared with a pale expression. This was his last resort. In a fight, cultivators would not use their essence spirit secret skills unless necessary. But now that the green-robed cultivator was invulnerable against weapons, water and fire, they had no way of retaliating and felt a sense of helplessness. Be it their dermic arts or weapons, none of them could break through that person's defense. Only essence spirit secret skills could ignore his body and kill his essence spirit directly. Terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuations appeared in the void. Although they were silent, they were filled with fatal killing intent. Not good. Bai Mingshue's heart skipped a beat. The Buddha beads on her wrist were clearly her master's essence spirit dermic weapon. Now that her master's essence spirit was injured, and he did not have the essence spirit dermic weapon with him, how could he defend against the essence spirit secret skills? She wanted to head forth and hand the Mingwang prayer beads over to Su Zimo. But now, the ones attacking were Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Even nascent souls and void reversions would have difficulty approaching a battlefield of this level, let alone a golden core like her. She could not move at all against the pressure of the battlefield. Bai Mingshue could only watch helplessly. Master! She wanted to shout. However, the moment she spoke, she realized that her voice was erased by the spirit consciousness fluctuation around her and dissipated into emptiness. Su Zimo's expression was mocking when he sensed the incoming essence spirit secret skills. He did not dodge, defend, or retaliate. The essence spirit secret skills surged into his consciousness one after another and struck his essence spirit. All of a sudden, a faint green mist emanated from his essence spirit and emitted a strange power that devoured all the essence spirit secret skills. The essence spirit secret skills pierced Su Zimo's consciousness but were devoured by the life-severing curse without causing any ripples. The life-severing curse was a power that could only be released after a mighty figure of the witch race sacrificed his essence spirit. Even though more than half of it was dissipated by the green lotus sword, the remaining power was not something that any Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's essence spirit secret skill could match. Su Zimo was tainted by the life-severing curse. The power of the curse enveloped his essence spirit and formed a curse barrier that could isolate his connection to heaven and earth. After devouring the power of the essence spirit secret skills, the curse barrier clearly became stronger. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Previously, he had a bold thought about whether he could borrow the power of a conjoint body mighty figure to dispel the power of the life-severing curse. From the looks of it, that thought was completely infeasible. The life-severing curse would strengthen by devouring other spirit consciousnesses, and his situation would only get worse. He's fine despite that? Tao Lord Purple Peak's face was pale as his eyes shone with fear. There was no way for him to fight. Be it Dharmic arts, Dharmic weapons, or essence spirit secret skills, none of them could injure this person. Swash! 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 Tao Lord Purple Peak and the remaining Dharma characteristic Tao Lords activated their movement techniques and fled far away. They stood in midair and distanced themselves from Su Zimo, not daring to advance recklessly. All of those Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were now in fear. None of them possessed the same arrogance and ruthlessness as before. Sneering internally, Su Zimo did not continue to chase after those people. His essence spirit was damaged after all, and he could not use Dharmic powers. He could not even fly through the air. In the battle earlier on, he only relied on the burst of his body to fight those Dharma characteristic Tao Lords in close combat. Now that those Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were far away, it would probably take him a lot of time and energy to chase them. Before long, today's events would spread through the 3 aristocratic families. At that time, if the conjoint body mighty figures were alarmed, the situation would no longer be under his control. The Green Lotus True Body could not use Dharmic powers. If a conjoint body mighty figure attacked with his full strength, it would definitely be a threat to him. Follow me. Let's leave this place first. Su Zimo came to Bai Mingshue's side and whispered. Bai Mingxue did not say anything and merely nodded before following. Fufu. Suddenly, a chuckle sounded from the villa. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying aura spread out and its might descended, enveloping the skies of the entire Shimin villa. The pressure released by the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords earlier on was worlds apart compared to this spirit consciousness. The cultivators were shocked and could not move at all, merely watching with widened eyes. Even the Dharma characteristic realm was beyond the imagination and knowledge of most cultivators. The moment that aura descended, all the cultivators were silent and could not imagine what important figure was alarmed. Not good. Nangong Ling's heart skipped a beat. Some low-level cultivators might not be able to tell, but he had joined 100 Refinement Sect and had even come into contact with mighty figure Extreme Fire before, so he was extremely familiar with that aura. This was a power that belonged to the conjoint body realm. Lu Hanyan had a grim expression as she sent a voice transmission secretly. This is bad. A conjoint body mighty figure is hidden in this villa. If their granduncle master was not injured, they would naturally not be worried over a mere conjoint body mighty figure. But now that his essence spirit was damaged, his combat strength was greatly reduced. He was most likely doomed against a conjoint body mighty figure. Unknowingly, a skinny old man had already arrived in midair. Nobody noticed when that figure appeared, as though he had been standing there the entire time. Although the figure was small, he seemed to have fused with the entire world. Standing in midair, he emitted an incomparable aura. All the cultivators looked up at that figure as though they were facing the entire world. Greetings, Elder Chiu. Tao Lord Purple Peak and the others were delighted when they saw the old man. The fear in their hearts dissipated as they bowed hurriedly and shouted. Elder Chiu raised his head slightly and swept his gaze across the battlefield. Finally, it landed on Su Zimo with a cold expression. Fellow Taoist, you went on a massacre for no reason in the territory of the Shimin aristocratic family. Are you going to turn and leave without saying anything? No reason. Su Zimo was expressionless. Isn't the fact that two void reversions of the Ximen and Dongfang aristocratic families joined forces to try and murder my disciple reason enough? Just because of that? Elder Chou's lips curled with a mocking expression. Notwithstanding the fact that your disciple isn't dead, even if she was, so what? If she was dead, the ones killed here won't be just the few of them, Su Zimo said slowly. If she had died here, everyone from the Ximen villa would have to die with her. Audacious. Insolent. What a bold claim. Dao Lord Purple Peak and the others shouted in shock. The Ximen aristocratic family had dominated the South region for countless years, but had never been threatened like this. You sure are bold. Elder Chou's eyes flashed with killing intent as well. I'm curious now. Given your capabilities, you shouldn't be a nobody. Just who are you? How dare you threaten the Ximen aristocratic family? Elder Chou wanted to kill. No matter the name or background of the green-robed cultivator, he was bound to die. If this green-robed cultivator were to cause a huge ruckus and escape unscathed, what would happen to the reputation of Ximen Villa? How were they going to establish themselves in the cultivation world of the South region after today? Even if he was a disciple of a super sect, he had to pay with his life today. A terrifying dermic power fluctuation surged around Elder Chou and the entire world trembled. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the skies, as though the apocalypse had arrived. The cultivators below were all jittery and did not dare to speak. The wrath of a mighty figure was something that could not be contained even in a vast ocean. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he looked at Elder Chou, who was in midair, and said slowly, only 3 words. I'm desolate Marshal. The moment those words were said, the air between them froze. It was as though those words possessed a powerful demonic power that caused time to stop. After the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley, the Dao title Desolate Marshal was almost a taboo for the cultivation world. Most Dharma characteristic Dao lords and conjoint body mighty figures were not even willing to discuss it. Dao Lord Purple Peak and the others were already scared out of their wits and nearly fell from midair. Suddenly, they recalled a description of Desolate Marshal in the cultivation world. He wore green robes and had black hair, looking like a frail scholar. All those descriptions were way too similar to the person before them. The only difference was that he looked a little sickly. Desolate Marshal. It was Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. Dao Lord Desolate Marshal was exiled into the void by a half-marshal ancestor and did not die. Furthermore, he descended in the South region. Earlier on, Elder Chou was still filled with killing intent. However, when he heard those words, his pupils constricted and the dermic powers in his body dissipated instantly like a punctured airbag. Elder Chou felt his limbs go cold and he could barely move. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he knew very well that this was Desolate Marshal. That aura, that gaze and that air of arrogance was something that only Dao Lord Desolate Marshal was worthy of possessing. This was a murderous aura that was accumulated after he killed countless paragons, monster incarnates and mighty figures. Even if outsiders wanted to imitate it, they wouldn't be able to. After figuring that out, Elder Chou's first reaction was to turn and flee. How many people died in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley? Even the Dao Lords and mighty figures of the primordial races suffered immense losses, let alone the conjoint body mighty figures of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend supersects. Although he was at the conjoint body realm, he was already in his later years. Given his combat strength, Desolate Marshal could probably kill him with a single finger. Right now, it was already extremely courageous for him to repress the fear in his heart and stand in midair without retreating, let alone attack Su Zimo. Let's go! Su Zimo nodded to Baiming Shui and turned to leave the Ximen villa. The cultivators dispersed far away and opened up a path, as though they were hiding from something. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo and Baiming Shui disappeared from everyone's line of sight. The entire time, no one from the Ximen and Dongfang aristocratic families stood out to stop him. Even Elder Chou, who was at the conjoint body realm, merely stood in midair with a terrible expression and remained silent. If anyone focused their gaze, they would notice that Elder Chou's hands behind his back were trembling slightly. A long time after Su Zimo left, Elder Chou finally heaved a sigh of relief. A breeze blew past and unknowingly, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Merely 8 minutes passed from the moment Su Zimo said those words until his departure. However, to Elder Chiu, it was as though 100 years had passed. It was as though he had just passed through the gates of hell and was half a step in. Thankfully, Elder Chiu panted slightly with a pale expression as he lamented internally. To think that it's Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I can't be blamed. No, this won't do. He gulped and thought to himself. Desolate Marshal's descent into the South region is a huge matter. I have to report this to the family master, elders and grand elders before making a decision. At that thought, Elder Chiu transformed into a streak of light in a flash and sped into the distance, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Nangong Ling and the other two heaved a sigh of relief as well. Nangong Ling arrived before the Baiming clansmen and said in a deep voice, "All of you should leave as well. This matter is extremely important and there might be unforeseen circumstances if you guys stay here." Why yes. The Baiming clan leader nodded hurriedly. Baiming Ao mustered his courage and whispered, "Senior Nangong, was the reason why you protected us previously because of Senior Desolate Marshal?" Nangong Ling nodded and did not hide anything. "Desolate Marshal is our granduncle master. Your sister is my aunt master." Ah! Baiming Ao's mouth was agape and he was momentarily stunned, unable to figure out what was going on. After all, too many things had happened today. Even Dharma-characteristic Tao lords who had lived for thousands of years were shocked one after another, let alone a teenager like him. Nangong Ling continued, "The 2 perfect-grade spirit weapons you used were gifts from us to our Antmaster." No wonder. Baiming Ao murmured softly, and many questions in his mind were gradually resolved. He finally understood why his sister possessed perfect-grade spirit weapons. He finally understood why his sister could cultivate the martial Tao to such an extent in 3 years and undergo a complete transformation. That was because the frail man who had been recuperating in their family all these years was the legendary notorious Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. The martial Tao was established by Desolate Marshal. Who else could understand the martial Tao better than Tao Lord Desolate Marshal? At that moment, Baiming Ao's prejudice against Su Zimo had vanished completely, leaving only endless admiration in his heart. He had never seen such a scene before. A single Tao title was enough to render all the cultivators of the massive Shimin villa speechless. Even a conjoint body mighty figure who was almost at the peak of the cultivation world did not dare to say anything when he heard that Tao title, let alone nascent souls or Dharma-characteristic Tao lords. Against Desolate Marshal, even conjoint body mighty figures had to keep mum out of fear lest they angered him and attracted death. The might of a Tao title could reach such a level. Senior Nangong. Baiming Ao's heart skipped a beat as he thought of an opportunity for the Baiming aristocratic family. He could not help but ask, "Since my sister is your Antmaster, will the Nangong aristocratic family stand on her side this time round and help our Baiming clan?" Nangong Ling sighed gently and did not say anything. That was also the reason why he was in a difficult position. He could stand on the side of his granduncle master and Baiming Shui, but he might not be able to persuade his family clan to agree to this choice. If the Nangong aristocratic family was embroiled in a feud with granduncle master, he would be in an awkward situation. "I've got to hurry back as well and report this matter to the family master," Nangong Ling said before leaving with Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian. Everyone from the Nangong aristocratic family left the Shimin villa one after another. "Why are you in such a hurry?" In midair, Ru Xian could not help but ask. Nangong Ling said in a deep voice, "The descent of Granduncle Master is an important matter to begin with and has to be reported to the family clan. Furthermore, the news of his injuries can't be hidden for sure." Lu Hanyan nodded as well. Elder Chiu of the Shimin aristocratic family was merely frightened by Granduncle Master's Tao title and lost his ability to judge rationally. If he reports the matter of the villa as it is, the family masters and elders of the Shimin aristocratic family will definitely be able to tell that something is amiss. Ru Xian looked anxious. "Doesn't that mean that Granduncle Master is in danger?" "It's highly possible," Lu Hanyan said. If the Shimin and Dongfang aristocratic families join forces and want to lead their conjoint body experts to kill Granduncle Master while his essence spirit is injured, he'll most likely be doomed. If a half-martial ancestor were to attack, it would be even more difficult for Granduncle Master to escape. Nangong Ling sighed with a worried expression as well. Even a half-martial ancestor will attack? Ru Xian was alarmed and asked instinctively. Under normal circumstances, most people who cultivated to the half-martial ancestor realm would enter seclusion cultivation in their sects in hopes of entering the ancestor realm. They rarely appeared. Nangong Ling said, "This matter is extraordinary. After all, Granduncle Master is involved. There's a high chance that half-martial ancestor experts will be alerted. What should we do?" Ru Xian was anxious. Should we send a message back to the Middle Continent right away and ask Grandmaster Extreme Fire to step in? It's too late. Nangong Ling shook his head. The South region is millions of kilometers away from the Middle Continent. Even after he receives the message, Grandmaster will have to rush over. How many days will pass by then? Furthermore, even if Grandmaster comes, he'll be alone. He's only just entered the mid-stage conjoint body realm. How many people can he defend against? The Nangong aristocratic family is probably the only one who can save Granduncle Master. Lu Hanyan analyzed calmly. Ru Xian nodded hurriedly as well. If the Nangong family is on Granduncle Master's side, the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families might not be able to hurt him even if they join forces. It's hard to tell, Nangong Ling sighed. The three aristocratic families have always been on good terms and are on the same side. It's not realistic for the Nangong aristocratic family to help an outsider. Furthermore, Granduncle Master's identity is unique and he's not accepted by the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos while being hunted by the primordial races. Given the pros and cons, it's unlikely that our Nangong family will take his side. After pausing for a moment, Nangong Ling took a deep breath. No matter what, I have to return and give it a shot. Whether or not it succeeds depends on fate. I hope that the heavens will bless Granduncle Master and resolve this crisis. Master, with your interference this time round, things with the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families are irreconcilable. It's probably going to be difficult to resolve this matter. Bai Mingshui analyzed with a worried expression. That conjoint body mighty figure was afraid of your reputation and was scared off. However, the three aristocratic families have ruled over the South region for so long and they have many experts. As long as they gather and discuss, they might be able to discover your weakness. Master, I'm extremely grateful for everything you've done for me. However, a calamity is approaching. Please leave first and don't bother about me. Bai Mingshui knew that given Su Zimo's current strength and powerful physique, it would be extremely easy for him to leave this place even if he could not use dermic powers. However, she was only a golden core. It would be wishful thinking if he wanted to take her together to escape from the South region. Su Zimo had a calm expression. You don't have to worry about this. I have my own plans. Bai Mingshui did not persuade further when she heard Su Zimo's words. However, she continued frowning, as though she had something on her mind. You're still worried? After the two of them walked for a while, Bai Mingshui still had a lowered head, seemingly troubled. When he saw that, Su Zimo asked with a smile. Master, Bai Mingshui looked at Su Zimo, wanting to say something but stopped. When Su Zimo saw Bai Mingshui's odd expression, he paused and turned to ask, why? What happened? Bai Mingshui took a deep breath of air. Master, I entered the 9th transformation of the martial Dao, Dragon Elephant Force, during my fight with some nascent souls of the Dongfang aristocratic family in the Shimin Villa. Thereafter, I cultivated a bloodline phenomenon as well. Yes, Su Zimo nodded. Speaking of which, your bloodline phenomenon is indeed rather shocking. There's a terrifying demon beast hidden within the Baiming Ocean. If I'm not wrong, there's a high chance that this demon beast is from one of the primordial 9 races, the Kuan race. Bai Mingshui had a lost expression. I don't know either. However, the moment my bloodline phenomenon appeared, I vaguely sensed that something was calling to me from Biming Town. Su Zimo's heart stirred, and he narrowed his eyes in deep thought. Do you still have that feeling? Su Zimo asked. Yes. Biming Shui nodded. Let's go. We'll check out Biming Town, Su Zimo said before speeding towards Biming Town with Biming Shui. Before long, the two of them returned to Biming Town. How is it? Su Zimo asked. Biming Shui closed her eyes to sense and nodded. It should be here, but I don't know what it is exactly. Is there anything special about Biming Town? Su Zimo looked at the town and asked. Biming Shui smiled bitterly. There's nothing much. Over the years, Biming Town has been searched by cultivators of the three aristocratic families. Even if a rock was passed down from the ancient era, it would have been taken away by the cultivators of the three aristocratic families, let alone treasures or secret skills. Where's the ancestral hall? Su Zimo asked again. Under normal circumstances, the ancestral hall of a clan was the most important place for a family clan and might contain some secrets. Biming Shui shook her head. The ancestral hall has been torn down by the three aristocratic families countless times over the years. This ancestral hall was built by descendants and can't be anything special. Pausing for a moment, she continued, the only thing special about this town is that it was the origin of the Biming clan. It can be considered as our final place of belonging. Su Zimo fell into deep thought. A moment later, Biming Shui could not help but ask, Master, are you guessing that my feeling has something to do with the secret guarded by the Biming aristocratic family? It's highly possible. Su Zimo nodded and did not hide his thoughts. Biming Shui shook her head. However, if there's truly some secret in Biming Town, it would have been discovered a long time ago. The Biming clan has been passed down and has thousands of clansmen. Why am I the only one with such a strange feeling? When he heard that question, Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he blurted, Bloodline. What? Biming Shui asked instinctively without understanding. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, You once said that the cultivation techniques and treasures of the Biming aristocratic family were divided among the three aristocratic families and declined day by day. Restricted by the three aristocratic families to this place without any cultivation resources, nobody could travel outside. Therefore, there haven't been any powerful cultivators born over the years. Right now, the strongest in the Biming family are only nascent souls, Biming Shui said. However, I'm only at the Golden Core realm and can't compare to my predecessors. You're different from them, Su Zimo said. You've cultivated a bloodline phenomenon. Biming Shui opened her mouth slightly and gradually understood. Su Zimo said, Cultivating a bloodline phenomenon is equivalent to awakening some power within your bloodline. That's the reason why you could sense something within Biming Town. Biming Shui's heart started racing. She could also vaguely sense that the secret guarded by the Biming aristocratic family was very likely about to be unveiled. But what is that secret? How do we find it? Biming Shui felt her mouth go dry and asked. Bloodline, Su Zimo said deeply. Perhaps your bloodline is the key. Without hesitation, Biming Shui flicked her sharp fingernails and scratched her wrist gently. Instantly, a scar appeared on his wrist. Given Biming Shui's current physique, even connate spirit weapons would have difficulty injuring her. They were not even as sharp as her fingernails. Fresh blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground beneath her. The blood seeped into the mud and vanished. There was a long silence. A look of disappointment flashed through Biming Shui's eyes. All of a sudden, the ground quaked. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying aura burst forth and the entire Biming town trembled violently as the ground quaked. Many Biming town clansmen shouted and fled in all directions. Hum! 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 Beams of light broke through the mud and dust, bursting forth from underground and illuminating the void. It's an ancient seal. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze at the light and exclaimed softly. To think that an ancient seal was hidden beneath Biming Town and the opportunity to trigger it was actually the bloodline of the Biming clan. However, the prerequisite was that someone from the Biming clan had to be able to cultivate a bloodline phenomenon and awaken the true power of the Biming clan's bloodline. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt a little sad. Throughout history, the three aristocratic families had never given up on exploring the secrets of the Baiming clan. However, under the pressure of the three aristocratic families, it was difficult for their clansmen to cultivate. It was already rare for them to cultivate a golden core phenomenon, let alone a bloodline phenomenon. That was the reason why the secret of the Baiming clan was buried for so long without being discovered. The three aristocratic families racked their brains and resorted to unscrupulous means. However, they did not expect that this secret was killed by them personally. A freak combination of circumstances caused Su Zimo to arrive at Baiming town. He wanted to sever his karma by taking in Baiming Shui as a disciple and imparting his Tao to her. If not for that, the secret of the Baiming clan would probably be buried forever. Before long, the lights faded gradually. The appearance of Baiming town changed drastically as well. The massive town seemed to have vanished and a gigantic pit appeared on the ground. It was dark and deep, leading to unknown places. Su Zimo said, "Let's go and take a look. The secret guarded by the Baiming aristocratic family should be beneath." "Yes." Baiming Shui nodded. Worried about any danger, Su Zimo walked at the front with Baiming Shui behind him. Some of the Baiming clansmen were jittery and lingered around the pit, not daring to head down. About half an hour later, Su Zimo and Baiming Shui arrived at the bottom of the pit. It was clear that someone had painstakingly built this place. There were stone steps beneath their feet that paved the way and many ancient rocks in the surroundings that gave off an antiquated aura. At the bottom was a long tunnel. Thanks to his green lotus true body, Su Zimo led Baiming Shui forward. The longer they walked, the more moist the air ahead became. Furthermore, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the air in front of him was filled with immense vitality and rich spirit qi. Before long, his ears twitched and he could vaguely hear the sound of water currents. "There's a river hidden underground?" Su Zimo frowned slightly before shaking his head. The water current was not loud and did not seem like it was some underground river. He led Baiming Shui further forward. After a long time, their vision opened up and the two of them arrived at an extremely spacious hall. Both of them looked over. On both sides of the hall stood 9 stone statues that were 30 feet tall. Each of the stone statues held different weapons in their hands and they were solemn with their eyes closed, filled with dust. At the end of the 2 lines of stone statues was a gigantic pool surrounded by jade statues. Golden ripples surged within and emitted an extremely rich aura of life. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed, "The primordial divine spring." "Ah!" Baiming Shui exclaimed as well. She had only heard Su Zimo mention it before. However, she had not expected that a primordial divine spring would be buried beneath Baiming town. Su Zimo was shocked. This primordial divine spring was clearly different from the one beneath Gu sect. Because there was no source beneath Gu sect, the water was stagnant. In the middle of the pool was a continuous stream of golden bubbles. Clearly, there was a source beneath that gushed with divine spring continuously. This was a primordial divine spring that was comparable to the Dragon Bone Valley. Previously, Su Zimo was also curious about the secret guarded by the Baiming aristocratic family. However, he did not expect that the secret would be so shocking when it was revealed. A single primordial divine spring was enough to attract the greed of major factions and super sects. With this primordial divine spring, there was a high chance that the Baiming aristocratic family could attract countless experts and even nurture many paragons and monster incarnates to restore its glory of the ancient era. The primordial divine spring was way too precious. Up till now, the only place Su Zimo knew of was the Dragon Bone Valley. Buzz! Just as Su Zimo was pondering, a series of lights burst forth from the hall. The 18 stone statues opened their eyes one after another and shook off the dust on their bodies with a boom. Suddenly, they came to life with a chilling killing intent in their eyes. Anyone who trespasses into the Baiming territory will be killed without mercy. The 18 stone statues spoke at the same time. Swoosh! The stone statue at the front raised the gigantic sword in its hands and slashed down at Su Zimo. The sudden sight of the primordial divine spring stunned Su Zimo momentarily. Before he knew it, the gigantic sword had already descended. There was no time to dodge, and he could only extend his palm, wanting to grab the gigantic sword. Boom! The gigantic sword collided against Su Zimo's palm with a loud bang. Su Zimo's body shuddered as though he was struck by lightning. He was sent flying by the gigantic sword and fell hundreds of feet away with a bloodied wound on his palm. Pest! Su Zimo gasped. The power of that stone statue was way too strong. It was definitely at the conjoint body realm. The gigantic sword in the hands of the stone statue did not seem to be a dermic weapon. However, the might of the gigantic sword was obvious if it could injure the Green Lotus true body. Could these conjoint body mighty figures of the ancient era have lived to this era? Su Zimo was shocked. However, on second thought, he shook his head again. No, even Mahayana patriarchs only have a lifespan of 100,000 years. These stone statues can't be human. Puppets. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he came to a realization. They must be puppets. Only puppet stone statues could ignore time and survive from the ancient era till now. Swash! Another stone statue took a huge step forward and arrived before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. Swinging its arm, it raised its saber and slashed. Su Zimo could only raise his arm to defend. Boom! His entire arm went numb and lost all feelings after it was struck by that saber. Su Zimo was sent flying once more and smashed violently against the wall behind him, sliding down. These stone statue puppets are way too savage. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Although these stone statue puppets were not alive, the power they released was comparable to conjoint body mighty figures. If Su Zimo's essence spirit was fine and he could use dermic powers, he would naturally have countless methods to slice the stone statue puppets into pieces. But now that his essence spirit was damaged, his combat strength was greatly reduced. He was helpless against the stone statue puppets. It was quite thoughtful of the Biming aristocratic family to arrange for 18 powerful stone statue puppets to guard the primordial divine spring and prevent it from being occupied by outsiders. However, Su Zimo lamented internally. If 2 stone statues were already enough to pummel him, how was he going to survive after the 18 stone statues surrounded him at the same time? He had dominated his life and killed countless paragons and monster incarnates. He had never tasted defeat among his peers and was not even afraid of the primordial 9 races. Was he going to be killed by these lifeless rocks? If word of this were to spread, he would become the greatest joke in the cultivation world. The dignified Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, the #1 monster incarnate of history, was hammered to death by a group of stone statues that had been passed down from the ancient era. Watch out, master! Biming Shui reacted and exclaimed, lunging over with all her might to shield Su Zimo. Don't! Su Zimo spoke hurriedly. If the Green Lotus true body was already beaten to such a state by the stone statues, Biming Shui would not survive even if she had 10 lives if the gigantic sword and saber slashed down. Biming Shui closed her eyes and spread her arms to shield Su Zimo. Coincidentally, a gigantic axe slashed down. Just as it was about to land on Biming Shui's head, it suddenly shifted and avoided her body, slashing onto the ground with a boom. The other stone statue puppets circled around Biming Shui and charged towards Su Zimo once more. These stone statue puppets won't hurt anyone from the Biming clan. When they saw that, Su Zimo and Biming Shui thought of that possibility at the same time. Biming Shui could only protect Su Zimo and retreat continuously. However, there was only one of her. How could she protect Su Zimo completely? In a moment of desperation, she shouted, "Stop right there!" Strange enough, when the stone statue puppets heard that, they froze on the spot and no longer attacked. Are those things so obedient? Su Zimo was shocked. However, he understood right away. That's right, you've awakened the power in your bloodline. As such, you're considered as the owner of this place that is acknowledged by the Biming clan's ancestors. Since these stone puppets were left behind by your ancestors, they will naturally obey your orders upon sensing the aura of your bloodline. At that point, Biming Shui seemed to have an understanding as well. All of you, stand there and don't move. This is my master. You're not allowed to hurt him, Biming Shui said to the 18 stone statue puppets. The 18 stone statue puppets closed their eyes one after another, and the divine light in their eyes faded rapidly, sinking back into silence. Bai Mingxue helped Su Zimo up hurriedly. "I am fine." Su Zimo shook his head. Although he was struck by the stone statue puppets a few times, his foundation was not injured, and those were merely superficial wounds. Bai Mingxue said, "Master, you once said that the primordial divine spring can heal your essence spirit's injuries. Hurry and go. I'll guard here with these stone statue puppets and not let anyone disturb you." "All right." Su Zimo pondered for a moment and did not decline. He felt emotional as he walked towards the primordial divine spring. It was because of Bai Mingxue that he could escape from the endless void. Later on, when he witnessed the experiences she had to go through, he had the intention of taking her in as a disciple and stayed in Baiming Town for an entire 3 years. For the past 3 years, the life-severing curse had been pestering him, and it was extremely painful. However, he did not leave because he wanted to sever his karma. To think that it was that action that gave him the chance to repair his essence spirit. Now that he thought about it, if he had left long ago to look for the primordial divine spring in order to recover from his injuries, he might not have had any outcome even in 30 or 300 years, let alone 3. Everything in the world worked in extremely mysterious ways. This was nothing more than the workings of karma. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already arrived beside the pool. He had once known about the existence of the primordial divine spring from his dragon true body. However, he could not conceal the shock on his face when he saw it personally. This divine spring was the most mystical thing in the world. Just by standing beside the pool and taking a deep breath, Su Zimo felt the vitality in his body surge, causing his essence spirit to feel better. Without hesitation, he leaped into the golden pool and laid down flat, sinking gradually. Endless life force surged into his body through his pores, and streams of life essence entered his consciousness, washing through his essence spirit. It was warm and extremely comfortable to be enveloped by that rich life force. The green lotus true body felt itchy and numb, as though countless ants were crawling within his flesh and organs. Su Zimo's body sank into the pool, and he bumped into a gigantic stone beneath him, causing it to give way. Perhaps due to his collision or some other reason. The round stone rolled to the side and Su Zimo sank into the pool smoothly. At that moment, the primordial divine spring was washing through the body, bloodline, bones, organs, and even essence spirit of the green lotus true body. Su Zimo was not bothered by the stone in the pool. The nourishment of the primordial divine spring did not merely heal Su Zimo's essence spirit and cultivation realm. The green lotus true body underwent tremendous transformations inside out as well. Black things were spilling out of his pores like mud impurities. As for his bones, they were made with the lotus stem as the foundation and were supplemented by the treasures of many super sects. They were initially green gold. Under the baptism of the primordial divine spring, the green gold skeleton gradually underwent a transformation. It became increasingly transparent and crystalline like jade. The green color intensified while the dark gold color faded gradually. The black impurities that were washed away by the primordial divine spring were none other than the great treasures that Su Zimo refined and used to forge his bones. Those treasures were initially the destiny dermic weapons of the titular disciples and were extremely powerful. But now, the green lotus true body took those melted treasures as impurities and purged them out of the body. The aura of every single bone of the green lotus true body became purer and more transparent. Like a true lotus stem, his bones and bloodline underwent a qualitative change as well. Splash! A series of strange sounds echoed as his marrow flowed. As his bones grew and his marrow was swapped continuously, the bloodline that was derived grew stronger as well. In his consciousness, under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the creation lotus platform shone with rays of light that washed through the black-haired essence spirit continuously. Curses were the most evil. However, even that power could not defend against the primordial divine spring. Within his consciousness, resplendent light shone in a dazzling manner, and the green mist that shrouded the black-haired essence spirit gradually melted. The power of the curse was gradually dispelled. The green lotus true body emitted a boundless vitality from inside out that intensified. The Ximen aristocratic family. More than 10 experts sat in the meeting hall. All of them were conjoint body mighty figures, and the atmosphere was heavy. The fact that more than 10 conjoint body mighty figures were alarmed was proof of how serious this matter was. The person in the middle looked to be only middle-aged, but he had already cultivated to the late-stage conjoint body realm. With a burning gaze and the dignified aura of someone who had been in power for a long time, he was the master of the Ximen aristocratic family. Elder Qiu stood in the center of the hall. Desolate Marshal came to the south region, and now he has a direct conflict with the Dongfang as well as our families. Everyone, what do you think? The Ximen family master was calm as he took a sip of tea before saying slowly. To think that Dao Lord Desolate Marshal would be so lucky to be able to return alive after being attacked by Defan and exiled into the void. Desolate Marshal is a jinx. Everywhere he goes, things won't be peaceful. Desolate Marshal has a great reputation in the North and Middle Continent. However, isn't it a little cocky and arrogant for him to want to challenge our two aristocratic families in the South region? An old man said slowly, in my opinion, this matter can't be tolerated. We should kill Desolate Marshal to prevent future troubles. Elder Jingyu, that's a little inappropriate. Elder Qiu frowned. Although Desolate Marshal was a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord, how many conjoint body experts died in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley? The entire cultivation world was shocked. Now that Desolate Marshal has returned, he must be extremely domineering. In my opinion, it's not suitable for us to make an enemy out of him. Fufu. Elder Jingyu smiled gently. Elder Qiu, you're old and you don't seem to be sharp anymore. From what you said, I'm certain that Desolate Marshal is definitely injured. What's the meaning of that? Elder Qiu frowned. Elder Jingyu said unhurriedly. According to your description, from the moment Desolate Marshal attacked till the end, he did not use any dermic arts and merely fought with his body. That's right. But what's wrong with that? Everyone knows that Desolate Marshal has a strong physique and extraordinary melee combat strength. Elder Qiu argued. Elder Jingyu shook his head. If it was just because he did not use any dermic arts, that would have been fine. Desolate Marshal did not even use dermic weapons, essence spirit secret skills, or even fly through the air. How could there be nothing strange about that? Elder Qiu frowned in deep thought. Elder Qiu was a conjoint body mighty figure after all and had lived for more than 10,000 years. Now that he had calmed down, he gradually snapped out of his stupor as well. Elder Jingyu said, I'm guessing that Desolate Marshal's essence spirit might be injured and he's unable to connect to heaven and earth. He might not even be able to release the most basic dermic arts. Is it that serious? Could Desolate Marshal be hiding his skills? The other conjoint body mighty figures discussed as well. Elder Qiu remained silent with a terrible expression. Actually, he knew that Elder Jingyu's guess was extremely likely to be true as well. This meant that he was merely scared off by Desolate Marshal. At the thought of that, he was naturally displeased and had a hateful expression. The Ximen family master did not say anything the entire time. Only now did he put down the teacup in his hands and said indifferently, there shouldn't be any problem with Elder Jingyu's speculation. In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, a mighty figure of the witch race once self-destructed his essence spirit and released a life-severing curse to curse Su Zimo. Although he did not succeed, I'm sure that given Su Zimo's cultivation, there's no way he could have survived against the power of the life-severing curse unscathed. At that point, everyone present no longer had any doubts. Combining the information and many signs, it was almost certain that Desolate Marshal's essence spirit was injured. Furthermore, the injuries were not light. Brother Ximen, you're wise. Right then, a chuckle came from outside. A cultivator with fluttering robes walked in. Nobody present had noticed his existence previously. Greetings, Dongfang family master. The conjoint body mighty figures in the hall stood up one after another and bowed to the intruder. That cultivator was the master of the Dongfang aristocratic family. You're here too, Brother Dongfang. The Ximen family master stood up and nodded with a smile, inviting, please take your seat. The Dongfang family master sat down beside the Ximen family master and went straight to the point. I won't beat around the bush. I'm here because of desolate Marshall. What do you think, brother Dongfang? The Ximen family master asked. The Dongfang family master smirked coldly and merely said a single word, kill. The moment that word was said, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop significantly as a murderous aura spread with a chilling intent. The Ximen family master smiled. Desolate Marshall has been famous for a long time and is troublesome to deal with. This matter should be, Brother Ximen, the Dongfang family master interrupted. You've also deduced that Desolate Marshall's combat strength is greatly reduced with his essence spirit injured. This is a rare opportunity. Any conjoint body mighty figure can suppress him. If you're worried about accidents, we'll have all the experts in this hall head over together. Our Dongfang family also has more than 10 conjoint body mighty figures waiting outside right now to act at any moment. The Ximen family master smacked his lips. This Tao Lord Desolate Marshall is easy to deal with his essence spirit injured. I'm worried about the other Desolate Marshall. The other one? The Dongfang family master frowned slightly. The Ximen family master said in a deep voice, the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley shocked Tianhuang mainland. Desolate Marshall has two true bodies. The one in the south region currently is one of them. But don't forget, he has another dragon true body. At the mention of the dragon true body, there was a hint of fear in the eyes of many conjoint body experts in the hall. Although cultivators of the three aristocratic families did not head to Heaven and Earth Valley, everyone was still extremely shocked when they heard the details of that battle. Legend has it that Desolate Marshall's dragon clone was even more terrifying. Even among the primordial races, many conjoint body experts were killed by the dragon true body. The Dongfang family master frowned. That dragon true body has already been exiled to the void. How can he still be alive? That's hard to say, the Ximen family master said. Since this true body of Desolate Marshall survived, there's no guarantee that his dragon true body can't survive as well. If we fail to kill both true bodies of Desolate Marshall, it'll cause huge trouble for our family clans. If it was only the Green Lotus true body, the Ximen family master would naturally not fear it. If he had to kill, so be it. However, what he was concerned about was Desolate Marshall's dragon true body. Does that mean that you're not intending to attack, Brother Ximen? The Dongfang family master asked. The Ximen family master shook his head. We have to think about this matter at length and wait and see first. Actually, the Ximen family master had other plans. In his opinion, Desolate Marshall had offended too many sects and factions. As long as news of Desolate Marshall's location was spread, experts of the super sects would naturally hunt him down without them even making a move. In fact, it might even alarm the primordial races. They could kill him with the hands of others. The Ximen family was not willing to provoke a huge trouble like Desolate Marshall. Right then, a commotion came from outside. Some cultivators were speeding over with their clothes fluttering, looking extremely hurried. Reporty! The cultivator shouted from afar before he even arrived. Before long, the cultivator arrived in the hall with an excited expression and shouted, Family Master, there's news from Baiming Town. An ancient seal hidden in Baiming Town was activated by Baiming Shui. Now, a passage leading underground has appeared in Baiming Town. There's a high chance that within it, there's a... At that point, the cultivator suddenly paused as though he could not believe it. A what? The two masters of the Ximen and Dongfang families asked at the same time. Both of them had already thought of a possibility. The secret guarded by the Baiming aristocratic family had appeared. It might be a primordial divine spring, the cultivator said. Pest! Gasps could be heard from the hall. The masters of the Ximen and Dongfang families stood up with shocked expressions. The Ximen family master asked hurriedly, Is this true? The cultivator replied. Some Baiming clansmen went down bravely to take a look and said that there was a golden pool. Indeed, the two family masters exchanged glances. Both could tell of the excitement and greed in their eyes. What a surprise! The Ximen family master sighed. Legend has it that the Baiming aristocratic family has always been guarding a huge secret from the ancient era. To think that it would be a primordial divine spring. The divine spring appeared in this generation. Unfortunately, the Baiming clan has already declined. The Dongfang family master sneered with a cold expression. The Shimin family master took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Everyone in the hall, follow me to Baiming town to retrieve the divine spring. Anyone who stands in our way will be killed without mercy." Initially, he was wary of Desolate Marshal's dragon true body. But now that he heard the news of the primordial divine spring, even if he knew that his dragon true body was still alive, he had to snatch the divine spring. The primordial divine spring was worth the risk for the Shimin aristocratic family. Furthermore, there was a high chance that Desolate Marshal's dragon true body was already dead. At the same time, the Shimin family master sent a voice transmission to a conjoint body mighty figure with his spirit consciousness and instructed. The conjoint body mighty figure retreated secretly. "Brother Shimin, I'm afraid your Shimin family won't be able to occupy the divine spring alone." The Dongfang family master smiled gently. "Of course, at that time our two aristocratic families can discuss how to divide it evenly. As for the Nangong family," the Shimin family's master paused for a moment. "That will depend on the Nangong family's decision. If he's on our side, he might still have a share in the divine spring. If not..." Although the Dongfang family master did not continue, his meaning was clear. The Nangong aristocratic family. In the meeting hall, the Nangong family master sat in the middle. Apart from many conjoint body mighty figures, there was also a void reversion. It was Nangong Ling. Under normal circumstances, Nangong Ling was not qualified to participate in such an event given his cultivation realm. However, the discussion at this moment was unique and involved Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. In the entire Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Ling was probably the only one who knew Dao Lord Desolate Marshal the best. "Everyone, please speak," the Nangong family master said slowly. "Since Desolate Marshal isn't dead and furthermore, he's Linger's granduncle master, the Nangong family should stay out of this matter. However, we just received news that a primordial divine spring might have been discovered in Baiming town. The Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families have already set off. This matter is worth discussing." A middle-aged burly man stood up with a ferocious expression and shouted, "Family master, what are you waiting for? You must definitely fight for the primordial divine spring." "That's right," another person said. "The primordial divine spring is way too precious and is the rarest treasure in the world. If our family can obtain the help of the divine spring, our overall strength will double at least. But the primordial divine spring is a treasure guarded by the Baiming aristocratic family. If we snatch it from them..." Another person hesitated. "What are you afraid of?" The middle-aged burly man who first spoke pouted. "The Baiming clan has long declined. It's as good as the primordial divine spring having no owner. Don't forget about Desolate Marshal," the person reminded. "He is Baiming Shui's master. We will definitely be on bad terms with Desolate Marshal if we want to fight for the divine spring." "So what if he's Dao Lord Desolate Marshal? His essence spirit is damaged and he's already injured. His combat strength is greatly reduced. What's there to be afraid of?" the middle-aged burly man sneered. "However, Dao Lord Desolate Marshal has another dragon true body that's currently missing. It's said that his dragon true body is even stronger in combat. If we offend him because of this and incur the wrath of the dragon true body, wouldn't we stand to lose more than we would stand to gain? After so many years, there's no news of the dragon true body. It must have flushed into emptiness after floating for such a long time in the endless void. Even if the dragon true body is alive, with the super sex and the primordial races in front of us, he won't even get a chance to reach us." In the hall, everyone argued endlessly. A long time later, the Nangong family master raised his hand slowly and exerted a push gesture. The hall gradually fell silent. "Nangong Ling, what do you think?" the Nangong family's master asked. Nangong Ling stood at the end of the hall and could not speak the entire time. After all, the experts in the hall were his seniors, even his ancestors. Without the family master's question, it was inappropriate for him to take the initiative to interject. It was only then that Nangong Ling stood out and said in a deep voice, "Family Master, I don't recommend becoming enemies with Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Why? Even if our three aristocratic families join forces, we have to fear a single Dharma characteristic Tao Lord." The middle-aged burly man sneered, "Nangong Ling, don't side with Desolate Marshal just because he's your granduncle master. Don't forget your surname and bloodline." Nangong Ling was not annoyed by the middle-aged burly man's reprimand and merely shook his head. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is different from other Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. What difference can there be? He merely possesses three supreme Dharma characteristics. The middle-aged burly man was still somewhat disdainful. Furthermore, his essence spirit is damaged. He can't even release the most basic dharmic arts, let alone his heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Without witnessing it personally, it's impossible to imagine how terrifying Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is. Nangong Ling said, "How tragic was the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley? Wasn't that lesson enough?" After a brief pause, he continued, "Furthermore, I want to remind you elders that since there's a primordial divine spring, there's a high chance that Tao Lord Desolate Marshal's injuries will recover completely. At that time, even conjoint body mighty figures might not be able to suppress him." Suddenly, the hall fell silent. Many conjoint body mighty figures revealed wary expressions. The middle-aged burly man clenched his fists gently and said coldly, "What are you afraid of? At the most, we'll just get a half-martial ancestor of our family clan. Even if Desolate Marshal's injuries are healed, we can kill him. What if Tao Lord Desolate Marshal enters the conjoint body realm?" Nangong Ling asked again. "That's impossible." The middle-aged burly man waved his hand. "How long has this Desolate Marshal only been in the Dharma characteristic realm for? More than 100 years? He's definitely daydreaming if he wants to advance to the conjoint body realm right now. Furthermore, the conjoint body realm is to fuse heaven and earth Dharma characteristics into one's body. Desolate Marshal possesses three supreme Dharma characteristics. Although he's incomparably strong and can sweep through every one of the same cultivation realm, there's an equivalent balance of good and bad fortune for everything in this world. If he wants to fuse the three supreme Dharma characteristics into his body won't be able to withstand it and he'll explode. Advancement to the conjoint body realm was not completely safe without risk for cultivators. The stronger the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the greater the danger of fusing with the body. However, Su Zimo had three supreme Dharma characteristics. This was unprecedentedly dangerous. In truth, the cultivators in the hall did not know that in the current generation, there was a person who had successfully fused four supreme Dharma characteristics into his body. However, that person was farsighted and planned everything with a shocking spirit. He schemed against all the experts in the world and was the biggest beneficiary of the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley. The Nangong family master nodded as well. With the help of the primordial divine spring, it's possible for Desolate Marshal's injuries to recover completely. However, it's definitely impossible for him to advance to the conjoint body realm. The middle-aged burly man said, "Family master, give the order. If we attack now, we can still take our share of the loot. If we're too late and the divine spring is controlled by the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families, it'll be too difficult for us to fight for it." The Nangong family master frowned and was still hesitant. "What's with the crowd?" Right then, an old voice sounded from outside the hall. An old man with a dragon head walking stick walked in stealthily. He looked like he was in his twilight years and could die at any moment. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Everyone in the hall stood up and bowed respectfully. Even the Nangong family master walked down from the main seat and whispered, "Elder Lan Tian, you're here." Anyone who could be a grand elder of the three aristocratic families were all half-martial ancestors. Although Elder Lan Tian seemed like he was at the end of his lifespan with his blood chi deteriorating, in reality, he had already lived for 20,000 years. Everyone knew that conjoint body mighty figures had a lifespan of 20,000 years. Strictly speaking, even half-martial ancestors were still at the conjoint body realm and had not truly entered the Mahayana realm. However, half-martial ancestors could live beyond 20,000 years. With Elder Lan Tian stepping in, even if desolate Marshall's injuries are healed, we have nothing to fear, the middle-aged burly man shouted with a delighted expression. Hee hee. Elder Lan Tian leaned on his walking stick and laughed before saying slowly, "The Nangong family will wait to watch and see first." Grand Elder, the middle-aged burly man could not help but say, "If the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families get their hands on it first, our Nangong family might never get the chance to obtain the primordial divine spring ever again." "There's no need to discuss this, I have decided," Elder Lan Tian said indifferently. There were no further objections in the hall. Even the Nangong family master could not disobey the orders of a half-martial ancestor. Biming Town. Some Biming Town clansmen could not help but feel curious and headed down the stone steps as well. However, they were blocked by Biming Shui when they reached the entrance of the hall. "None of you can enter for the time being. Everyone, disperse." Biming Shui looked at her Biming clansmen and said in a deep voice, "Why can't we enter? We're also from the Biming clan." "That's right. The secret of the Biming clan is definitely hidden here. Why should you be the only one to occupy it?" Biming Shui. Some of the Biming clansmen stood at the entrance and made a fuss, wanting to barge into the hall. Biming Shui's expression turned cold. In a flash, she arrived at the entrance of the hall and punched the cultivator at the front. The cultivator was sent flying and smashed into a cultivator behind him, screaming in pain as he fell to the ground. "Scram," she said coldly. "This is on account that we're both from the same clan. Otherwise, I would have taken your life with that single punch earlier on." Although Biming Shui was a woman, she was decisive to kill. Otherwise, she would not have dared to cripple Dongfang Ji in front of the experts of the two aristocratic families in the Shimin Villa. Su Zimo was recuperating in the primordial divine spring, and she could not let anyone barge in to disturb him. Furthermore, news of such a huge commotion in Biming Town must have already spread to the three aristocratic families. It was hard to guarantee that no experts would arrive soon. If the Biming clansmen remained here, they would only be courting death. "Sister." Biming Ao and the others had already rushed back from the Shimin Villa. "Little brother, leave this place with our clansmen first," Biming Shui said in a deep voice. "All right." Biming Ao nodded. He trusted his sister completely. Furthermore, there was a top-tier figure backing her. As long as that person was alive, his sister would not be in danger. Before long, Biming Ao left Biming Town with his Biming clansmen. Biming Shui guarded the entrance of the hall and looked back in the direction of the primordial divine spring with a worried expression. Nothing happened after such a long time. I wonder how Master's essence spirit is and whether it's healed. I'm afraid there's not much time left, Biming Shui thought to herself. In the pool, although Su Zimo did not move, his green lotus true body underwent a tremendous change. At that moment, the impurities of the green lotus true body were almost purged. Every single bone of the green lotus true body was green and crystalline like jade. They were filled with a resplendent glow, and his marrow rumbled, producing powerful bloodlines that transformed his flesh and organs. If even the treasures of the supersex were removed as impurities, how strong was the green lotus true body? Within his consciousness, resplendent lights shone in a dazzling manner, and the creation lotus platform was filled with vitality and chaos chi. The black-haired essence spirit sat on it, and the life-severing curse on his body had vanished completely. As Su Zimo had expected, with the help of the primordial divine spring, the danger of the life-severing curse was resolved. Moreover, he was experiencing another opportunity. After obtaining the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the creation lotus platform and the green lotus true body formed an extremely mysterious connection. It was like the fusion of the lotus root and his bloodline. The lotus platform was within his consciousness. The lotus leaves were skin. The lotus stem was the bones. At that moment, Su Zimo felt that his body had already vanished. It was as though he had transformed into a green lotus that swayed in the primordial divine spring. If Biming Shui were to turn back now, she would be shocked to discover that lotus leaves floated on the surface of the golden pool. On the lotus leaves were lotus flowers. They had yet to blossom and were merely buds, pink and translucent like jade. Under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the lotus flower buds swayed gently and emitted a tremendous amount of life force. Although his essence spirit had already recovered, Su Zimo did not get up. He intended to seize the opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the conjoint body realm. Under normal circumstances, one would definitely have to endure immense danger if they wanted to fuse 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. Even the green lotus true body could not defend against it. However, with the primordial divine spring present, his chances of success were much higher. This was an extremely rare opportunity that Su Zimo did not want to miss. Swoosh! The first supreme Dharma characteristic appeared. Thunderdermic body. The thunderdermic body was like a thunder god that wielded a whip that flashed with lightning. Dark clouds gathered above its head, and it stood on a sea of lightning with a stern expression that could not be ignored. Su Zimo fused the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic into his body with his massive spirit consciousness. Yes! Su Zimo grunted with a pained expression. How strong were supreme Dharma characteristics? They could even kill ordinary conjoint body mighty figures. The fusion of that terrifying power into his body was a huge burden for the flesh. Even the green lotus true body could not withstand it. Poof! 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 Instantly, wounds tore through the skin of the green lotus true body, and Su Zimo turned into a bloodied figure. Countless fresh blood flowed out and surged into the lake. However, under the nourishment of the tremendous life force from the primordial divine spring, the wounds on the green lotus true body healed rapidly. However, the power of a supreme Dharma characteristic was too strong and the wounds that had just healed ruptured once more. The entire golden pool was dyed red. Right then, an oval-shaped gigantic stone in the depths of the lake suddenly moved. It coiled around Su Zimo's body excitedly and spun continuously. Strange enough, after the gigantic stone circled a few times, the blood color around Su Zimo disappeared and the divine spring turned golden once more. With no more fresh blood in the pool, the gigantic stone seemed displeased and circled continuously. It would even nudge Su Zimo from time to time. However, Su Zimo was currently in immense pain and was oblivious to everything that was happening in the pool. An unknown period of time passed. Su Zimo finally snapped out of his stupor and regained his senses. It was way too scary. It was already this dangerous with a single supreme Dharma characteristic. Furthermore, that was under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring. It was almost certain that if not for the primordial divine spring, Su Zimo would definitely explode and die if he tried to forcefully fuse 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. At that thought, a figure flashed through Su Zimo's mind. If 3 supreme Dharma characteristics are already so dangerous, what about 4? Even though Su Zimo had already cultivated to this point, that person was even more unfathomable in his heart. Right then, something seemed to have bumped into him from the pool. It was neither heavy nor light. Instinctively, Su Zimo slapped the thing with his backhand. It was rough to the touch and looked like a stone. However, he was not bothered by it and merely thought that the stone hit him due to the churning movement of the divine spring. Su Zimo composed himself and continued to absorb the second supreme Dharma characteristic. The Rulai-dermic body. The 90 feet tall Rulai-dermic body had a dignified expression. Lowering its head, it clasped its palms together and chanted Sanskrit with a divine benevolence. Su Zimo fused the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic into his body. At that moment, Su Zimo felt as though his green lotus true body was about to explode. Poof! The flesh of the green lotus true body split and fresh blood surged. Even his organs could not withstand the pressure and cracks appeared. Su Zimo opened his mouth and wanted to roar out in pain. However, he ended up drinking a mouthful of spring water and could only let out gurgling noises. In the depths of the pool, the gigantic stone closed in once more. The immense pain tortured Su Zimo repeatedly. More fresh blood gushed into the pool and the green bones in Su Zimo's body were regenerating new bloodlines continuously. Coupled with the primordial divine spring, his body was being repaired continuously. The power of a supreme Dharma characteristic was way too strong. Even the green lotus true body could not withstand it. Su Zimo's consciousness turned hazy, and he fainted countless times before being awakened by the immense pain once more. An unknown period of time passed. The pain on his body gradually lessened. After his wounds healed, they no longer ruptured and had already become scabs that fell off. Su Zimo exhaled deeply. He had finally endured through it. However, the entire process was way too painful. Even with his immense willpower, he had to faint countless times. If it was anyone else, they would have broken down long ago. Furthermore, that was only the fusion of two supreme Dharma characteristics. If he wanted to advance to the conjoint body realm completely, he would have to fuse a third supreme Dharma characteristic. However, Su Zimo knew very well that his current green lotus true body had already reached its limits after fusing two supreme Dharma characteristics. If he were to forcefully fuse the third supreme Dharma characteristic, there was a high chance that the green lotus true body would explode and die. Su Zimo was fearless and did not hesitate at all. If he could not fuse with the primordial divine spring today, he would never have a chance to advance to the conjoint body realm in the future. The third supreme Dharma characteristic, the heavenly fiend Dharma body. Su Zimo absorbed the supreme Dharma characteristic into his body. Boom! A loud bang sounded in Su Zimo's mind. The next moment, his consciousness seemed to have been peeled out of his body, and he could clearly see that the green lotus true body had exploded. His flesh was ripped off and his organs were crushed, leaving only green bones that were still holding on. At that moment, cracks appeared on the bones one after another. The green lotus true body was destroyed. The injuries he suffered this time round were even more serious than when he was attacked by Defan. His entire body almost disappeared. Under that immense power, the green lotus true body was soon reduced to a skeleton with its life draining rapidly. Even with the primordial divine spring, it was difficult to resurrect it. The black-haired essence spirit was only spared under the protection of the creation lotus platform and the shroud of many resplendent rays of light. Su Zimo watched everything in a daze with a dim gaze. Did he fail? Ever since this green lotus true body cultivated, it had encountered countless dangers. In the end, it was still stuck at the Dharma characteristic realm and could not attain the conjoint body realm. Of course, Su Zimo was not sad. After all, he still had his dragon true body and his martial Tao prime body. Furthermore, he had not truly died. At the very least, he retained his essence spirit and had a chance to reconstruct his body in the future. However, it was a pity to lose the green lotus true body. He watched as a gigantic oval stone danced in the blood mist around the remnant of his bones. The stone was around the height of a man and it had a rough surface, emanating an ancient aura. There were some mysterious patterns on it that gave off two distinct auras. It seemed to encompass the concepts of both hardness and softness, yin and yang. When the two ultimate auras made contact with the gigantic stone, an extremely strange power of breathing spread out. It devoured the flesh and essence energy released by the explosion of the green lotus true body in large mouthfuls. That scene seemed familiar. However, Su Zimo could not immediately recall where he saw it from. To think that there would be such a treasure in the depths of the primordial divine spring. He thought to himself. The creation lotus platform floated and the black-haired essence spirit sat on it, wanting to close in and take a closer look. The moment he approached, the stone burst forth with an extremely tremendous life force. This, Su Zimo was shocked. He had never seen such a powerful life force even with his dragon true body. Only the dragon true body could compare to it. It's not a treasure. It's an egg of some sort. Su Zimo reacted quickly. However, he was even more shocked. What sort of a living being's egg could produce such a powerful life force that even he was shocked? Most importantly, if no one discovered the secret beneath Biming Town, it would mean that this gigantic egg had been passed down from the ancient era. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled the scene at the Shiman Villa. That was the gigantic demon beast that appeared when Biming Shui released her bloodline phenomenon. A thought flashed through his mind and he had a vague guess. A Kuan egg? No, That was unlikely. Although the Kuan race was one of the primordial 9 races, their lifespans were similar to the dragon race. The life force of a mere egg would definitely not be at this level. Furthermore, the breathing and expiration power of the 2 extremities of that gigantic egg was way too strong. If it wasn't a Kuan egg, there was only a single possibility. It was a Kuan Peng egg. It was one of the 3 primordial taboos, the Kuan Peng. Legend has it that the Kuan Peng could turn into fish that was thousands of kilometers long, like a boundless land floating on the ocean. It could also transform into a bird and spread its wings to travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers in a single fly. Carrying the power of extreme yin and yang, it could devour the oceans and soar through the world. If Su Zimo was not wrong, the 2 ultimate powers that filled the gigantic egg should be the power of extreme yin and yang. The Kuan Peng egg was probably the only thing that could possess such immense vitality. Prior to this, Su Zimo had some doubts. Although the primordial divine spring beneath Baiming Town was extremely precious, what did it have to do with Baiming Xue's bloodline phenomenon? But now he understood. The secret guarded by the Baiming aristocratic family was not the primordial divine spring, but the Kuan Peng egg. Right now, the Kuan Peng egg was devouring his blood. The reason why this scene felt familiar was because when Night Spirit was hatched, a similar situation had occurred. Although the primordial divine spring had immense vitality, it could only ensure that the Kuan Peng egg retained its life. A large amount of food was required for the Kuan Peng to hatch. That was the reason why the Kuan Peng egg would take the initiative to devour Su Zimo's bloodline. However, the Kuan Peng was different from the Ho. If the Kuan Peng's true form was fully released, it would be way too massive. This also meant that its devouring power was extremely strong. The bit of flesh on the green lotus true body was akin to a drop of water in the ocean for it. The amount of flesh required to hatch this Kuan Peng was unimaginable. Furthermore, given the power of the Kuan Peng, even supersex wouldn't be able to provide for it. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness merely made contact with the Kuan Peng egg for a brief moment, and he felt that it was boundless like the ocean within. This Kuan Peng egg is troublesome to deal with as well. Su Zimo muttered to himself. If that Kuan Peng egg was exposed, it might cause chaos in the entire Tianhuang mainland. At that time, who knew how many experts it would attract? Right then, Su Zimo suddenly sensed a change in the green lotus corpse that was initially floating in the depths of the divine spring. Author's note. Readers have asked, didn't Zimo cultivate a 99 feet tall Dharma characteristic? Let me explain here. The 99 feet tall Dharma characteristic was fused for the purpose of combat. It was not cultivated. Under normal circumstances, he possesses 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. If need be, he can fuse them into a 99 feet tall Dharma characteristic for combat. The green lotus corpse that was initially dead and filled with cracks suddenly released a trace of vitality after being washed by the primordial divine spring. Immediately after, that trace of vitality grew stronger and more exuberant, enveloping the entire green lotus corpse. His initially shattered bones gradually healed. Multicolored light filled his jade green bones and his marrow was already flowing. The green lotus true body had actually regained his vitality. Su Zimo sensed something and the creation lotus platform moved. It returned to his glabella to guard the spirit platform. Instantly, a mysterious connection was formed between him and the green lotus true body. In the grand hall, something moved within the divine spring. Baiming Xue could not help but turn back. Above the pool, a green lotus grew. At the top of the lotus stem, a flower bud blossomed slowly, with layers of lotus petals opening up. The innermost lotus was smaller and the outermost lotus was the largest. Each circle consisted of 9 lotus petals. There were a total of 7 rounds. The 63 lotus petals shone with the golden dew of the divine spring and were filled with vitality. The lotus platform was green and transparent, spewing out 63 rays of green light that danced in midair before returning to the lotus cave. So beautiful, Baiming Xue exclaimed. Even though she saw that, she did not know what happened. Given her experience, she didn't even know what that green lotus was. However, if the conjoint body mighty figures of the 3 aristocratic families saw it, they would definitely be shocked. That was because it was a creation green lotus. Furthermore, it was a grade 7 creation green lotus. Although the creation green lotus was destroyed by Defan, it was reborn in another manner. Su Zimo's bones were the stem of the lotus and his skin was the lotus leaves. They were connected to the creation lotus platform in his consciousness like one. He was a humanoid creation green lotus. Under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the creation green lotus that was initially a grade 6 fused with 3 supreme dermic bodies and finally grew to become a grade 7. That was also the reason why the green lotus true body was resurrected and successfully entered the conjoint body realm. Not many people in the cultivation world knew how terrifying a grade 7 creation green lotus was. Only Su Zimo knew that the weakness of his green lotus true body had vanished completely. The bloodline that flowed through Su Zimo's body was equivalent to the bloodline derived from a grade 7 creation green lotus. In the divine spring, Su Zimo laid at the bottom quietly. Flesh grew from his green bones and gradually filled them. His organs gradually evolved as well. His body was transforming into a true green lotus body. Above the pool, right under Baiming Shue's gaze, gigantic green lotus leaves floated up from the water and lined the surface of the water. A green lotus blossomed amidst the lotus leaves. Outside Baiming town, figures descended one after another and stood in the air. Every single figure seemed to be able to fuse with the entire world and was one, emitting a tremendous might. More than 30 conjoint body mighty figures of the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families arrived. The 3 aristocratic families dominated the south region, and it has been a long time since they made such a huge move. Even the masters of the Dongfang and Shimin families were here. Indeed, no one from the Nangong family is coming. The Dongfang family master sneered. The Shimin family master had a calm expression as he said indifferently, "Since they're not here now, there's naturally no need for us to share the primordial divine spring with the Nangong family after we obtain it." "That's right." The Dongfang family master nodded. The conjoint body mighty figures were in no hurry to attack. Instead, they looked down at the gigantic cave beneath Baiming town. The Shimin family master closed his eyes for a moment and suddenly opened them. "Although I can't see the depths, the aura beneath is indeed filled with rich life force. Family master, let's attack." A mighty figure was eager and could not help but say, "I'm willing to be the first to enter and suppress Desolate Marshal." "What's the hurry?" The Shimin family master smiled gently. "The primordial divine spring and Tao Lord Desolate Marshal are beneath Baiming town. There's no way they can escape. Let's join forces and seal the space here first to prevent Tao Lord Desolate Marshal from using a transference talisman to teleport away." "That's right. Since we chose to attack today, we have to eliminate the root of the problem to prevent future troubles." The Dongfang family master was murderous as well. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The conjoint body mighty figures dispersed and scattered all over Baiming town. They conjured hand seals and released dermic powers one after another, entering the void to set up layers of restrictions. Before long, the space here was sealed by more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures. "Come, let's head down. Please." The 2 family masters had confident expressions and gave way to one another before continuing down the stone steps side by side. The remaining conjoint body mighty figures followed closely behind. The underground passage was not complicated, and before long, the conjoint body mighty figures caught sight of a hall ahead. At the same time, Baiming Shui, who was guarding the entrance of the hall, caught sight of more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures, including the Dongfang and Shimin family masters. Baiming Shui's heart skipped a beat. Although she did not recognize the people who had arrived and could not tell the cultivation realms of those cultivators with her eyesight, she could sense immense danger from them. Without hesitation, she retreated and dodged behind a stone statue puppet. At the same time, the Shimin family master smiled and blinked. Suddenly, a golden light flashed through his eyes. Clang! The golden light burst forth from his eyes and arrived instantly, slashing a deep scar on the stone statue puppet. Visual technique. If Baiming Shui had not reacted swiftly and hid herself beforehand, that visual technique would have been enough to kill her. Conjoint body mighty figures did not even have to move their fingers to kill a golden core. She's not dead. The Ximen family master frowned slightly and his expression darkened. It was truly embarrassing for a conjoint body mighty figure to fail in a personal attack to kill a golden core. Little girl, you're quite quick to react, the Ximen family master said indifferently with a sinister tone and murderous intent. In that short period of time, they had already closed into the hall without any pause and were only a few feet away. All of you, guard the entrance and don't let anyone in. Without my orders, anyone who trespasses into the hall shall be killed without mercy. Baiming Shui ordered swiftly without wasting her breath on the Ximen family master and the others. Hum, hum, hum. The initially silent stone statue puppets suddenly opened their eyes and released a series of divine lights, awakening completely. Bang! Boom! Boom! The stone statue puppets moved in unison and stood at the entrance of the hall wielding gigantic weapons like massive gods. Family master, look! Right then, a conjoint body mighty figure pointed in the direction of the hall with a shocked expression and exclaimed with widened eyes. The mighty figures of the two aristocratic families looked over and their gazes penetrated the stone statue puppets into the pool in the depths of the hall. A green lotus blossomed on the surface of the lake and swayed gently. The lotus stem was crystal clear like jade as gigantic lotus leaves lined the surface of the golden water, fluttering with the waves. This is... The crowd was shocked. Creation green lotus? Heavens! It's that utmost treasure of the universe. Let me count. It's a grade 7 creation green lotus. A conjoint body mighty figure's voice was trembling. To think that the Baiming clan would guard such a shocking secret. They sure hid it well. Every cultivator's eyes were filled with greed. Who wouldn't be tempted by an utmost treasure of the universe as such? The moment they saw the grade 7 creation green lotus, a mysterious change happened between the Dongfang and Ximen aristocratic families. The two aristocratic families could divide and occupy the primordial divine spring together. However, there was only a single grade 7 creation green lotus. Fufu. The Dongfang family master chuckled. Brother Ximen will follow our original plan and rush in to suppress Desolate Marshal. As to who will get their hands on the grade 7 creation green lotus, why don't we take a breather and discuss it later? No problem. The Ximen family master nodded as well. If the two aristocratic families were to fight because of this universal utmost treasure before Desolate Marshal was suppressed, that would be the greatest joke. The gaze of the Dongfang family master shifted to the dozens of stone statue puppets at the entrance of the hall, and he sneered. Little girl, you're truly way too naive to think that you can stop us with just a few puppets. Brother Dongfang, don't underestimate these puppets. They are rather special to be able to block my visual technique, the Ximen family master said. They're just a bunch of useless rocks without essence spirits and can't use dermic arts. What's the big deal? The Dongfang family master waved his hand and ordered, Attack! Two conjoint body mighty figures could not hold it in and appeared right away, charging towards the hall. Get lost! The mighty figure of the Dongfang aristocratic family wielded a gigantic spear. As the spear quivered, dermic powers surged and the void distorted, as though a vortex had formed that could devour and crush everything. In the hall, Baiming Shui's face was pale. Although she was standing in the hall, the aftershock of the attack from a conjoint body mighty figure was enough to make her feel extremely uncomfortable. In fact, she could not even control her body as she staggered towards the entrance of the hall. The power of a conjoint body was way too strong. Baiming Shui was only at the Golden Core realm after all. All of a sudden, the grade 7 creation green lotus behind Baiming Shui swayed gently and emanated rays of light that enveloped her, neutralizing the power of the conjoint body mighty figure. Baiming Shui retreated hurriedly away from the entrance of the hall and could only command the 18 stone statue puppets to guard the hall. It's truly an utmost treasure of the universe. To think that it can possess such a mysterious power to be able to protect its master on its own. Upon seeing that, the gazes of the conjoint body mighty figures of the two aristocratic families turned increasingly fervent. A stone statue puppet with a spear struck at the same time and thrust forward forcefully. There were no dermic powers or mysterious moves. However, an extremely terrifying power was released the moment it attacked. Boom! The two spears collided with a loud bang. The stone statue puppet did not retreat at all and managed to defend against the attack of the mighty figure of the Dongfang aristocratic family completely. A conjoint body mighty figure of the Ximen aristocratic family had already arrived. He swiped his storage bag and a cold flying sword appeared. Turning into a streak of light, it arrived before a stone statue puppet instantly. Clang! The sword was extremely fast and pierced the chest of the stone statue puppet instantly. It did not manage to pierce it at all. On the contrary, the stone statue puppet reacted and raised the gigantic sword in its hands, sending the flying sword flying into the distance. Upon seeing that, apart from the two family masters, the other conjoint body mighty figures attacked as well. The battlefield was not considered spacious and 18 stone statue puppets guarded the entrance of the hall. Although the attacks of the conjoint body mighty figures were ferocious, they could not charge in right away. The two family masters stood with their hands behind their backs in no hurry. Indeed, those stone statue puppets were extremely unique and their combat strength was comparable to conjoint body mighty figures. Even in the current puppet sect, they were extremely rare. Furthermore, those stone statue puppets were invulnerable to weapons and possessed immense strength. Even some mighty figure dermic weapons could not damage their foundation. Of course, the two family masters had already discovered the weakness of the stone statue puppets within that short period of time. Firstly, the stone statue puppets had been buried for too long. Passed down from the ancient era until now, even the best rocks were inevitably corroded by time and were far inferior compared to before. Even the lifespan of a Mahayana patriarch was only 100,000 years. Countless 100,000 years have passed since the ancient era. The two family masters watched carefully. Although mighty figure dermic weapons could not severely injure the stone statue puppets, some stone fragments would definitely be chipped off after the puppets were struck. The reason why puppets could move like living beings was because of the existence of seals. If the seals on the puppets were destroyed, the puppets would become a bunch of useless rocks without any combat strength. Furthermore, the stone statue puppets could not use dermic arts and they were slow and not as agile as cultivators. Before long, the stone statue puppets were filled with injuries. Cracks appeared one after another on their massive bodies. Some of the ancient seals on the puppets had already been destroyed and they were moving even slower and much weaker than before. Brother Ximen, let's attack as well lest there are lingering problems, the Dongfang family master said idly. All right. The Ximen family master nodded slightly. In a flash, his sleeves fluttered and his palm shone with a resplendent glow. The weapon of the Ximen family master was a pair of iron gloves. They were made from the fallen stars in the skies and were indestructible. It was a true Khanate mighty figure dermic weapon. Bang! The Ximen family master arrived at a stone statue puppet and raised his arm, smashing it on the head. The stone statue puppet was sent flying and smashed heavily onto the ground. Cracks appeared densely on its head. The divine light in the eyes of the stone statue puppet gradually dimmed as well. Although the stone statue puppet could still struggle and stand up, it no longer had any combat strength. The Dongfang family master had already crippled a stone statue puppet as well. The stalemate was broken the moment the two of them joined the battlefield. The 18 stone statue puppets revealed openings as well. The remaining conjoint body mighty figures roared and released a powerful attack. Before long, a gigantic hole was torn open and they charged in. Bai Mingshui's heart skipped a beat. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 18 stone statue puppets were crippled and the remaining 13 were filled with injuries. Some of them could not even stand steadily. Naturally, the entrance of the hall could not be defended and the remaining stone statue puppets retreated into the hall. The two family masters led more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures to swarm in. Fu? The Dongfang family master smiled gently and declared loudly, "Little girl, I've already said that it's a fool's dream for you to think that you can stop us with these lousy rocks. Where's Desolate Marshal? the Shiman family master asked coldly. Bai Mingshui was drenched in sweat against the might of a group of conjoint body mighty figures. She could barely withstand the pressure and wanted to kneel on the ground. However, she had a stubborn and unyielding character and remained silent against the questions of a conjoint body mighty figure. Not telling. The Shiman family master's expression turned cold as he said coldly, "If you don't tell me, I have a way to make you tell me." Just as he was about to attack, the conjoint body mighty figure at the side suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! The creation green lotus is gone." Everyone turned over. Indeed, the creation green lotus vanished from the golden pool as though it had never appeared. How could that be? The cultivators were bewildered. The two family masters frowned as well. All of a sudden, possibility crossed their minds. Broop, broop. Right then, a few bubbles appeared on the golden water surface. Under the gazes of the cultivators, a figure gradually floated to the surface. Swoosh! The sound of water echoed as a figure walked out of the primordial divine spring-drenched. The figure merely shuddered gently, and the water vapor around him vanished. He had black hair, green robes, and refined features. His body could be described as perfect and shone with a green glow. His skin was crystal clear, as though it was carved from divine jade, and a tremendous amount of life force almost seeped out from his body. His eyes shone brightly with a divine glint. He did not look like a human cultivator at all. On the contrary, he looked like a godly being that could not be ignored. Even just by standing there, he exuded a terrifying aura that made one feel like prostrating. Some conjoint body mighty figures were shocked when they saw that figure. When the gazes of many mighty figures met with that figure, they felt a little scared and avoided it instinctively. Their expressions changed slightly as well. The Shiman family master narrowed his eyes and his pupils constricted. "Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. I'm Desolate Marshal," Su Zimo said slowly. The moment he said that, the mighty figures of the two aristocratic families suddenly became restless. When those words were spoken, it was clear that they still created quite a bit of shock for the conjoint body mighty figures. "Your injuries have healed?" The gaze of the Shiman family master swept past Su Zimo, and he was secretly alarmed as he probed. "Completely," Su Zimo replied indifferently. "Furthermore, let me correct you of a mistake. I'm not a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, but a conjoint body mighty figure." Both family masters shuddered. However, the two of them had high statuses and immense combat strength. Even at the conjoint body realm, they were top-tier experts and could still maintain their composure against Su Zimo, who had just entered the conjoint body realm. Expressionlessly, Su Zimo asked indifferently, "Were you the ones who wanted to kill me earlier on?" "I'm the master of the Shiman aristocratic family, Shiman Tao." Shiman Tao nodded slightly at Desolate Marshal. "I'm Dongfang Xian, the master of the Dongfang aristocratic family." Dongfang Xian smiled gently. "Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, you must be joking. We're only here for the primordial divine spring. As long as you give way, our two aristocratic families will definitely not be enemies with you." After knowing that Su Zimo had entered the conjoint body realm, Dongfang Xian changed his plan at the last minute and took a step back. "That's right." Shiman Tao nodded as well. "Oh." Su Zimo raised his brow and asked, "And if I refuse?" The expressions of the two family masters darkened. The temperature in the hall dipped instantly after Su Zimo's question. After a long silence, Shiman Tao said slowly, "Desolate Marshal, you're alone. You won't be able to protect this primordial divine spring. I've never thought of taking over this divine spring. However, the owner of this divine spring is the Baiming clan. Not you guys," Su Zimo said. "The Baiming clan is dead." Dongfang Xian sneered. "As long as there is somebody left in the Baiming clan, you guys can't taint this divine spring." Although Su Zimo's tone was calm, it carried an unquestionable power. "Desolate Marshal, are you declaring war against our two aristocratic families?" Shiman Tao finally revealed a look of impatience and said coldly with a murderous expression, "Trying to use the might of your two aristocratic families to suppress me?" Su Zimo sneered. I've just entered the conjoint body realm and don't wish to kill anyone. It's not too late for you guys to leave now. Also, don't harbor designs on this divine spring anymore in the future. Ha 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 ha. Dongfang Xian laughed instead out of anger and shook his head. Desolate Marshal, you're way too arrogant. Do you really think that our two aristocratic families are weak? I heard that you're invincible, Desolate Marshal. Since this is a rare opportunity for us to meet today, we'll test out that statement. Ximentao said coldly as well. As you wish. Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo had already attacked. He strode forward and stomped on the ground, causing the entire hall to quake violently and the ground to explode. How dare you! There was no way Ximentao would have expected that Su Zimo would dare to attack first without any warning against the encirclement of more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo opened his palm and grabbed Ximintao's head. His fingernails shone with a green cold glint that was incomparably sharp. Before his palm descended, Ximentao already felt a sharp pain on his scalp. You must have a death wish. Ximentao let out a long roar and his blood qi surged. His glove shone brightly as he channeled his blood qi and punched Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo did not move at all and his palm turned into a fist, colliding heavily against Ximintao's fist. Bang! The two fists collided. Accompanied by a loud bang, a colorful dermic power light burst forth from the collision point and spread in all directions. Ximintao's expression changed starkly. He carried a connate mighty figure dermic weapon on his palm. Initially, he thought that he could cripple Su Zimo's arm with that punch. However, he did not expect that Su Zimo would be able to defend against his connate dermic weapon with his body of flesh alone. How is that possible? Ximentao was shocked and his face flushed red. His blood qi and dermic powers were already pushed to their limits. Is that all you've got? Su Zimo was calm and composed as he asked indifferently. All of a sudden, he retracted his fist and attacked once more. The moment he threw that punch, the blood qi in his body surged with a deafening sound of tsunami. Tsunami blood. After the green lotus true body transformed, his bloodline had already reached the tsunami blood realm. Bang! The two fists collided once more. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from Ximintao's arm. Almost instantly, the bones on his arm shattered completely before exploding into a blood mist. The power of Su Zimo's punch was way too strong and ruptured one of Ximintao's arms. Arg! Ximentao shrieked tragically and retreated rapidly. For conjoint body mighty figures, a severed arm was not considered a serious injury. In the blink of an eye, they could activate dermic powers and regrow it. However, the pain was embedded in his bones. At the same time, the remaining 30 conjoint body mighty figures attacked one after another. Su Zimo wrapped his arm gently behind him and shielded Baiming Shui against the incoming dermic arts and weapons as he returned a flurry of punches fearlessly. Bang! 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 Be it dermic arts or weapons, everything was blocked by Su Zimo's fists as they blanketed over the place. The crowd was shocked. That was a body of flesh and blood. Desolate Marshal, who had entered the conjoint body realm, had actually cultivated his body to such a realm. In truth, the current Su Zimo was a humanoid creation Green Lotus. Furthermore, it was a grade 7 creation Green Lotus that was comparable to a connate mighty figure dermic weapon. What dermic weapon could hurt him? Su Zimo felt the life essence in his body rumbling furiously. His organs shone with a divine light and his flesh was pure and flawless while his bones shone with a green glow. Every single move he made could release an unprecedented power. This was not only the heaven and earth might of the conjoint body realm, but also the power of the grade 7 creation Green Lotus itself. Su Zimo had just entered the conjoint body realm and his Green Lotus true body had transformed. He was delighted and did not even use any dermic arts or secret skills. With just a pair of fists, he blocked the attacks of more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures. This! The conjoint body mighty figures present were shocked and felt their scalps tingle. In their eyes, the current Su Zimo was like an unstoppable divine being with unparalleled might that could not be offended. Legend has it that in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, this clone of Tao Lord Desolate Marshal had the most terrifying dermic arts, secret skills, and heaven and earth dharma characteristics. Its bloodline was relatively weaker and it was not strong in melee combat. But now, Desolate Marshal could fight them without using any dermic arts or secret skills and was not disadvantaged. Fu. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. He had just entered the conjoint body realm and was not familiar with the power of the conjoint body realm. Therefore, he merely defended passively and had yet to take the initiative to attack. But now, after the series of attacks, Su Zimo was gradually gaining control of that power. You want to kill me with such methods? Su Zimo's gaze intensified and with a bang, he vanished from the spot. Because his movement technique was too fast, the void distorted everywhere his figure passed. Instantly, Su Zimo arrived before a conjoint body mighty figure and his blood chi surged. Without any unnecessary movements, he raised his fist and punched. The conjoint body mighty figure raised the dermic weapon in his hands and blocked reluctantly. Boom! There was a deafening sound. That mighty figure dermic weapon was shattered by Su Zimo's fist. Countless shards flew back and entered the conjoint body mighty figure's body. Among them, a few shards even pierced the person's face and through his consciousness, destroying his essence spirit on the spot. The figure fell from midair. A single punch. A conjoint body mighty figure was dead. When they saw that, many mighty figures shuddered. At their cultivation realm, they were almost at the peak of Tianhuang mainland. Mahayana patriarchs were in seclusion most of the time and some half-martial ancestors rarely appeared as well. Conjoint body mighty figures were almost considered as the top experts of the major sects and factions. But now that a conjoint body mighty figure was killed by a single punch, everyone felt a sense of fear. Cultivation was not easy. It was especially so to be able to cultivate to their cultivation realm. None of them wanted to die. However, once the battle began, they no longer had a choice. Su Zimo's counterattack had just begun. Boom! On the battlefield, Su Zimo did not have any secret skills or trump cards. He merely relied on his physique and bloodline to rampage wildly without anyone being able to defend against his power. Or rather, none of the conjoint body mighty figures present could suppress the Grade 7 creation Green Lotus. Those that clashed head-on with Su Zimo would be severely injured or dead. Fresh blood splattered everywhere in the hall. Bai Ming-Xue hid in the depths of the primordial divine spring, afraid that she would be splashed by the blood of those mighty figures. The energy contained by a single drop of blood from a mighty figure could regrow a severed arm and could destroy a golden core with ease. This battle was way too distant for Bai Ming-Xue. However, being able to witness such a fight between mighty figures was an immense boost to her perspective as well. Bai Ming-Xue hid in a corner of the primordial divine spring and curled up slightly with a tense expression. Right then, she suddenly felt a strange movement in the water current beneath the divine spring, as though something was swimming towards her. She was alarmed, but she endured it without crying out. She was afraid that Su Zimo would be affected because of her. With that slight delay, the thing had already arrived beside her and circled around her. It even touched her gently as though it had no ill intentions. What is this? Bai Ming-Xue was slightly relieved and looked down. Beneath the divine spring seemed to be a gigantic oval stone. Its surface was rough with mysterious patterns. Instinctively, she reached out and touched the stone carefully. The stone did not dodge and even rubbed against Bai Ming-Xue's palm as though it was sentient. How amazing! Bai Ming-Xue thought to herself. It was as though she could sense that the stone was comforting her by telling her to relax and not worry. Boom! Another loud bang sounded from the hall. Instinctively, Bai Ming-Xue looked up. In midair, another conjoint body mighty figure descended. There was no longer any life in his body and he was already dead. In that short period of time, more than 10 conjoint body mighty figures had died in Su Zimo's hands. Although these people were conjoint body mighty figures, they had not headed to Heaven and Earth Valley, let alone witness that earth-shaking battle personally. It was only at that moment that they felt the fear brought forth by Desolate Marshal. However, the two family masters still did not retreat. Desolate Marshal, you're dead. Dongfang Xian said coldly. When I heard that there's a primordial divine spring here, I already guessed that there's a chance for your cultivation to recover. Therefore, I've already informed the half-martial ancestor experts of the family clan to rush over. Part of the reason why Dongfang Xian notified the half-martial ancestors was because he was worried about Su Zimo. At the same time, it was preparation for the fight for the primordial divine spring. If nothing goes wrong, the half-martial ancestors of our Shiman family have already arrived as well. Shiman Tao said slowly. Desolate Marshal, the foundation of our ancient aristocratic families is not something you can imagine. If you want to fight against the ancient aristocratic families single-handedly, you're akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're courting death. Oh! However, Su Zimo's expression was calm when he heard that half-martial ancestors had arrived. He merely raised his brows slightly. Since the half-martial ancestors have arrived, there's no need to hide anymore. I want to see who's the one with a death wish. Desolate Marshal, you're way too arrogant. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall and walked in slowly, as though he appeared out of thin air. The figure wore a simple Dao robe and looked to be in his middle years. Although he had an ordinary appearance, he stood there with a noble aura. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, a mysterious change happened in the battlefield. Greetings, elder life severing. All the mighty figures of the Dongfang aristocratic family, Dongfang Xian included, retreated hurriedly and bowed when they saw the middle-aged man. The grand elder of the Dongfang aristocratic family was also a half-martial ancestor expert, and his Dao title was Life Severing. Fufu, Desolate Marshal. Seems like Difan's lesson was not enough for you. Another voice sounded in the hall. An old lady walked in slowly with a hunched back. Her hair was disheveled, and she smiled sinisterly with only a few teeth left in her mouth. Greetings, Elder Silver Hoop. Shiman Tao and the others were delighted when they saw the old lady. It was a half-martial ancestor expert of the Shiman aristocratic family. In the blink of an eye, the appearance of two experts of the half-martial ancestor realm changed the situation. Even in terms of aura, it seemed as though the two aristocratic families had the upper hand. Bai Mingshui's heart skipped a beat once more. Although these experts were extremely far away from her, she knew that half-martial ancestor experts were much stronger than conjoint body mighty figures. However, there was no fear on Su Zimo's face. On the contrary, a mocking look flashed through his eyes as he smiled gently. Things are no longer the same as the past today now that I've advanced to the conjoint body realm. You guys are way too naive if you think that you can teach me a lesson with just half-martial ancestors. Hee. The old lady laughed. Her voice was sharp and unpleasant. Did I hear wrongly? Desolate Marshal, you're actually mocking our naivety. She had a cold gaze and glared at Su Zimo. Seems like you truly know nothing about half-martial ancestor experts. Elder Life Severing said indifferently as well. Desolate Marshal, if you bow down now, I can make the decision for today's matter and let bygones be bygones. Everyone was shocked. Elder Life Severing. Dongfang Xian could not help but say, Desolate Marshal killed so many of our conjoint body mighty figures. We can't let him leave. Desolate Marshal has to pay with his blood. Elder Life Severing did not say anything and merely glared. Dongfang Xian's heart skipped a beat and he shut his mouth immediately. Elder Life Severing looked at Su Zimo with a strange glint in his eyes as he said temptingly, Desolate Marshal, think about my suggestion. As long as you're willing to bow down and take a step back, I can let you leave. How dare you show off such a low-level bewitchment technique? Is that all a half-martial ancestor can do? Su Zimo gave a fake smile and looked at Elder Life Severing as though he was looking at an idiot. When he founded the martial Dao and imparted martial arts to all living beings, his mental will had already reached its peak and it was rare for anyone to be able to affect his mind. Even Demoness Ji, who was best at bewitchment, had difficulty bewitching him. The only time Su Zimo was struck by it was in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. At that time, he lost to Monk Daming. However, later on, he managed to break free from Monk Daming's illusion technique. Elder Life Severing said that intentionally to tempt Su Zimo. As long as Su Zimo hesitated, he would definitely reveal an opening. That would be the moment for elder life severing to attack. However, he had not expected that Su Zimo would be unmoved with his strong will. More importantly, after entering the conjoint body realm and the creation Green Lotus grew to grade 7, he no longer had any fear towards a half-martial ancestor. On the contrary, Su Zimo was rather eager to try. Ever since the Dao inheritance ground, he had not been able to escape the threat of a half-martial ancestor. Di Fan had almost taken his life twice, but today he had the rare opportunity of meeting half-martial ancestors who were even from super sex. Su Zimo wanted to test their strength. Life-severing, why waste your breath on him? Just kill him, the old lady said coldly and waved her sleeves. Instantly, 2 silver beams of light shot out from her sleeves and arrived before Su Zimo with buzzing sounds. It was a pair of silver hoops. It was also the old lady's famous dermic weapon that was indestructible. Su Zimo's blood chi surged and his gaze burned. Against the dermic weapon of a half-martial ancestor expert, he did not have any intention of dodging. Raising his arms, he clenched them into fists and punched towards the silver hoops. You must have a death wish. A vicious glint flashed through the old lady's eyes. When he saw that, elder life severing shook his head as well. To think that desolate martial is not only arrogant, he's ignorant as well. To try and use his physical body to receive a dermic weapon of a half-martial ancestor. That's... Before elder life severing could finish his sentence, a loud bang sounded from midair. Boom! Almost at the same time, his fists collided against the silver hoops. Immediately after, the expressions of the old lady and Su Zimo changed at the same time. Impossible! The old lady widened her hazy eyes and looked at everything in disbelief. Her dermic weapon did not cripple Su Zimo's hands. Elder life severing could not continue either as a look of shock flashed through his eyes. On the other side, Su Zimo frowned as well. The old lady's dermic weapon was clearly much stronger than other mighty figure dermic weapons. Right now, he was a humanoid creation Green Lotus. A grade 7 creation Green Lotus was comparable to a connate mighty figure dermic weapon. But now, although he managed to defend against the pair of silver hoops, his hands felt a sharp pain and were slightly numb. Well, 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 the old lady nodded repeatedly. No wonder he's so arrogant. So, he does have some capabilities indeed. After pausing for a moment, she changed the topic. However, if that's all you've got, Desolate Martial will be removed from the cultivation world in the future. To be honest, I only used 70% of my strength earlier on. The old lady even laughed sinisterly towards the end. Oh, is that so? Su Zimo replied indifferently. I only used 50% of my strength earlier on. You sure are sharp-tongued. The old lady's expression darkened as she shrieked. Prepare to die! What are you guys waiting for? Go and capture that slut of the Biming aristocratic family. There must be more secrets on that slut. This old lady was indeed sharp. When Dongfang Xian, Shimen Tao and the others reached this place, they realized right away that the secret guarded by the Biming clan was the primordial divine spring and the creation Green Lotus. However, the old lady could sense that something was amiss. In reality, the secret guarded by the Biming clan was not the primordial divine spring, but a Kuan Peng egg. Elder life severing stood out as well. With a flick of his wrist, a chilling long sword appeared in his palm with a domineering sharpness. The moment the sword was revealed, the temperature in the hall plummeted. This sword is called life severing, Elder life severing said. Up till this point of my cultivation, there have been countless paragons and monster incarnates who died to life severing. You, Desolate Martial, will be one of them. Before his sentence was finished, Elder life severing attacked at the same time. The tides had turned entirely. Both half-martial ancestors attacked Su Zimo at the same time. As for Dongfang Xian, Shimen Tao and the other conjoint body mighty figures, they moved one after another as well. They circled around Su Zimo and charged towards Biming Shui in the primordial divine spring. Any single conjoint body mighty figure could suppress Biming Shui, let alone so many. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. I think all of you have death wishes. Suddenly, Su Zimo roared and channeled his essence spirit. This was the first time he had channeled his essence spirit after entering the conjoint body realm. His massive spirit consciousness spread and endless dermic powers circled around him. Su Zimo's fingers moved nimbly as he conjured hand seals repeatedly. His speed was so fast that afterimages were even formed. Great Sanskrit light fist. Sandstorm. Apocalyptic fiend fist. Om. Ma. And I. Pa. Me. Ham. Fiend suppression seal. Demon subduing seal. Immortal trap seal. Immovable foundation seal. Great Vajra will seal. Great Mount Meru seal. The six-worded Daming mantra. The Daming dermic seals. Dermic arts burst forth from Su Zimo's hands one after another in an astounding manner. The dermic arts that Su Zimo cultivated were all top-tier in the cultivation world and were shockingly powerful to begin with. Now that he was at the conjoint body realm, the power of those dermic arts were already at their limits. None of the dermic arts were directed towards the two half-martial ancestors. Instead, they were directed towards Dongfang Xian, Shimen Tao, and the other conjoint body mighty figures. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived and the sky was collapsing. The entire hall was on the verge of collapsing. Fuck! Desolate Marshal has gone mad. Shimen Tao was terrified and lost his composure momentarily, cursing uncontrollably. There was no way he would have expected that Desolate Marshal would ignore the two half-martial ancestors and attack them instead. Impossible! When they saw that, the two half-martial ancestors were shocked. They were not even this shocked when Su Zimo's body could defend against their dermic weapons. However, this scene had completely exceeded their understanding. Under normal circumstances, ordinary cultivators could only release a single dermic art at a time. Some powerful paragons could release 2 or 3 instantly. For example, some peerless monster incarnates might be able to release 5 or 6. This was not merely a matter of whether one's essence spirit was strong enough. Rather, there would definitely be a pause after releasing a dermic art. The logic was the same as punching. If one wanted to make a second punch, they had to retract their fist and punch again. What was up with someone like Su Zimo who could release more than 30 top-tier dermic arts in one go? Although the two half-martial ancestors had lived for more than 10,000 years, they had never seen such a situation in the cultivation world. If the 30-odd dermic arts were not targeted at Dongfang Xian, Shimen Tao and the others but were released towards them, while they might not necessarily be injured, they would definitely not feel good either. Actually, it was only logical that the two of them did not know about this. Apart from the fact that the black-haired essence spirit possessed the essence of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sex and was incomparably pure, there was another reason why Su Zimo was able to do it. It was the creation green lotus. The creation green lotus was an utmost treasure of the universe. Apart from its immense power, there were many other mysterious aspects to it. Right now, the creation lotus platform was spiraling in Su Zimo's consciousness and swiveled slowly beneath the black-haired essence spirit. The lotus petals were filled with a divine glow, and the 63 lotus holes spewed with rays of light, providing a steady stream of power to the black-haired essence spirit. That was the reason why Su Zimo was able to release a flurry of ferocious dermic arts instantly. In truth, this was an ability that was already born after the Creation Lotus platform was resurrected beneath Gu Sect. But now, the Creation Lotus platform had already transformed to Grade 7 and released that power to its limits. His attack was earth-shattering. Desolate Marshal. You can't blame us if you have a death wish, the old lady said sinisterly. Life-severing. Don't hold back. Kill him directly. Before her sentence was finished, the old lady grabbed a pair of silver hoops with both hands and threw them forward viciously. The silver hoops turned into 2 cold beams of light and arrived before Su Zimo instantly. At the same time, Elder Life-severing attacked and struck the sword in his hands. The blade quivered. In midair, it was as though it had transformed into a slithering poisonous snake. Emitting a cold aura, it bared its poisoned teeth and bit towards Su Zimo. 2 dermic weapons had arrived at the same time. This time round, neither of the half-martial ancestors held back. Desolate Marshal, who doesn't know how to brag? Let's see where else you have 50% of your strength left. The old lady sneered. Earlier on, when Su Zimo defended against the old lady's attack, he said that he only used 50% of his strength. How could the old lady believe that? All right, I'll let you witness my methods. Su Zimo's gaze intensified and his glabella shone. A green lotus platform flew out, filled with millions of green rays of light. It was bedazzling and charged towards the silver hoops and sword. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed and sparks flew. The silver hoops revealed their true form and the sword of life severing revealed its blade as well. There was a slight pause. Suddenly, the three weapons exploded and turned into streaks of light that flew back respectively. There was nothing to elaborate on the Grade 7 creation Lotus platform. It was an utmost treasure of the universe. As for dermic weapons of the two half-martial ancestors, they were far more powerful than mighty figure dermic weapons. The power released by the collision of the three weapons was way too terrifying. If not for the creation Lotus platform, even a connate mighty figure dermic weapon would be smashed into pieces. Bang! 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 Right then, the 30-odd top-grade dermic arts released by Su Zimo earlier on had already descended and collided against the attacks of Dongfang Xian, Shimintao and the others. There was a deafening bang. Some conjoint body mighty figures could survive against dermic arts that were relatively weaker such as the Fiend Suppression, Demon Subduing and Immortal Trap Seals and would merely be severely injured on the ground. However, some conjoint body mighty figures were shattered on the spot against dermic arts like the Great Mount Meru Seal and Great Vajra Wheel Seal. Some conjoint body mighty figures were struck by 2 or 3 dermic arts. They exploded on the spot and turned into blood mists. There was no corpse left and their essence spirits dissipated right away. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of this battle was decided. Although it was short, it was extremely shocking. The battlefield was strewn with corpses and fresh blood was dripping in an extremely tragic manner. Bai Ming Shui widened her beautiful eyes and forgot to breathe. More than half of the remaining 20 conjoint body mighty figures were killed by Su Zimo with a single attack. Dongfang Xian, Shimintao and a few others were the only ones left. There were only 5 of them. Among them, 2 mighty figures were most likely going to die as well as their life forces drained rapidly. If not for the fact that the 2 family masters had some life-saving talismans and methods, they would have died on the spot as well. Both of them shuddered and looked at Su Zimo with fear in their eyes. Desolate Marshal! When she saw that, the old lady's eyes widened and she grit her teeth in hatred. Although the Shiman aristocratic family still had conjoint body mighty figures, the losses today were way too great. The lifespan of a mighty figure was only 20,000 years. Up to 20,000 years of consolidation, so many of them were killed by Desolate Marshal just like that. The old lady was filled with killing intent. Seeing that her attack missed, she struck once more without giving Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. She conjured strange hand seals with both hands that possessed a shuddering power. Her withered palms waved forward and a cold beam of light swept past like a cold moon. It was silent and emitted a chilling aura. Buzz, buzz. Thin tears appeared in the void wherever the cold moon passed. Even the void could not withstand the power of that cold moon. Su Zimo's pupils constricted slightly. The power of that cold moon seemed to have surpassed the limits of dermic powers. His hairs stood on end. Could it be? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Right then, Elder Life Severing was also channeling his spirit consciousness wildly, conjuring a sword art and tapping it gently towards Su Zimo. A cold light burst forth from Elder Life Severing's fingertip. It was neither fast nor slow. However, that cold light emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Desolate Marshal, you have to pay for your insolence and ignorance, Elder Life Severing said coldly. Although a half-martial ancestor has not entered the Mahayana realm, we can kill conjoint body mighty figures with ease because a half-martial ancestor has already comprehended a trace of divine power. Su Zimo realized what was happening and no longer had any doubts. There was a saying from the ancient era. Spirit energy could not match dermic powers and dermic powers could not match divine powers. Earlier on, Su Zimo sensed that the power released by the old lady and Elder Life Severing seemed to have surpassed the limits of dermic powers. There was only a single possibility. Divine powers. Although it was only a trace of divine power, it was stronger and more terrifying than any dermic art. Although it was only a trickle of divine power, it created an insurmountable gap between a half-martial ancestor and a conjoint body mighty figure. Although it was only a trickle of divine power, the void in the hall could not withstand it and even revealed slight cracks. Desolate Marshal, let's see what else you have, the old lady shrieked with a vicious expression. At that moment, Desolate Marshal had just released more than 30 top-tier dermic arts, and it was difficult for him to release them a second time in a short period of time. As for the Creation Lotus platform, it was sent flying due to the collision earlier on and was embedded in the wall of the hall, unable to rush over to help. Against the attacks of the two half-martial ancestors and the power of the two divine powers that spread through the air, Su Zimo no longer seemed to have any means of defending. Both the old lady and elder life severing awaited Su Zimo's death. However, both of them suddenly felt uneasy when they looked at him. He was way too calm. It did not seem like the despair of surrendering despite knowing that he was going to die. It was as though Su Zimo had something to rely on. Impossible! Both of them denied it immediately. Even if Desolate Marshal had any trump cards left, how could he defend against the power of divine powers? The two of them were not convinced. Right then, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and his blood chi surged, pushing his bloodline to its limits instantly. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of tsunami blood was deafening. Trying to defend against the power of divine powers with just tsunami blood? You truly don't know what's good for you. The old lady smiled coldly and was relieved. Right then, Elder Life Severing's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Something's not right." The old lady also noticed something amiss and her eyes widened. Both of them could sense that even after Su Zimo channeled his tsunami blood, his power of blood chi was still rising without any signs of stopping. Could it be? The two half-martial ancestors shuddered. Immediately after, they witnessed an incomparably shocking scene. A sparkling green lotus appeared behind Su Zimo and soared into the skies, as though it was about to burst through the entire hall. It shone with a resplendent light that spread out in a dazzling manner. This. Her lips trembled slightly and she could not continue. Bloodline phenomenon, Elder Life Severing said with difficulty. Above tsunami blood was the bloodline phenomenon. Throughout history, there were extremely few cultivators who could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon in each generation, and they were all the top monster incarnates of their respective sex. There had never been any bloodline phenomenon ranking in history. That was because there were way too few cultivators who could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon. Anyone who could cultivate one would be invincible among their peers. How could there be any rankings? However, bloodline phenomenons varied in strength as well. For example, the bloodline phenomenon derived from the dragon true body cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was extremely terrifying. The butterfly phantom that was formed at the end was even stronger and had yet to meet a match. As for this bloodline phenomenon of Su Zimo, it was extraordinary as well. It was a grade 7 creation green lotus. After entering the conjoint body realm this time round, the green lotus true body transformed and expelled all the impurities in his body. Even his physical body and bloodline became extremely pure. It was only logical that he could condense a bloodline phenomenon. Both the half-martial ancestors glared at Su Zimo. In a flash, Su Zimo's figure seemed to have vanished. In front of them, there was only a creation green lotus that connected the heavens and the earth that shone brightly and emitted an extremely terrifying power. At that moment, the power of their two divine powers descended and collided violently against the creation green lotus. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The entire space seemed to have frozen. Bai Mingxue felt her ears sting and could no longer hear anything. Before long, her 5 senses vanished. She only gradually recovered her senses and consciousness when the water current in the divine spring surged and the stone emitted a strange power. Bang! Boom! Boom! The hall was on the verge of collapsing. Countless debris rolled down and dust billowed. Black cracks appeared in the void where they collided with a cold aura that seemed as though it could devour everything. That power shattered the void. They were evenly matched. Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon had blocked the power of two divine powers. Of course, that was only the power of a half-martial ancestor's divine powers. Furthermore, it was just a trace that would be almost negligible compared to true divine powers. Dongfang Xian and Shimin Tao, who were hiding in a corner, gradually returned to their senses when they saw that. The creation green lotus that they saw outside the hall earlier on was not a treasure. It was the mighty figure Desolate Marshal. In midair, Su Zimo's figure reappeared and he retreated a few steps. The two half-martial ancestors retreated continuously as well. Both of their faces were slightly pale. On the surface, this clash seemed to be even. However, the old lady and elder life severing were clearly disadvantaged. The old lady was almost 20,000 years old. Even if she was a half-martial ancestor and could live past 20,000 years, she would most likely not be able to live for much longer. Her blood chi was already starting to deteriorate. Elder life severing was relatively younger. However, no matter how young the two half-martial ancestors were, they could not compare to Su Zimo. Their physiques and bloodlines were worlds apart compared to him. The two half-martial ancestors suffered a slight loss in that clash. Of course, that small loss was almost nothing for half-martial ancestors. Desolate Marshal Yu? The old lady glared at Su Zimo. She wanted to say something harsh but could not bring herself to do it. Su Zimo had once said that he only used 50% of his strength. He was not exaggerating at all. The two half-martial ancestors exchanged glances. Both of them could see the deep cautiousness in the other's eyes. Within the cautiousness was even a hint of fear. Desolate Marshal had just entered the conjoint body realm. Even so, his combat strength was comparable to half-martial ancestors. Both the half-martial ancestors felt indignant. However, both of them knew that with Desolate Marshal here, it would probably be difficult for them to fight for the primordial divine spring today. Right now, the only solution was to leave as soon as possible to rush back to the family clan. At that time, they could gather the other half-martial ancestors to kill Desolate Marshal together. Ha 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 ha! Right then, loud laughter sounded from outside the hall. I heard that Desolate Marshal is the #1 monster incarnate in history. Now that I'm seeing him personally, I know that the rumors are true. A middle-aged man strode in with an extraordinary aura. He looked at Su Zimo, who was in midair, and cupped his fists. I'm Nangong Li, the master of the Nangong aristocratic family. Greetings, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal. More than 10 conjoint body mighty figures stood behind Nangong Li. Nangong Ling was among them as well. The Nangong aristocratic family had arrived at long last. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and asked indifferently, the Nangong family wants to fight for the primordial divine spring as well? Nangong Li, are you only here now because you want to reap the rewards from the fight? That's quite a plan you have there. Huh? Dongfang Xian said hatefully. Nangong Li smiled gently and ignored Dongfang Xian, merely saying to Su Zimo, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, you've misunderstood. The Nangong aristocratic family will definitely not be enemies with you and the Baiming clan. Right then, another group of cultivators walked over from outside the hall. Among them were Baiming Ao and some other Baiming clansmen. Little brother? Baiming Shui frowned slightly. Didn't I ask you guys to leave as soon as possible? Why are you back again? When Baiming Ao saw that Baiming Shui was a little angered, he explained hurriedly, we wanted to leave initially, but we didn't walk far before we were assaulted by some cultivators of the Shimin and Dongfang aristocratic families. Thankfully, experts of the Nangong aristocratic family arrived and saved us. The Baiming clan leader nodded as well. If that wasn't the case, the Baiming clan would have been annihilated. Baiming Shui was secretly shocked. To think that after the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families learned of the secret of the Baiming clan, they did not hesitate at all and wanted to annihilate the Baiming clan completely. Thank you, seniors of the Nangong aristocratic family. Baiming Shui bowed deeply to Nangong Li and the others. She also knew that the reason why the Nangong aristocratic family was willing to step in was because of her master. Even so, it was a huge favor. Well said, well said. Nangong Li smiled gently. Girl, get up. There's no need to stand on courtesy. When he saw Baiming Shui bow over, Nangong Ling dodged hurriedly. Although his cultivation was higher than Baiming Shui in terms of seniority, it was clear he could not afford to have Baiming Shui bow to him. Su Zimo's expression softened as well. Nangong Li, as the master of the Nangong family, you're actually helping these bastard survivors of the Baiming aristocratic family. Does the grand elder of your Nangong family know about this? Elder Life Severing asked slowly. Of course I know. Right then, an old man with a dragon head walking stick walked in slowly. It was the half-martial ancestor expert of the Nangong aristocratic family, Elder Lan Tian. Lan Tian, the old lady hollered with a vicious expression. What's the meaning of this? Desolate Marshal has already released all his trump cards. As long as the three of us join forces, we'll be able to suppress him. At that time, our three aristocratic families can split the primordial divine spring evenly. Why not? Elder Lan Tian shook his head gently and sighed. Life-severing silver hoop. Stop. Stop, the old lady shrieked. How many people did that lad, Desolate Marshal, kill from our two aristocratic families? There are already 30 conjoint body mighty figures that died in his hands today. You want us to stop? Since Desolate Marshal chose to wage war against our two aristocratic families, he can dream about leaving the South region alive. Elder Life Severing had a cold expression as he exchanged glances with the old lady. Let's go. The two of them had already made up their minds to leave this place and rush back to their families to invite the other half-martial ancestor experts in their families. According to their calculations, if there were 5 half-martial ancestors, it would be enough to kill Desolate Marshal. Who gave you permission to leave? Right then, Su Zimo suddenly said something. His tone was calm, but there was a cold killing intent. The old lady and Elder Life Severing froze for a moment. Immediately, a mocking look flashed through their eyes. Foo-foo. Elder Life Severing could not help but laugh and shake his head. Why? You still want to stop us? I'll admit that you were indeed strong enough to challenge us the moment you advanced to the conjoint body realm. However, you must be dreaming if you think that you can stand in the way of our departure. This time round, even Elder Lan Tian agreed with Elder Life Severing. In his opinion, Su Zimo's combat strength was similar to the two half-martial ancestors and neither could do anything to the other. If the two of them wanted to leave, Su Zimo could not stop them either. However, Elder Lan Tian's identity was unique and he could not wage war against the half-martial ancestors of the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families easily. Otherwise, if the situation escalated continuously, there was a high chance that a massive battle between the aristocratic families would break out and the consequences would be unimaginable. You guys can leave if you want to, Su Zimo said indifferently. However, the two of you have to swear in front of me that you will not take revenge on the Baiming clan in the future. If you break that oath, the heavens will smite you. Ha ha. Elder Life Severing was so angry that he broke into laughter instead. You actually want us to make an oath for you? Kid Desolate Marshal, who do you think you are? The old lady could not hold it in either and cursed. You weren't even born when we became famous. Are you even worthy of us making an oath? The two half-martial ancestors had lived for so long and had never received such treatment. To them, Su Zimo's words were an insult. Neither of them realized that Su Zimo was truly giving them a chance to survive. A choice. Since you guys refuse to swear an oath, don't leave. In a flash, Su Zimo charged towards Elder Life Severing and the old lady. Let's go. Elder Life Severing and the old lady did not wish to be entangled with Su Zimo. Both of them hollered and turned to speed out of the hall. All of a sudden, a shuddering killing intent descended and the temperature in the hall plummeted. Even the two half-martial ancestors felt a sense of danger. Elder Life Severing and the old lady looked behind them as they sped forward. That single look revealed an incomparably shocking scene. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Zimo conjured a sword art with both hands and suddenly, blinding sword chi burst forth from his body in a flurry of thousands. Both the half-martial ancestors were shocked and their pupils constricted. Heaven-slaying sword chi. The heaven-slaying sword chi enveloped every single point of sight. Although the heaven-slaying sword chi was extremely powerful, it could not injure a half-martial ancestor who had comprehended a trace of divine power. However, the heaven-slaying sword chi released by Su Zimo's attack was not 1 or 2. Nor was it 1,000. It was thousands. The heaven-slaying sword chi shook the heavens and earth, almost slicing the void into pieces and cutting off the escape paths of the two half-martial ancestors. Elder Life Severing and the old lady felt their eyes sting and tears flowed uncontrollably. Not to mention them, even Elder Lan Tian, who was outside the battlefield, was shocked and retreated instinctively, afraid that he would be embroiled in it. The thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi almost released a destructive might. Clang, clang, clang. The old lady and Elder Life Severing were still fighting with their full strength. Controlling their destiny-dermic weapons, they released countless talismans and trump cards to defend against the incoming sword chi. However, there were way too many sword chi that almost formed a sword sea that created raging tides and devoured the two of them. Poof, poof, poof. A blood mist spewed out. At that moment, the two family masters, Dongfang Xian and Shimin Tao, were curled up in a corner, completely dumbfounded. They had frightened expressions and their bodies were trembling slightly. They no longer had the bearing of aristocratic family masters. The two family masters finally realized how terrifying Desolate Marshal was. That fear would accompany them for life like a nightmare that could never be forgotten. Thud, thud. Two bloodied figures fell from midair to the ground with weak auras. Their bodies were sliced countless times by the heaven-slaying sword chi, and their flesh were mangled beyond recognition. Half-martial ancestors were indeed powerful with immense vitality. Even after being minced by thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi, they did not die immediately despite receiving such serious injuries and were still hanging on with a single breath. Of course, their consciousnesses were already shattered and pierced by the sword chi. Even their essence spirits were injured by the sword chi. There was no way they could survive. Desolate Marshal Yu. Elder Life Severing's aura was weak and fresh blood gushed from his mouth continuously. He could not even continue speaking. His organs were pierced by the heaven-slaying sword chi. No matter how exuberant a conjoint body mighty figure was, they wouldn't be able to recover from such serious injuries such as life force rapidly draining from their bodies. Lying on the ground, the old lady tried her best to turn around and glared at Su Zimo with dead fish eyes. Her essence spirit was destroyed and she died with grievances. Before long, Elder Life Severing died as well. Both half-martial ancestors were dead. They had not expected that Su Zimo would have another trump card. Furthermore, the moment he released it, he was going to take their lives with it. It was no wonder why the heaven-slaying sword art was one of the 3 ancient sword arts with shocking might. Up till this point of his cultivation, the heaven-slaying sword art had almost always been successful. Back then, the only time the heaven-slaying sword chi was dissipated was when Tao Lord Hatred used the Hatred Sutra to defend against everything. Most of the time, almost no one in the same cultivation realm could defend against the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi. Of course, the heaven-slaying sword chi was not invincible as well. At the very least, Sword Sect had the earth-slaying sword art that was not weaker than the heaven-slaying sword art. If a conjoint body mighty figure that cultivated the earth-slaying sword art was born, he would be able to compete against Su Zimo. Furthermore, it was said that above the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, there was the human-slaying sword art that was even stronger. Also, Su Zimo knew that there were at least 2 monster incarnates who could defend against his attack. One was the Azura and the other was Monk Daming. Su Zimo's imagination was running wild and the cultivators in the hall were still in shock from earlier on, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, you're truly... A long time later, Elder Lan Tian smiled bitterly and hesitated. To think that even he was wrong. At the same time, he felt relieved internally. To be honest, there were 2 reasons why he did not join forces with the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families. One of them was because he was worried about Su Zimo's dragon true body. Another reason was because of Su Zimo's potential. However, He had not expected that the current Su Zimo alone was enough to make him feel fear. If he had chosen to join forces with the two aristocratic families, there would be 3 half-martial ancestor corpses on the ground right now instead of 2. The death of half-martial ancestors is probably going to make this matter irreconcilable. Elder Lan Tian sighed gently. With more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures and 2 half-martial ancestors dead, the feud between Su Zimo and the 2 aristocratic families was completely formed. Why? Su Zimo raised his brow. The patriarchs of those 2 aristocratic families will be alarmed? Right now, he was at the conjoint body realm. Even with his green lotus true body, he could fight against a half-martial ancestor. However, if he were to fight against a Mahayana patriarch, he would definitely die without any chance of winning. I don't think so. Elder Lan Tian was unsure as well. Under normal circumstances, patriarchs will not appear unless their families are about to be destroyed. Although that was the case, the blow to the 2 aristocratic families today was way too great. There was a high chance that the patriarchs would be alerted as well. Su Zimo had a calm expression. He would deal with whatever came his way. If a patriarch descended, he would just escape at the most. Now that he had entered the conjoint body realm and had grown completely, it was extremely difficult for patriarchs to kill him as well. Su Zimo turned around slowly and looked at Dongfang Xian and Shimin Tao. Of the more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures, only the 2 of them were left. Initially, there were 2 or 3 that survived. However, they were sucked into the heaven-slaying sword chi storm and were minced to death instantly. When Su Zimo looked over, the 2 of them shuddered with despair on their faces. The 2 of them were in high spirits before leading the mighty figures out. None of them expected to suffer such a devastating blow. Fellow Taoist desolate marshal, please show mercy. Dongfang Xian begged with a bitter expression. If nothing went wrong, he would have had more than 10,000 years to live. He did not want to die. Even if he had to give up his dignity, he had to give it a shot. Fellow Taoist desolate marshal, I'll definitely not be your enemy after I return. Shimin Tao swore hurriedly as well. Upon seeing that, everyone was filled with emotions. To think that the family masters of the 2 aristocratic families would end up kneeling to desolate marshal and wag their tails to beg for mercy. The scene of him killing 2 half-martial ancestors was way too terrifying. The 2 family masters were scared out of their wits. You guys can leave. Su Zimo had a mocking expression. After returning, tell your half-martial ancestors not to provoke me. Today's matter will end here. Why yes. The 2 family masters nodded repeatedly. We wouldn't dare to. That was the truth. Even if they wanted revenge, they would have to think about it at length or even invite the patriarch to come forth and kill desolate marshal. As though he could read their minds, Su Zimo continued. If you manage to invite the patriarch out of seclusion, you have to consider carefully. If desolate marshal, don't die. Your 2 aristocratic families will never have peace in the future. That was a blatant threat. The 2 family masters shuddered in fear and shook their heads hurriedly. Fellow Taoist desolate marshal, you must be joking. We wouldn't dare to. Scram. Su Zimo said indifferently. When the 2 family masters heard that, they no longer dared to linger and turned to leave without turning back. In the blink of an eye, they vanished. The reason why Su Zimo released the 2 of them was because he needed them to send a message back. Today's matter would end here, and he would not cause trouble for the 2 aristocratic families because of this either. However, if the 2 aristocratic families refused to stop, he would have no more reservations. Good moves, fellow Taoist desolate marshal. Elder Lan Tian nodded slightly and praised. Why is the Nangong family here today? Su Zimo turned and asked. No matter what, the Nangong family did not join forces with the 2 aristocratic families. Due to Nangong Ling, Su Zimo had a good impression of the Nangong family. We are also here because of the primordial divine spring, Elder Lan Tian said. However, fellow Taoist desolate marshal, please don't misunderstand. I merely wanted to ask how you are going to deal with this divine spring. This is a treasure of the Baiming aristocratic family. I won't occupy it. Su Zimo said indifferently. Elder Lan Tian said, however, It would be difficult to guard this divine spring with just the current Biming clan alone. Fellow Taoist desolate marshal, you can't guard here forever. Su Zimo remained silent. Elder Lan Tian continued, I have a suggestion. My Nangong family will help the Biming clan protect this divine spring. During this period of time, my family will naturally do our best to help the Biming clansmen cultivate without hiding anything. If the Biming clan is in danger, we will help with all our might as well. In exchange for that, we want to share this divine spring as well. Fellow Taoist, desolate marshal, and everyone from the Biming clan, what do you think? Su Zimo said, This is a matter of the Biming clan. I won't interfere. Actually, this was the best option for the Biming clan. The Biming clan could only defend this primordial divine spring if they joined forces with the Nangong family. Otherwise, any sect or faction would be able to annihilate the Biming clan, let alone the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families. The Biming clan leader looked at Biming Shui and her brother. I'm already old. From now on, the Biming clan will have to rely on the two of you. You guys can make the decision for this matter. I won't stay in the family clan either. Biming Shui shook her head gently. My Dao cannot be found here. Little brother, make the decision. Su Zimo felt slightly relieved when he heard that. Biming Shui cultivated the martial Dao. Her world was the boundless cultivation world that contained countless secret opportunities outside, not this puny Biming town. If Biming Shui were to stay in Biming town to develop her family, no matter how talented she was, her attainments in the martial Dao would be limited. Sister, I'm still young. Please stay and help me. Biming Ao could not help but say reluctantly. He was only 15 years old after all. It was indeed a little cruel for him to bear the burden of reviving his family clan. A hesitant look flashed through Biming Shui's eyes as well. But soon, she made up her mind to leave Biming town and explore the cultivation world. The Biming clan was nearly annihilated today. The reason why the crisis was able to be resolved today was because of her master's powerful combat strength. No matter how large the family clan was or how many clansmen there were, without top-tier experts, it was inevitable that the clan would be annihilated. Therefore, it was better for Biming Shui to head out to train and grow rapidly rather than stay in Biming town. If she could cultivate to the conjoint body or Mahayana realm, as long as she was alive, there would come a day where the Biming aristocratic family could exist without danger. The siblings exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions without saying anything more. Biming Shui said gently, Little brother, you've already grown up. No matter what decision you make, I'll support you. All right, Biming Ao grit his teeth. Since that's the case, I've decided to join forces with the Nangong aristocratic family. We'll write off our past grudges and share the divine spring. Nangong Ling and the others were delighted and heaved a sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly the best situation for the two aristocratic families. Even Elder Lan Tian nodded slightly and looked at Biming Ao with admiration. Prior to this, the three aristocratic families bullied the Biming aristocratic family and snatched their cultivation techniques, secret skills, treasures, and resources. This was a feud that had lasted for many years. At such a young age, Biming Ao was already able to let go of these grudges for the sake of his family clan. With such a broad perspective, he was already starting to possess the bearing of a family master. He's also a good seedling, Elder Lan Tian muttered internally. Everyone was shocked by Biming Shui's talent. But Biming Ao was not weak either. After all, he was able to form a core at just 15 years old by relying on some inferior cultivation techniques and limited resources. Furthermore, he could even condense a golden core phenomenon that was already beyond most paragons. Su Zimo looked at Elder Lan Tian and said indifferently, Fellow Taoist Lan Tian, if the Biming clan is willing to let go of their past grudges and share the divine spring with the Nangong aristocratic family, the Nangong family should express a gesture of goodwill as well, right? The term fellow Taoist was used to refer to people of similar cultivation realms or statuses. However, Su Zimo was only at the conjoint body realm and Elder Lan Tian was a half-martial ancestor. Yet, Elder Lan Tian was not displeased in the slightest when he heard the words fellow Taoist. Desolate Marshal had just killed 2 half-martial ancestors. What was wrong with him using the term fellow Taoist? Elder Lan Tian was pondering over a thought in his mind. When he heard that, he made a decision right away. Narrowing his gaze, he looked at Baiming Ao and chuckled. I'm still lacking a personal disciple. If you don't mind, I might be able to teach you a few things. A half-martial ancestor was taking in a disciple. This was a huge matter. Even the cultivators of the Nangong aristocratic family revealed looks of envy, let alone the Baiming clansmen. Baiming Shui was delighted as well. With that identity, no one would dare to lay their hands on Baiming Ao anymore. Anyone who dared to provoke a disciple of a half-martial ancestor would have to endure the wrath of a half-martial ancestor. Desolate Marshal's influence was way too great. Many cultivators were secretly alarmed. Actually, even without Su Zimo's reminder, Elder Lan Tian had already thought of taking in a disciple. Little brother, hurry and greet your master, Baiming Shui reminded. Baiming Ao ran to Elder Lan Tian hurriedly and knelt down respectfully to greet his master. Well said, well said. Elder Lan Tian helped Baiming Ao up with a smile. Nangong Li, the two of you should hang out more in the future, Elder Lan Tian said to Nangong Li. Nangong Li smiled bitterly in his heart. As the master of the Nangong aristocratic family and a conjoint body mighty figure, he had lived for close to 10,000 years. However, because of a single sentence from Elder Lan Tian, his seniority was now on par with a 15-year-old child like Baiming Ao. Brother, Baiming. Nangong Li cupped his fists towards Baiming Ao and coughed gently. It was truly a strange sight to witness him addressing a 15-year-old as brothers. Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, what plans do you have in the future? Elder Lan Tian turned to Su Zimo and asked. Before long, today's events would spread through the cultivation world. Every single action of Desolate Marshal in the cultivation world would always attract countless gazes. I might continue my stay in the south region for a period of time. Su Zimo had something else in mind and replied vaguely without elaborating. Elder Lan Tian said, if you encounter any difficulties, you can send a message to the Nangong family too. If it's within our capabilities, we'll definitely do our best to help. In truth, those were just pleasantries. If Su Zimo were to fight against the Dongfang and Shiman aristocratic families, the Nangong aristocratic family would definitely not attack. If there's nothing else, everyone, please disperse first, Su Zimo said. This will be an important place protected by the Nangong and Baiming aristocratic families, and in the future, nobody will be allowed to step in casually. I will stay here for a few days. If there's anything, you can inform me from outside. He was chasing them away. Elder Lan Tian and the others left tactfully as well. Sister, Baiming Ao called softly and wanted to walk over. However, Baiming Shui shook her head. Little brother, leave this place with our clansmen first as well. Don't come down without my orders. Ah? Baiming Ao was stunned for a moment. Although he was filled with questions, he chose to listen to Baiming Shui and left the hall with his Baiming clansmen. Before long, Su Zimo and Baiming Shui were the only ones left in the hall. There were also many corpses and flesh strewn all over the ground. Master, is there anything? Baiming Shui whispered. Su Zimo nodded. There's indeed something. When she saw Su Zimo chasing everyone else away, she could vaguely guess that her master was hiding something that he did not wish for them to know about. It was something that had to be hidden from even the Baiming clansmen, let alone the Nangong family. What was it exactly? Right then, there was a swoosh. The divine spring beside them sounded, and a gigantic stone flew out from the golden pool, rolling on the ground. The patterns on the surface of the gigantic rock surged with two extreme auras, and they weaved together to form a devouring power, as though they were sucking the blood and flesh of the place in huge mouthfuls. This is... Baiming Shui was shocked. Earlier on, when Su Zimo fought against many mighty figures, she sensed the existence of the stone while hiding in the primordial divine spring. But now that the stone popped out and rolled on the ground, she was caught off guard. It's alive. Baiming Shui could not help but ask when she saw that Su Zimo was not surprised. Yes. Su Zimo nodded and looked at the oval-shaped stone, saying slowly, This is the true secret guarded by the Baiming clan, not the primordial divine spring. Baiming Shui was shocked and dumbfounded when she heard that. She had not expected that the secret guarded by the Baiming clan would not be a universal utmost treasure like the primordial divine spring, but a strange stone. She was smart and reacted right away. Her master did not tell her the secret previously. Instead, he told her after everyone left. It must be an important matter. Baiming Shui stared at the gigantic stone for a while and frowned slightly. She could not help but ask, "Is that an egg?" Su Zimo did not reply and asked instead, "Have you heard of a primordial taboo?" "I've heard about it before." Baiming Shui said, "I only found out about it after the news of the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. In the primordial era, there was an extremely terrifying and powerful life form known as the primordial taboo. That demon beast at your side was a primordial taboo, right?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. "Night spirit is one of the taboos." "One of the taboos?" Baiming Shui was stunned for a moment and asked, "The primordial taboo isn't a race?" Su Zimo said, "In the primordial era there were 3 major taboos. The Ho was only one of them. The other 2 taboos were the Dragon Phoenix and Kuan Peng." Baiming Shui was in deep thought. A moment later, her eyes lit up and she suddenly asked, "Master, are you saying that this gigantic egg has a primordial taboo within?" "If I'm not wrong, this should be a Kuan Peng egg." Su Zimo replied. "Ah!" Baiming Shui exclaimed. How strong were primordial taboos? Even the primordial 9 races were extremely wary of it. In fact, they even mobilized a large force to kill Night Spirit before he could grow further. Baiming Shui had not expected that her ancestors were guarding such a shocking secret. Su Zimo said, "The reason why I didn't tell anyone about this was because the secret was way too huge. If news of the primordial divine spring is spread, the Nangong aristocratic family might be able to defend this divine spring with their strength. However, if the news of the Kuan Peng egg is spread, even the 3 aristocratic families combined might not be able to defend it, let alone the Nangong aristocratic family. Actually, this secret was a curse rather than a blessing for the Baiming clan. That was the reason why the Baiming clan's ancestors were so cautious." Su Zimo said, "The reason why I asked others to leave was firstly because I wanted to talk to you about this. Secondly, this Kuan Peng egg is extremely sentient. As you can see, it's devouring the flesh and essence energy. In fact, it could sense the danger outside and did not expose itself beforehand. It only came out when I asked the others to leave." Baiming Shui nodded. Although the Kuan Peng had not hatched yet, it had already displayed extraordinary intelligence. "How should we handle this?" Baiming Shui frowned slightly and asked. Su Zimo shook his head as well. After pondering for a moment, he said, "We'll wait and see what happens after the Kuan Peng egg absorbs the flesh and essence energy. That's the only way." Baiming Shui nodded. Right then, her heart skipped a beat, as though she sensed an opportunity. "Master, I might be able to break through soon," Baiming Shui said. Actually, when cultivating the martial Dao, one could attempt a breakthrough upon condensation of a blood qi golden core. The reason why Su Zimo wanted Baiming Shui to continue cultivating was because he wanted her to establish a perfect foundation so that she could head further on the path of cultivation in the future. That was because no one understood the martial Dao better than him. The martial Dao prime body cultivated dragon elephant force, and after his breakthrough, his essence spirit even derived a martial spirit fire that was extremely powerful. "Do it here then." Su Zimo nodded and pointed to the primordial divine spring. Baiming Shui had long reached the realm of breakthrough. Now, after watching a battle between mighty figures, her heart was moved and she finally sensed the opportunity for her essence spirit. She entered the golden pool and assumed a lotus position to attempt a breakthrough. Su Zimo stood guard at the entrance of the hall. It was not only to protect Baiming Shui, it was also to protect the Kuan Peng egg and not let outsiders see it. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. Suddenly, Baiming Shui shuddered and her aura rose continuously, as though some shackles had been broken. In fact, an extremely sharp beam of light shone from her body. Su Zimo's expression changed as he nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. Bai Ming Shui had broken through and entered the martial spirit realm. That was the nascent soul realm of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Daos. Not only that, Bai Ming Shui's martial spirit first transformed into a sharp sword before transforming into its true form. There were many different types of martial spirits. Su Zimo's martial spirit was derived from flames. As for Bai Ming Shui, she derived the sword. If nothing went wrong, Bai Ming Shui's comprehension of the Tao of the sword would definitely surpass others in her future cultivation. With the help of such a martial spirit, Bai Ming Shui's sword Tao would definitely be extremely terrifying as well. Another 2 hours passed before Bai Ming Shui's aura gradually stabilized. Bai Ming Shui opened her eyes and could not help but smile when she sensed the changes in her body. Master, I succeeded. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Right then, the Kuan Peng egg at the side stopped as well. It had already devoured all the flesh on the ground. Even so, the Kuan Peng showed no signs of hatching. The flesh in this hall were all conjoint body mighty figures and even half-martial ancestor experts. That massive amount of flesh and blood essence had not managed to hatch the Kuan Peng. The power of the Kuan Peng was way too terrifying. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. By the looks of it, this taboo was truly troublesome to deal with. Even super sex might not be able to hatch this Kuan Peng, let alone him. Even if it was hatched, the Kuan Peng's appetite would be enough to devour 1 or 2 super sex. It was indeed not a coincidence that the taboo race was rare. If there were a few more Kuan Peng that expended such a massive amount of resources, the entire Tianhuang mainland would be exhausted. As Su Zimo pondered, the Kuan Peng egg hopped and came to his side, rubbing against his arm in an extremely intimate manner. Bai Ming Shui walked out of the primordial divine spring. The Kuan Peng egg rolled to Bai Ming Shui's feet and circled around her. Although it could not hatch after devouring so much flesh, the Kuan Peng egg was clearly extremely happy as well. Master, what should we do? Bai Ming Shui was worried. Firstly, the Kuan Peng egg's devouring prowess was so powerful that even super sex would have difficulty hatching it, let alone Bai Ming Shui. Secondly, once the Kuan Peng egg was exposed, the Bai Ming aristocratic family would be doomed. Su Zimo pondered in silence. There was no way he could carry the Kuan Peng egg with him either. Firstly, he did not have that many treasures, flesh and essences to hatch the Kuan Peng egg. Secondly, he had other important matters to attend to and could not focus on the Kuan Peng egg. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a solution. In the extreme north of Tianhuang mainland, there was an ocean that was frozen all year round, known as the North Sea. In the North Sea, there was an extremely vast inner sea Baiming, one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Tianhuang mainland. That forbidden ground was the habitat of one of the primordial 9 races, the Kuan race. If this Kuan Peng egg was thrown into Baiming, the Kuan race would definitely do their best to hatch it. Furthermore, they would ensure its growth with all their might. The significance of the Kuan Peng to the Kuan race was similar to the dragon phoenix to the dragon race. Baiming had existed since the primordial era and countless treasures and cultivation resources were buried there. Just the North Sea alone contained countless living experts. In Tianhuang mainland, there were 3 oceans, 4 regions, and 1 continent. The surface area of an ocean was far larger than the 4 regions and continent. There were even many different species of living beings contained within. In fact, there were many powerful primordial life forms. The Kuan Peng would have only truly returned to its own world after returning to Baiming. There, the Kuan Peng could definitely be hatched. Furthermore, with a massive backing like the Kuan race, there would be an endless stream of cultivation resources. There, the Kuan Peng would also grow rapidly. There wouldn't be any danger as long as the Kuan race hid that secret well. It could be said that Baiming was an almost perfect place for the Kuan Peng. Of course, there were some risks associated. Taboos were not ordinary living beings after all. Now that the Kuan Peng egg was awakened by his bloodline, it was extremely close to him. At the same time, because the Baiming clan protected it, the Kuan Peng egg became extremely close to Bai Ming Shui upon sensing her bloodline as well. However, if it was thrown into Baiming, its connection with Su Zimo and Bai Ming Shui would be severed completely. Without them by its side in that sort of environment, the Kuanpeng would most likely not have any feelings towards them after many years when it truly grew up. In the eyes of the Kuan race, humans were all ants. That thought would be amplified in the eyes of the Kuanpeng, who was a taboo. Nobody knew what the Kuanpeng would be like after it grew up. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo looked at the Kuanpeng egg before him and said in a deep voice, "I can take you to a place where you can grow rapidly. However, neither the Baiming clan nor I will be by your side." The Kuanpeng egg swayed immediately, seemingly unwilling. "Go on. I won't be able to protect you if you're by my side." Baiming Shui smiled and patted the Kuanpeng egg gently. The Kuanpeng egg was still unwilling and rubbed itself intimately against Su Zimo and Baiming Shui. After a while, as though it recalled something, the Kuanpeng egg suddenly rolled in front of Su Zimo and leaned forward step by step as though it was bowing. Su Zimo burst into laughter and shook his head gently. "What are you doing? Are you acknowledging a master?" That was merely a casual remark of his. Unexpectedly, the Kuanpeng egg jumped up from its spot and hopped as though Su Zimo had hit the nail on the head. "How smart!" Baiming Shui could not help but praise. This Kuanpeng had yet to hatch, and yet an egg possessed such intelligence. "Master, why don't you take him in?" Baiming Shui smiled as well. "The talent of a primordial taboo definitely surpasses mine. It's definitely qualified to be your disciple." Accepting a primordial taboo as a disciple? If word of this were to spread, it would cause an uproar. What was a primordial taboo? Who was qualified to be a taboo's master? Furthermore, for primordial taboos, outsiders would want nothing more than to avoid them. Who would take the initiative to invite trouble and implicate themselves? However, Su Zimo had no qualms towards such things. Including the Kuanpeng, the three primordial taboos were more or less related to him. Furthermore, it might not be a curse to take the Kuanpeng as his disciple. "Master, please accept him." Baiming Shui was truly fond of this Kuanpeng and revealed a rare look of a woman. She wheedled slightly. "I'm the eldest disciple. It can't be better having a junior brother or junior sister." Su Zimo did not reply and looked at the Kuanpeng egg not far away. "The matter of acknowledging a master is no small matter. Are you serious?" The Kuanpeng egg hopped twice on the spot to express its seriousness. Baiming Shui covered her mouth and laughed when she saw that. Su Zimo said, "Since that's the case, I'll take you in as my disciple. Baiming Shui is your eldest senior sister. My name is Su Zimo and my Dao title is Desolate Marshal. Remember that." The Kuanpeng egg looked excited and bowed repeatedly. "Master, he doesn't have a name yet," Baiming Shui reminded. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, "Since that's the case, I'll give you a name, Carefree. I hope that you'll be able to lead a carefree life in the future without any restraints and smile at the world." The word carefree was a manifestation of the Kuanpeng's capabilities, as well as Su Zimo's hope for it. "Carefree, carefree." Baiming Shui murmured softly and patted the Kuanpeng egg with a smile. "From now on, you'll have a name. Your name is Carefree." Upon hearing that name, the Kuanpeng egg was extremely excited as well. With a skip, it even closed in to Su Zimo and rubbed against him. "Don't try that with me?" Su Zimo smiled gently and pushed the Kuanpeng egg away. "Since you acknowledge me as your master, all the more I have to send you to Baiming." Baiming was the best place for Carefree. Previously, Su Zimo was still hesitant. But now that Carefree was his disciple, he had to send Carefree over no matter what would happen to the latter in the future. Baiming was the only place where Carefree could grow up safely. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, the Kuanpeng egg felt a little disappointed. According to his master, if he were to head to that place called Baiming, he would have to leave his master and senior sister. The first person he saw when he woke up was Su Zimo and Baiming Shui. Furthermore, due to his bloodline, he had an indescribable sense of familiarity towards the two of them. But now, the three of them were forced to separate. "Master, Baiming is in the extreme north of Tianhuang mainland and is millions of kilometers away from here. When are you going to move?" Baiming Shui asked. "I have other matters to attend to and won't be returning to the north region for the time being," Su Zimo said. The other me will take carefree to Baiming. The other you? Baiming Shui was stunned for a moment, not understanding. Right then, a person walked in from outside the hall. That person wore a purple Taoist robe and his black hair draped over his shoulders. He had refined features and looked exactly the same as Su Zimo. This is... Baiming Shui was dumbfounded as she sized up the purple-robed cultivator and Su Zimo in shock. Apart from the difference in his robes, the purple-robed cultivator truly looked identical to her master. However, Baiming Shui could vaguely sense that this purple-robed cultivator was different. It was an indescribable feeling. Everyone thinks that I have two true bodies, but that's not the case. Su Zimo pointed at the purple-robed cultivator who walked in and said indifferently, "This is my third true body." The intruder was none other than Su Zimo's martial Dao prime body. Actually, a year ago, Su Zimo had already summoned the martial Dao prime body over. At that time, the essence spirit of the Green Lotus true body was damaged. The aristocratic family competition was about to begin, and Su Zimo was worried that something might happen that might provoke some top-tier experts. The dragon true body was in seclusion in the South Sea, and it was not convenient to alarm him. The only one who could help was the martial Dao prime body. That was the reason why Su Zimo was not worried even if his Green Lotus true body had not recovered with the nourishment of the primordial divine spring and advanced to the conjoint body realm. As long as his martial Dao prime body rushed over, even if he could not defeat the experts of the two aristocratic families, he could take out the damaged teleportation formation and leave with his Green Lotus true body and Baiming Shui. That was Su Zimo's original plan. However, later on, the secret of the Baiming aristocratic family was exposed and the Green Lotus true body obtained a huge opportunity as well. He underwent a complete transformation and killed 2 half-martial ancestors and more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures. When the martial Dao prime body sensed the situation here, he did not reveal himself. It was only now that the martial Dao prime body appeared. "Master, this clone is similar to you, right?" Baiming Shui gradually understood. Su Zimo nodded and did not explain further. Baiming Shui looked at her martial Dao prime body and could not help but ask, "Master, what's the cultivation of your clone?" "Early-stage Dharma characteristic realm," Su Zimo replied. The martial Dao prime body had already cultivated for more than 100 years. That cultivation speed was already extremely terrifying. The martial Dao furnace could smelt all sorts of sutras and had absorbed all the secret skills and cultivation techniques obtained by his 2 true bodies over the years. As such, his cultivation naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. "Early-stage Dharma characteristic realm," Baiming Shui murmured softly. It was only logical that the cultivation of the clone was lower. However, for some reason, Baiming Shui could feel an indescribable pressure against her master's martial Dao true body. She shook her head and did not think too much about it. "Junior brother, why did you quieten down?" Baiming Shui glanced sideways at the Kuan Peng egg at the side and smiled, asking casually, "Can't bear to leave me?" Initially, the Kuan Peng egg was extremely excited. However, for some unknown reason, it suddenly quietened down after the martial Dao prime body entered. The Kuan Peng egg did not move. If it was earlier on, the Kuan Peng egg would have bounced around to express its emotions. The eyes of the martial Dao prime body were clear as he shifted his gaze to the Kuan Peng egg. Waving his hand, he said, "Come over. I'll take you away." The Kuan Peng egg did not advance. Instead, it retreated, as though it was trying to dodge. "What's wrong? Head over." Baiming Shui smiled and pushed the Kuan Peng egg in the direction of the martial Dao prime body. Not only did Baiming Shui fail to push the Kuan Peng egg, with a swoosh, it even hid behind her as though it was frightened. This time round, even Su Zimo noticed something unusual. It was not that the Kuan Peng egg did not want to leave. The egg was in fear. To be precise, the Kuan Peng egg was afraid of the martial Dao prime body and did not even dare to close in. "That's my master's clone. What are you afraid of?" Baiming Shui smiled and patted the Kuan Peng egg gently. The Kuan Peng egg did not dare to advance still. Baiming Shui could clearly sense the gigantic Kuan Peng egg trembling beneath her palm. What happened? She was a little stunned. It seemed like the Kuan-Peng egg harbored a deep fear towards the martial Tao prime body. However, how could this be? According to her master, that was only a clone of his. Furthermore, it was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. How could the Kuan-Peng, one of the three great taboos, be frightened so badly? Furthermore, the Kuan-Peng egg was extremely intimate with Su Zimo's green lotus true body and would even circle and rub against him from time to time. However, in the face of the martial Tao prime body, the Kuan-Peng egg was shivering in fear. When he saw that, Su Zimo sighed internally. As expected of the three great taboos, to think that it would be so sharp even before it's born. The martial Tao prime body had never attacked before. Almost no one knew of his existence. Therefore, no one knew better than Su Zimo how terrifying the martial Tao prime body was. This was a variant that was beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. Back when the martial Tao prime body was just born, even Patriarch Yuan Bei, who was at the Mahayana realm, could not see through the fate of the martial Tao prime body with his heart-piercing divine power. It did not mean that the current martial Tao prime body was stronger than the green lotus true body. It was because the Kuan-Peng egg had not hatched and did not possess the 5 senses such as sight and hearing. It merely relied on an innate spirit perception to sense the outside world. In his senses, the green lotus true body was like a jade green lotus that emitted a resplendent glow with immense vitality. Furthermore, he had once absorbed the bloodline of the green lotus true body and naturally had no resistance towards it. However, it was different for the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body cultivated his body and used his true body as a furnace to nurture all the sutras as one and fuse them with his body. His physique and countless sutras were constantly smelted by the martial spirit fire. To the Kuan-Peng egg, the martial Tao prime body was like a gigantic furnace that emitted a destructive aura, as though it could smelt everything in the world. Even it would not be spared. Naturally, it was fearful and did not dare to approach. Carefree, follow him. Finally, Su Zimo spoke. He is me and I am him. There's no difference between us and he will definitely not hurt you. At that point, the Kuan-Peng egg finally relaxed slightly. The gigantic egg moved slowly towards the martial Tao prime body at an extremely slow speed. It was clear that it was displeased. The Kuan-Peng egg paced around reluctantly. Although it was not hatched yet, it could vaguely guess that after this farewell, it would have to wait a long time before it could reunite with its master and senior sister again. It's fine, you have to grow faster. We'll meet again. Baiming Shui could vaguely sense what was on the Kuan-Peng egg's mind and consoled it gently. That Kuan-Peng egg was not only her junior brother, but also the secret that the Baiming aristocratic family had protected for countless years. Naturally, Baiming Shui had feelings towards Carefree. A long time later, the Kuan-Peng egg finally arrived before the martial Tao prime body. Without another word, the martial Tao prime body waved his sleeves and swept up the gigantic Kuan-Peng egg. Turning to leave, he disappeared from the hall in the blink of an eye. After the martial Tao prime body left with Carefree, Su Zimo and Baiming Shui were the only ones left in the hall. Without Carefree, the hall fell silent. Baiming Shui lowered her head slightly with a faint hint of sorrow in her eyes. After a moment, she finally said, "Master, you're about to leave, right?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and did not hide anything. "You've already cultivated to the nascent soul realm. It's time for you to head out and train yourself in the cultivation world." Baiming Shui remained silent. She also knew in her heart that her master could not be by her side the entire time, protecting her from all dangers as she grew. However, that was a wish she had nevertheless. Even if her cultivation did not advance at all, she hoped that her master would always be by her side, guarding and protecting her. Baiming Shui took a deep breath and composed herself before long. She put away the thoughts in her mind and said, "All right, I'll take a look at the cultivation world outside right away. Don't worry, master. I'll definitely not embarrass you." Before long, today's events would spread through the entire cultivation world. At that time, all the cultivators in the world would know that she was Desolate Marshall's eldest disciple. At that time, there might be dangers and challenges awaiting her. All of those would become the foundation for her to temper her martial Tao. "Where are you intending to go, master?" Biming Shui asked again. Since I'm in the south region, I intend to meet an old friend. The voice of the little monk flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he murmured. It's been a long time since I've received any news of him. I'm worried. You have to raise your cultivation as soon as possible. There will probably be many calamities in Tianhuang mainland in the future. Without immense strength, you might even die, let alone protect your family clan. Su Zimo reminded again. His worries were not unfounded. All signs indicated that Tianhuang mainland was about to descend into chaos. A massive change was about to happen. This change was extremely likely to sweep through the entire Tianhuang mainland, and no sect, faction, or race would be spared. In the depths of the South Sea, the sea possessed a massive amount of living beings that far surpassed the land. The resources in the sea were extremely rich, and countless experts were born. There were 8 demon regions in Tianhuang mainland, and 3 of them were the East, South, and North Seas. The sea contained countless secrets. It was said that among the 3 seas, there were the most number of primordial ruins, and they were the most intact. The depths of the sea could reach hundreds of thousands of meters. There were not many living beings at the bottom of the sea anymore. That was because as the depths of the sea increased, the pressure around the seawater increased as well. Without a conjoint body realm cultivation, one would not be able to survive in the depths of the sea. At that moment, a figure sat at the bottom of the dark sea in the South Sea. The figure had shoulder-length scarlet hair that burned like flames and did not show any signs of extinguishing even in the depths of the sea. The Dragon True Body. Although the Dragon True Body was still at the Dharma characteristic realm, he could still survive in the deep oceans with his body and bloodline. After receiving the guidance of a mysterious expert, the Dragon True Body dived into the depths of the sea and cultivated the Sea Calming Manual. The Dragon True Body could survive at the bottom of the sea. However, that did not mean that he could move freely at the bottom of the sea. Even with his physique and bloodline, he could still feel an extremely terrifying pressure at the bottom of the sea. Every single action required hundreds of times more energy than on land. When he used his saber underwater, the water pressure would cause every single slash to become extremely slow and difficult. Despite the circumstances, the Dragon True Body gritted his teeth and cultivated continuously. After 3 years of cultivation, the comprehension of the Dragon True Body on the Tao of the saber deepened. He had finally comprehended the profound meaning of sea calming. Without seeing the sea personally, one would never be able to comprehend the true essence of the Sea Calming Manual. Without experiencing the raging tides of the sea personally, one would never be able to experience the power of sea calming. For the past 3 years, the cultivation of his Dragon True Body was still at the Dharma characteristic realm and had not broken through. However, in terms of the Tao of the saber, he had a new understanding. This day, the Dragon True Body cultivated at the bottom of the sea with his eyes closed and constantly retracted his saber. All of a sudden, the Dragon True Body opened his eyes. It was as though 2 divine lights burst forth from the dark depths of the sea, illuminating it. Under the illumination of the divine light, the Dragon True Body could clearly see that 3 faint figures were charging towards him along the undercurrent with a murderous intent. They were hostile. The 3 of them were extremely fast and arrived before him in the blink of an eye. 3 mighty figures. With a single sweep of his spirit consciousness, the Dragon True Body could sense that all 3 figures were at the conjoint body realm. A look of mockery flashed through the eyes of the Dragon True Body. Without seeing what the Dragon True Body did, his spirit consciousness moved and the saber on his knees suddenly bounced into his palm. The Dragon True Body had an indifferent expression as he gripped the Dragon Soul saber and slashed forward. That slash sliced air completely and nobody was struck. The 3 figures that were charging over were delighted. Seems like this person doesn't have any tricks up his sleeves. To think that his slash would miss. The moment that thought crossed their minds, their expressions changed. After the slash landed, a gigantic vortex was formed where the blade's edge passed. It was earth-shaking and stirred the entire sea. It was not so obvious within the depths of the sea. However, if someone were to stand in the sky and look down at the surface of the sea, They would be able to clearly see that the seawater was gathering and spinning continuously, forming a gigantic vortex. The depths of the vortex seemed to be able to reach the bottom of the sea. In the deep sea, 3 conjoint body mighty figures had just attacked when they were moved by the power of the gigantic vortex, and their destiny-dermic weapons deviated from their original trajectories. Even the 3 of them could not control their bodies and were swept by the terrifying power of the vortex, surging in the direction of the dragon soul saber. The 3 mighty figures were shocked. The might of that casual slash was so terrifying. This person was only at the Dharma characteristic realma. How could he slash with such a saber technique? That slash had already contained the momentum of heaven and earth. That was a power that only conjoint body mighty figures could come into contact with. The moment that thought crossed the minds of the 3 conjoint body mighty figures, the dragon true body retracted his dragon soul saber and slashed out once more. Swoosh! A wave that was hundreds of thousands of meters tall surged towards the 3 of them. This was not actual seawater, but waves formed from saber chi that possessed an extremely sharp edge that could crush all living beings. Without hesitation, the 3 mighty figures channeled their essence spirits wildly and conjured dermic arts one after another. They controlled their destiny dermic weapons and charged towards the wave. Boom! There was a deafening sound. As though they were struck by lightning, cracks appeared on the robes of the 3 mighty figures, and they were filled with injuries and fresh blood. Endless fear filled the eyes of the 3 mighty figures. With just 2 slashes, 3 conjoint body mighty figures were severely injured. Let's retreat first. We can't beat him. The 3 mighty figures sent spirit consciousness transmissions and escaped into the distance in unison. Splash! In order to maximize their speed, 3 mighty figures revealed their true forms at the same time. They were 3 living beings of the sea and were conjoint body grand demons. One of them was extremely huge and was a silver fin gigantic tooth shark. The gigantic silver fin on its back shone brightly and was extremely striking in the deep waters. Legend has it that the silver fins on the back of the silver fin gigantic tooth shark were extremely powerful and could absorb moonlight to cultivate and raise one's cultivation. In this sea, they were considered as the overlords of the shark race. Under normal circumstances, for demons and other living beings, their combat strength would increase by at least 30% after they reverted to their true forms. However, the silver fin gigantic tooth shark did not stop at all. After reverting to its true form, the first thing it did was flee into the distance. The true form of one of the other 2 grand demons was a colorful dragonfish. Legend has it that the dragonfish possessed a thin bloodline of the dragon race and were considered as a branch of the mixed dragon lineage. As such, their potential was naturally extraordinary. The true form of the other grand demon was an ancient electric eel that shone with blue lightning. It swayed its tail and traveled through the depths of the sea at an extremely fast speed. Trying to flee? Suzimo waved his hand and slashed with his saber. Saber chi surged and raging tides rippled out in all directions around him. The 3 grand demons did not manage to escape far before they were engulfed by the surging tides behind them. Rar! 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 The 3 grand demons shrieked and channeled their essence spirits wildly, using all their strength to release dermic arts to clash against the raging tides. Bang! 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 The 3 grand demons shuddered. New injuries had appeared before their old injuries were healed. Fresh blood oozed from the noses of the 3 grand demons, and their organs were shifted positions by the shock from the raging tides. Fellow Taoist Long Mo were quite famous in the South Sea. Please show mercy. Sensing the aura of death, the silver fin gigantic tooth shark could no longer hold on and was the first to swallow its pride and beg for mercy. You guys came to kill me, but you want me to show mercy? Suzimo asked with a mocking expression. It's a misunderstanding. The ancient electric eel spoke in human tongue as well and explained hurriedly. We were also curious when we heard that an expert was practicing his saber techniques here and wanted to spar with you. Suzimo asked with a fake smile. How do the 3 of you know my name then? The 3 grand demons were stunned for a moment as a hint of panic flashed through their eyes. But soon, the silver fin gigantic tooth shark replied, Everyone knows of the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. How dare you come and kill me after knowing that I'm the young master of Divine Phoenix Island? Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he said slowly, "Who gave you guys the guts?" Su Zimo had only arrived at Divine Phoenix Island for a short 3 years and had barely interacted with anyone. After inheriting the position of the young master, he headed into the depths of the sea to cultivate. He did not recognize the 3 grand demons at all. More than that, he did not know how he became enemies with the 3 grand demons. The only possibility was that they were instigated by someone. The 3 grand demons had ugly expressions. After a long silence, the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark said in a deep voice, "Long Mo, we have a vow. We can't tell you about this. If you refuse to tell, you can die." Su Zimo shook his head gently and could not be bothered to waste his breath on the 3 grand demons. He attacked once more and slashed forward. This time round, the dragon soul saber did not make any sound when it slashed down. Ripples appeared in the deep sea and rippled towards the 3 grand demons. Although that slash was silent, it possessed a fatal killing intent. "Long Mo, you've gone too far." With a furious roar, the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark suddenly opened its mouth and revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. A vicious glint flashed through its eyes. Poof! 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 Suddenly, a mouthful of silver teeth filled with blood fell off from the mouth of the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark. They pierced towards Su Zimo like flying swords. That was the trump card of the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark. It had cultivated its gigantic teeth for so many years, and they contained most of its cultivation. After releasing that move, even if it could survive, its combat strength would be greatly reduced. At this point, it could not care less. The dragonfish and ancient electric eel at the side released their trump cards one after another as well. Talismans and secret skills burst forth. Crack, crack, crack. When the gigantic teeth collided with the ripples released by the dragon soul saber, they shattered instantly and turned into fragments that sank to the bottom of the sea. There were thousands of gigantic teeth in that single mouth of the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark. They were destroyed just like that by Su Zimo. Poof! Poof! The secret skills released by the dragonfish and ancient electric eel could not defend against the saber ripples either. The talismans on the 2 grand demons were destroyed by the layers of ripples. The 3 grand demons spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Countless wounds appeared on the 3 of them, and their organs were filled with scars from the ripples. The 3 grand demons had dim expressions as they fled in 3 different directions. This was the South Sea after all. They had lived in the South Sea for 10,000 years and were more familiar with its terrain, environment, and everything else. They believed that as long as they could increase the distance between them and Su Zimo, the 3 grand demons would be able to shake off the latter with their terrain advantage. Su Zimo looked at the 3 grand demons that escaped and sat on the ground without getting up. To be precise, he had not stood up since the 3 grand demons appeared. Suddenly, he closed his eyes. He pursued the feeling in his heart and waved his saber to slash. It was the same thing he did in his daily practices. That slash was like a heavenly steed soaring through the skies, untraceable. Initially, because of this massive battle in the depths of the sea, the waters were already filled with raging tides. However, after that slash, the sea returned to normal instantly. The massive South Sea was peaceful. Before the 3 grand demons could escape far, a saber beam descended from above their heads. Instantly, their figures froze and their gazes dimmed. 3 grand demons had their essence spirits destroyed and were dead. At the same time, Su Zimo had already sensed the situation on the side of his green lotus true body and was relieved. Although his saber Dao improved much after 3 years of cultivation, his cultivation realm was still hovering around the perfected Dharma characteristic realm and could not advance further. The further one progressed in the path of cultivation, the more difficult it would be. It was even more difficult if he wanted to break through a major cultivation realm. Even for the green lotus true body, he only managed to advance to the conjoint body realm in one go with the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, as well as the growth of the creation green lotus to grade 7. However, he did not know how long it would take for his dragon true body to advance to the conjoint body realm. Could be 10 or 100 years. If there was no opportunity, it could even be several thousand years later. Something like this could not be rushed. It's time to head back, Suzimo murmured softly, and was prepared to return to Divine Phoenix Island. Divine Phoenix Island. Many cultivators stood in the air and looked down at the surface of the sea as they discussed. There was such a huge commotion in the South Sea earlier on. I wonder what sort of a huge battle broke out there. I reckon that there's a high chance it was a mighty figure who attacked. Standing at the side, Mo Ying frowned slightly with a worried expression. Right then, a cultivator in a white shirt walked over. He was scholarly and had a warm expression with a smile on his face. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Many cultivators bowed hurriedly when they saw that person. Even though mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix failed in wielding the Dragon Soul Saber 3 years ago, he still had an unshakable status after managing Divine Phoenix Island for many years. Furthermore, he was the owner of another Divine Phoenix bone to begin with. For the past 3 years, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix faced the wall at the edge of the South Sea. It was only recently that he regained his freedom and reappeared. After all, back in the Dragon Soul Hall, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had been extremely restrained the entire time and did not say anything out of line. "What are you guys discussing?" Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix asked with a smile. Earlier on, the South Sea suddenly surged in a berserk manner. All of us are guessing that there should be a fight between top-tier experts in the South Sea. Some cultivators said hurriedly. Yes. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nodded slightly. The surface of the sea is calm now. Seems like this battle has ended. Everyone, disperse and don't linger here. Understood. Many cultivators cupped their fists and turned to leave. Swoosh. Right then, the sound of water could be heard from the surface of the sea. 3 gigantic figures broke out of the sea with a thick blood stench. All the cultivators looked over instinctively and their expressions changed. This is bad. It's the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark. Ah, that's an ancient electric eel. There's a dragonfish as well. Something's not right. The moment the exclamation sounded, everyone noticed something unusual. The 3 living beings of the sea were covered in injuries. Although their blood still emitted a tremendous amount of energy, they no longer had any signs of life. The energy released by their blood alone was so strong. The cultivation realms of the 3 living beings must have been at the conjoint body realm when they were alive. Strange. Why would the corpses of 3 demon beasts jump out of the sea on their own? Right then, a sharp-eyed cultivator caught sight of a figure beneath the corpses of 3 demon beasts. The figure had scarlet hair that burned like flames and wore robes of the same color. He held the corpses of 3 demon beasts in one hand and a saber in the other. Many cultivators were stunned. Although it was declared that Suzimo was the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, he entered the sea to cultivate thereafter and barely appeared. None of the cultivators on the island recognized Suzimo right away. Only mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's gaze shimmered for a moment before returning to normal. However, Mo Ying recognized Suzimo right away, and a smile finally appeared on her face. She came before the latter with relief and bowed. "Young master, you're finally back." "Greetings, young master." The cultivators of Divine Phoenix Island reacted and bowed. As the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, he was practically superior to everyone except a single person. He could mobilize thousands of troops given his status. Even some conjoint body elders had to greet Suzimo if they saw him. Suzimo's gaze shifted to mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled and bowed slightly towards Suzimo. "Greetings, young master." His smile was very sincere and looked like a spring breeze, giving one a good impression and trust unconsciously. "Young master, this is..." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix pointed to the 3 demon corpses in Suzimo's hands. "If I'm not wrong, those 3 grand demons are famous demons in the South Sea." "I don't know them," Suzimo said. "They tried to encircle and kill me at the bottom of the sea, but I slaughtered them casually. The flesh of these 3 grand demons is precious, so I brought them along. It's a good opportunity to share it with the cultivators of the island. Even if a grand demon were to die, They would be filled with treasures from head to toe. Notwithstanding bones, fangs, and claws, the flesh of these grand demons alone possessed extremely pure energy. Furthermore, the energy within the flesh of a grand demon that had just died was not as berserk and was relatively gentle. It was the most suitable to consume. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed excitedly when they heard that. Su Zimo tossed the 3 grand demons into the crowd casually. "You guys can take care of it. Young master, you are generous." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not help but exclaim. "Those 3 grand demons are notorious throughout the South Sea. To think that they would be killed by you. I see that you have yet to advance to the conjoint body realm. To think that you would already possess such combat strength. How admirable. If it was anyone else, they would definitely reveal joy upon hearing those praises." However, Su Zimo's expression was calm as he suddenly asked, "I've never met these 3 grand demons before. Why do you think they wanted to kill me?" "I don't know," Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a deep voice. "The reasons should be only revenge or for some treasures. I'm guessing that the 3 grand demons must have taken a liking to some treasure in your possession and became greedy when they saw that you were only at the Dharma characteristic realm." That explanation made sense. Right? Suddenly, Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix took out a golden invitation from his storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. "A few days ago, Divine Phoenix Island received an invitation from the young master of Penglai Island of the East Sea to invite you over for a chat." "East Sea Penglai?" Su Zimo murmured softly and took the invitation. A line of red words was written on the invitation, as though it was burning with flames and revealing a sharp edge. "I heard that the young master of Divine Phoenix Island is newly established. Congratulations! I'm also curious about fellow Taoist Long Mo. Right now, the East Sea Fusang flower is blossoming and it's extremely rare. Here's an invitation for fellow Taoist Long Mo to head over for a chat to admire the flowers and drink tea. Please don't decline, fellow Taoist." In the cultivation world, there were 2 islands and 1 palace. The 2 islands referred to the South Sea Divine Phoenix Island and the East Sea Penglai Island. Mo Ing took a look at the invitation and nodded. "Indeed, it's from Penglai Island." "Who is the young master of Penglai Island?" Su Zimo asked. "His Tao title is Mystic Frost and he's at the conjoint body realm," Mo Ing said. "There are similarities between Penglai and Divine Phoenix Island. Most of the cultivators on the island cultivate the Saber Tao as well. However, the Saber Tao left behind by the Saber Emperor possesses a tough aura and involves large swings. On the other hand, the Saber Tao inheritance on Penglai Island is sinisterly gentle and utilizes cunning angles." "How's the relationship between the 2 islands?" Su Zimo asked again. "Not bad," Mo Ing said. "Since cultivators of the 2 islands cultivate the Tao of the Saber, it's inevitable for them to spar. However, there's no deep feud and there has never been any major conflicts. The invitation is quite polite. Why don't you head over Penglai Island to check it out, young master?" "Oh," Su Zimo raised his brow. Mo Ing explained, "Firstly, you are just newly established in your position. Even without the invitation of mighty figure Mystic Frost, you would have to head over to Penglai Island to check things out sooner or later. Secondly, the Fusang flower is blossoming on Penglai Island right now. This is a rare opportunity. The Fusang tree was the divine tree of the East Sea. Legend has it that when the Fusang flower blooms, a ball of flames will burst forth from each flower in an extremely stunning manner. In fact, there were even cultivators who comprehended the Tao through observing the blossoming of the Fusang flower. Heavenly Phoenix, what do you think?" Su Zimo asked in a seemingly casual manner. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled. "My thoughts are the same as Mo Ying's. I suggest that you accept the invitation and head to Penglai Island. The saber technique inheritance of Penglai Island is rather unique. If you take a look, you might be able to comprehend something new. Furthermore, you don't have to worry about safety on this trip to Penglai. No matter how audacious Penglai Island is, they won't dare harbor designs on you. Don't worry, young master. I'll stay by your side for this trip as well and ensure that you return unharmed," Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said confidently. That's great, Su Zimo nodded. Since that's the case, let's take a look at Penglai Island. Heavenly Phoenix, make the arrangements. All right. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix bowed and retreated before long. No one was more familiar with such things than him. Su Zimo gazed at the back of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and his eyes flickered in thought as he murmured softly, East Sea, East Sea. In less than an hour, everything was ready. There were not many people accompanying him this time round, and there were only two conjoint body mighty figures, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Moing. Of the remaining people, there were more than 10 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Jing Ming and Jing Shang, who had a conflict with Su Zimo in the Dragon Soul Hall, were among them as well. They arrived at the seaside. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's fingers changed continuously and shot out divine lights into the sea. He hollered softly, "Come on out!" Not long after he said that, a huge shadow appeared beneath the surface of the sea not far away. Immediately after, the surface of the sea surged and a massive object rose slowly, floating on the water with a gigantic turtle shell on its back like a massive piece of land. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, "This is the dragon turtle reared by Divine Phoenix Island. With it carrying us, we'll be able to reach Penglai Island in about 10 days. The dragon turtle was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. It was said that there was a trace of dragon blood in its body as well. Furthermore, this dragon turtle had already cultivated to the conjoint body realm. Su Zimo and the others descended on the dragon turtle's back. Without a single word, the dragon turtle moved its thick limbs and tore through the layers of waves, swimming towards the east at an astonishing speed. From afar, it looked like a moving continent. Su Zimo and the others floated on the surface of the sea for a whole 17 days. In the past few days, they had encountered many powerful living beings in the sea as well. However, all of them chose to avoid the dragon turtle of Divine Phoenix Island when they saw it. This day, a large piece of land appeared before them. "We're here." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix stood up slowly. "East Sea, Penglai Island." The patrolling cultivators on the island had long noticed the situation on the surface of the sea and reported it immediately. Before long, a large group of cultivators welcomed them from Penglai Island. The person in the lead looked extremely young and wore white robes with an extraordinary aura. He shouted from afar, "Your fellow Taoist Long Mo, the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, right? A mystic Frost. I've heard a lot about you. Meeting you today, I can tell that you're indeed outstanding and inspiring." Su Zimo smiled as well. "You're too kind, fellow Taoist Mystic Frost." Mystic Frost's gaze landed on mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Moing behind Su Zimo and nodded. "The two of you can be considered as old friends. How have you been?" "Greetings, fellow Taoist Mystic Frost." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Moing bowed slightly. Although the three of them were at the same cultivation realm, Mystic Frost was the young master of an island after all and had a noble status. The two of them must not be rude. "Fellow Taoist Long Mo, please." Mystic Frost turned slightly and gestured invitingly. "Now that the Fusong tree has blossomed, you have come at the right time, fellow Taoist. Come with me to the Flower Admiration Pavilion." "All right." Su Zimo nodded and did not decline. Under Mystic Frost's lead, the group of them advanced. Before long, a towering mountain appeared before them. Lava was spewing from the mountain peak and steam surged into the skies. "The Fusong tree is in this volcano," Mystic Frost explained. "Normally, this volcano will go silent. However, once the Fusong tree blossoms, the volcano will explode. This is no ordinary volcano. This is the sacred volcano of Penglai Island. Even if conjoint body mighty figures fall in, they will be incinerated with ease by the lava in the center." At that moment, the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords behind Su Zimo and the others were drenched in sweat. They were still a full 5 kilometers away from the sacred volcano. However, those Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were already unable to endure it. Mystic Frost smiled gently. "All of you can guard here. If you continue forward, all of you might die. As for fellow Taoist Long Mo, there's naturally no need to worry. Although Su Zimo was also at the Dharma characteristic realm with his dragon true body, the temperature almost had no effect on him. Fellow Taoist Long Mo, please follow me. Mystic Frost led the way and continued. The Fusong tree can't be seen from here. Our ancestor of Penglai Island once risked danger to establish a flower admiration pavilion in an area of the sacred volcano. Once we ascend the sacred volcano and arrive at the flower admiration pavilion, we'll be able to see the Fusong tree clearly. Su Zimo followed behind Mystic Frost indifferently. After mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix arrived, a mysterious smile appeared on his face but disappeared quickly. The closer they were to the sacred volcano, the more obvious the terrifyingly high temperature was. The surroundings of the sacred volcano had long turned into ruins without any vegetation and was silent and scorching. When they arrived at the foot of the sacred volcano, the difference between them gradually revealed itself. Among them, the three conjoint body mighty figures behind mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Moing were slightly flushed with a layer of sweat on their foreheads and panting slightly. However, Su Zimo, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost had calm expressions. Although mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost did not say anything, their hearts skipped a beat. They were all paragons of the conjoint body realm. One was the young master of an island while the other possessed a divine phoenix bone. Both of them possessed shocking bloodlines and were naturally able to withstand that temperature. However, Long Mo was only at the Dharma characteristic realm and yet, his expression did not change at all. The group of them continued ascending the peak. Bang! Boom! Boom! After ascending the sacred volcano, everyone could clearly hear the terrifying rumbling of the volcano. The rumbling noise made everyone feel insignificant. It was as though everyone would be burned to ashes if the sacred volcano was enraged and lava sprayed down from above. Everyone did not stop in their tracks and were getting closer to the peak. After walking for a while more, a gigantic pavilion finally appeared before them. It's right ahead. We're almost there. Mystic Frost pointed to the pavilion at the front and said before speeding up. At that moment, the three conjoint body mighty figures behind Moing and Mystic Frost were already panting and drenched in sweat. Their lips were dry and cracked. Even Mystic Frost, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Su Zimo blushed slightly. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If the heat wave of the lava was already so powerful before they even reached the mouth of the volcano, how terrifying was the lava gushing out of the volcano? Everyone, please take a look. Mystic Frost stood in the flower admiration pavilion and pointed forward. Everyone followed Mystic Frost's gaze. From that angle, it was perfect for them to look down at the gigantic volcano. Burning lava surged within, scarlet as blood as it emitted a scorching heat wave. It was extremely shocking. What was even more shocking was that a tall tree grew in the volcano. Its branches were filled with green leaves and flowers that resembled flames bloomed one after another. Fusong tree. That's the legendary divine tree of the East Sea. Moing murmured softly. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock as well. If they had not witnessed it personally, none of them would have imagined that a tree would be able to grow within that scorching lava. Desolate Marshal, it's indeed you. Right then, a venomous voice filled with hatred sounded from outside the Flower Admiration Pavilion. Among the people in the Flower Admiration Pavilion, Moing was the only one who was slightly shocked. Turning around, she looked towards the voice and hollered, "Who's there?" The others, including mighty figure Mystic Frost, Heavenly Phoenix and even Su Zimo, did not have much of a shocked expression on their faces, as though they had known that this would happen. Anyone who could recognize him as Desolate Marshal must have met him before. On the East Sea, there was only a single person who had seen him before. The Golden Crow Third Prince. Su Zimo turned around slowly and looked at the Golden Crow Third Prince, who was not far away with a mocking expression. Indeed, it's you. Actually, when he heard about the East Sea, Su Zimo already thought of the Golden Crow Third Prince. Legend has it that the forbidden ground of the Golden Crow race was on Penglai Island of the East Sea. From your tone, you've already guessed it? Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix asked with a smile. Su Zimo said, "It's been hard on you to have to wait so long before making your move. When did you start suspecting me?" Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was puzzled and asked, I've never acted strange towards you. Even for your status as a young master, I was the one who took the lead to greet you. I had my doubts the first time we met, Suzimo said. At that time, you asked me where the woman with the divine phoenix bone went. I said that she left a long time ago and had never returned. That's right. That's true. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nodded. Suzimo continued. When you heard that news, you seemed to have some regrets. However, I could vaguely sense that you had heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed considerably. That's because with that, you could attack me without any reservations. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not help but laugh and nod. Not bad, your senses are truly sharp. Even such a slight change in emotions can't deceive you. Suzimo continued. After that, everything went out of your control. You were unprepared when I suddenly wielded the Dragon Soul Saber and became the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. When he heard that, Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's expression darkened immediately. Suzimo asked, A few days ago, the 3 grand demons that encircled me were also your doing, right? That's right. Since things had come to this, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nodded. At that time, I obtained a secret letter from Penglai Island that said that you were the legendary Dao Lord Desolate Marshal. You killed many conjoint body mighty figures in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley and was renowned throughout the world. Naturally, I was skeptical about that. Suzimo continued. Therefore, the reason why you asked the 3 grand demons to encircle and kill me was because you wanted to test my capabilities. That's right, Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said. When I saw the 3 grand demons die so swiftly, I decided to join forces with Penglai Island. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, how dare you collude with Penglai Island to harm the young master? It was only then that Mo Ing snapped out of her stupor and could not help but question coldly. Of everyone present, she was probably the only one who was kept in the dark. Initially, Suzimo thought that Mo Ing was bought over by Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix as well. After all, she was the one who suggested for him to come to Penglai Island initially. Now, it seemed like Mo Ing truly did not know. Heavenly Phoenix, you're someone of Divine Phoenix Island. How can you let down your conscience and the guidance of the Island Master all these years for doing such a brazen act? Mo Ing could not take it lying down and questioned again. Even now, she could not understand how Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, who was initially gentle and friendly, would suddenly turn into such a state. Conscience. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's lips curled as he laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Let me ask you, did the Island Master have a conscience imparting the position of the young master to an outsider? Whoever wields the Dragon Soul Saber will be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. That is a rule set by the Saber Emperor. Our Island Master was merely following the ancestral teachings. What is wrong with that? Mo Ing argued loudly. Fufu. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix laughed. I was born in Divine Phoenix Island and grew up there. How much have I done for Divine Phoenix Island all these years? Just because I can't wield the Dragon Soul Saber, the Island Master has passed down the position of the young master to an outsider. I'm indignant. On what grounds? Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had painstakingly managed Divine Phoenix Island, and yet, he was surpassed by Suzimo overnight. He could not accept that at all. The Dragon Soul Saber belongs to me. The position of the young master belongs to me as well. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix did not conceal the killing intent in his heart as he said slowly, I don't care who you are. If you dare to fight with me for something, there's only death awaiting you. The reason why you, Desolate Marshal, can wield the Dragon Soul Saber is because an expert implanted the Divine Phoenix Bone in your body. As long as I can snatch away your Divine Phoenix Bone and possess 2 Divine Phoenix Bones, I'll be able to wield the Dragon Soul Saber as well. Mo Ing said coldly, Heavenly Phoenix, if you continue to be stubborn today, what's the use of you wielding the Dragon Soul Saber? You'll be hunted by everyone of Divine Phoenix Island and won't be able to return for the rest of your life. Ha 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 ha. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not help but laugh. Mo Ing, you're truly way too naive. None of you shall leave today. Once desolate Marshal dies, I'll push away all responsibility cleanly. I'm the only one who can be the young master of divine Phoenix Island. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had long discussed everything with Penglai Island and the Golden Crow race. As long as desolate Marshal was dead, he could blame this matter on the Golden Crow race and stay out of it. Who would know the truth when he returned to divine Phoenix Island with the Dragon Soul Saber? After saying so much, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix finally released all the pent-up frustrations in his heart over the years. He felt immense joy. His gaze shifted to Su Zimo's face. Su Zimo still looked calm and composed, as though he had not realized that he was in danger and could die at any moment. That composure made mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix frown and feel frustrated. There's something I don't understand. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix glared at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, "Since you suspect me, why did you follow me? Because you're after my divine Phoenix bone and it's the same for me." Su Zimo laughed as well. "If you were obedient, I wouldn't have attacked you either. However, since you have a death wish, you can't blame me." Prior to this, even if Su Zimo suspected mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, he could not attack. As mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had said, he had never displayed any hostility or even did anything out of line. Even if Su Zimo wanted to deal with mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, he had no chance. However, it was different now. "The reason why I haven't exposed you is because I wanted to see how long more you could hold back." Su Zimo had a mocking expression. "Seems like that's all you amount to. Desolate Marshal, you want to snatch my divine Phoenix bone? Think about your situation." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix sneered. "Since I chose to lay my cards on the table with you, I've made thorough preparations. Even if you're Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, you'll have to die here today. To someone like you?" Su Zimo smiled gently and shifted his gaze to the Golden Crow Third Prince. "You want to kill me with this cripple? Tao Lord Desolate Marshal." At the mention of cripple, the Golden Crow Third Prince's expression darkened instantly as he grit his teeth. Back in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, his third claw was crippled by the divine Phoenix's claw that Su Zimo conjured and had yet to regrow. Conjoint body mighty figures could regrow severed limbs. However, for something like the Golden Crow race's third leg and the Heavenly Eye race's Heavenly Eye, it was difficult for them to recover completely once they were severely injured. That was equivalent to destroying more than half of the Golden Crow Third Prince's cultivation. Right now, although the Golden Crow Third Prince was still at the conjoint body realm, his combat strength was no longer as strong as before and he was ranked last among the 10 princes. He won't be able to quell his anger and deep hatred unless he skinned Su Zimo alive, pulled out his tendons and burned his bones into ashes. Mystic Frost, as the young master of Penglai Island, you're actually helping the Golden Crow race to plot against the young master of Divine Phoenix Island? Mo-ing questioned loudly, unwilling to give up. "It's useless to talk about that." Su Zimo shook his head. "Since Penglai Island invited me here, they have no intention of letting me leave alive." "Smart." Mystic Frost nodded and praised. Su Zimo changed the topic and swept his gaze across Mystic Frost and the others. "However, the few of you are not enough to hurt me." On the side of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, including Mystic Frost and the 3 conjoint body mighty figures behind him and the Golden Crow Third Prince, there were only 6 mighty figures. This lineup was far inferior compared to Heaven and Earth Valley. "Desolate Marshal, don't get worked up." The Golden Crow Third Prince laughed sinisterly. "Since I know that you're the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, I naturally prepared a huge gift for you. Activate." The Golden Crow Third Prince stomped his feet and hollered. The moment he said that, a bedazzling light burst forth from the surroundings of the entire Flower Admiration Pavilion. It emanated an extremely strange power that coiled towards Su Zimo like shackles. A formation had long been set up around the vicinity of the Flower Admiration Pavilion, waiting for Su Zimo to step in. The strange thing was that the power of the formation only affected Su Zimo, but Mo-ing could not sense anything at all. Suddenly, Su Zimo frowned. He could sense that his bloodline was being suppressed by a strange power within the formation. Even his essence spirit was not spared. This formation is an array formation passed down from the upper world of the primordial era. It's called the Eight Gates Dragon Lock Formation and is specifically targeted at the dragon race. The Golden Crow Third Prince said, "How is it, Desolate Marshal? Do you feel that your bloodline and essence spirit are restricted and can't be activated? Your dermic arts, secret skills, divine powers and bloodline are all crippled. Right now, you're equivalent to half a cripple." With a grim expression, Mo-ing shielded Su Zimo tightly. Su Zimo was silent as well. Ha 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 ha. When he saw that, the Golden Crow Third Prince was even more smug. He could not help but rear his head in laughter, thinking that he had complete control of the situation. "Desolate Marshal, stop thinking about dispelling the formation," the Golden Crow Third Prince continued. "The reason why the formation was established here was because of the power of the lava in this sacred volcano. Given your strength, there's no way you can dispel this formation. Of course, I heard that you're extremely accomplished in array formations as well. Unfortunately, I won't give you the time or opportunity to dispel the formation." "Golden Crow Third Prince, you're way too naive," Su Zimo said slowly. "I've already said that the few of you in this Eight Gates Dragon Lock Formation won't be enough to kill me." Before his sentence was finished, two blazing flames burst forth from Su Zimo's eyes and shot towards the Golden Crow Third Prince with two scarlet divine lights. Illumination Eye. The Golden Crow Third Prince was scared out of his wits and his laughter stopped abruptly. Shoo! He reverted to his true form right away and transformed into a golden streak of light, escaping into the distance. Poof! The golden light paused in midair. Immediately after, a tragic cry sounded. The Golden Crow Third Prince's figure reappeared. One of his golden wings was pierced by Illumination Eye and burned. The speed of the Golden Crow race was one of the fastest among the primordial 9 races. Although the Golden Crow Third Prince's combat strength was reduced after his third leg was severed, it did not affect his movement technique. Even so, the visual technique arrived instantly and pierced one of the Golden Crow Third Prince's wings. If he had reacted slower, he would have been reduced to a corpse. Su Zimo felt a sense of pity. His attack was aimed at killing the Golden Crow Third Prince. Of course, this visual technique was not completely fruitless. Apart from severely injuring the Golden Crow Third Prince, he even killed a conjoint body mighty figure of Penglai Island behind the Golden Crow Third Prince. Su Zimo's attack came without any warning at all. Coupled with the fact that his visual technique was instantaneous and extremely fast, although the Golden Crow Third Prince reacted and escaped first, the conjoint body mighty figure behind him was caught off guard. In his stunned moment, his glabella was penetrated by Illumination Eye. A huge hole was burned into the mighty figure's head, let alone his essence spirit. How could this be? Mystic Frost frowned slightly and felt uneasy. "Everyone, don't worry," the Golden Crow Third Prince shouted. "Desolate Marshal's visual technique can be activated without the use of his essence spirit. After releasing it, he no longer has any trump cards." "Is that so?" Su Zimo laughed and swiped his storage bag, retrieving a long saber with a chilling and domineering aura. The blade was almost transparent and the dragon bones within could be seen. Dragon Soul Saber. Su Zimo wielded the Dragon Soul Saber and slashed forward. Swoosh! The layers of saber chi burst forth and formed a torrential wave that devoured towards the Golden Crow Third Prince and the others. Dragon chi coiled around the saber and a divine dragon was formed. It surged in the raging tides with an endless might and charged towards everyone. How could this be? The Golden Crow Third Prince and the others were shocked. The fact that the slash produced such a powerful intent meant that Su Zimo's essence spirit was not restricted at all. It had to be said that formations passed down from the upper world of the primordial era were indeed extremely powerful. After activation, Su Zimo's bloodline was completely locked. No matter how he tried, he could not activate his bloodline. Under normal circumstances, his essence spirit would not be able to escape the outcome of being locked. However, the consciousness of the dragon true body was truly terrifying. Back then, The green lotus true body was almost killed by the life-severing curse released by Wuxia's self-destruction of his essence spirit. However, the dragon true body was not affected at all. There was not only a dormant divine turtle in the consciousness of the dragon true body. There were also 3 balls of light with terrifying auras. The power of the 8 gates dragon lock formation was erased by the 3 balls of light the moment it entered his consciousness. Therefore, although Su Zimo could not activate his bloodline, his essence spirit was not restricted in any way. Although he had lost the killing weapon of his body and bloodline, he still had many powerful trump cards that he could use. When the dragon soul saber slashed out, tsunamis and dragon roars exploded at the same time with a terrifying might. Humph! Mystic Frost harumphed coldly and chided. You're only asking for trouble by using the sea-calming saber technique on this sacred volcano. He summoned his destiny dermic weapon. It was a saber as well. The saber looked extremely extraordinary. It did not have the same majesty as the dragon soul saber and was relatively narrow and long, like a poisonous anaconda that could devour humans. Mystic Frost channeled his mental cultivation technique and slashed viciously at the incoming wave. Shing! A scorching saber chi burst forth and split the incoming wave into 2, letting out the piercing sound of fire and water colliding. Even the divine dragon conjured by the dragon soul saber was severed. As a conjoint body mighty figure and the young master of Penglai Island, Mystic Frost was naturally a top-tier paragon monster incarnate. Compared to the titular disciples of Super Sex, he was definitely on par or stronger. However, in the Tao of the Saber, he was not at the level where he could fight against Su Zimo. The reason why he was able to dispel Su Zimo's saber technique was because cultivation techniques had counters. The cultivation technique that Mystic Frost cultivated had a fire attribute. On the sacred volcano, the might of this cultivation technique was at its limits. On the contrary, every single slash of the sea-calming manual contained the intent of the ocean. The moment the saber technique was released, the power of the saber technique on the sacred volcano was weakened. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he retracted his saber and attacked once more. That slash was ethereal and impossible to detect. However, at that moment the entire world seemed to have stopped. Mystic Frost watched as the dragon soul saber slashed down from above his head slowly, but he could not move at all. Finally, he let out a shocked expression. Legend has it that this was the most terrifying saber technique in the Saber Emperor's inheritance. All these years, although the cultivators of the 2 islands had sparred countless times, no one had been able to release that saber technique. In fact, in the minds of the crowd, that saber technique had already become an illusory legend. Now that sea calming had descended, Mystic Frost finally experienced the fear of being unable to dodge the incoming blade. Clang! Right then, the sound of a blade being unsheathed echoed. An unparalleled saber beam descended and the saber intent was the same as sea calming, slashing towards Su Zimo's dragon soul saber. The 2 almost identical saber intents collided, fought, negated and devoured one another. Instantly, Mystic Frost broke free from that terrifying power and had a bewildered expression. Unknowingly, he broke out in cold sweat. Su Zimo focused his gaze. Heavenly Phoenix. This scene had somewhat exceeded his expectations. To think that you've also comprehended sea calming, Su Zimo said. Earlier on, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was the one who released sea calming to save Mystic Frost. He smirked proudly. Desolate Marshal, you underestimate me. This is not the only thing that will surprise you. Indeed, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had hidden himself extremely well. Even Mo Ying did not know his true strength, let alone Su Zimo. She did not know that mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had also cultivated sea calming. Oh? What other tricks do you have up your sleeves? Su Zimo raised his brow. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a deep voice. The reason why I joined forces with Penglai and the Golden Crow race today was to ensure that nothing went wrong. Desolate Marshal. You might not be my match in a one-on-one battle even without this 8 gates dragon lock formation. Is that so? Su Zimo smiled. Take my attack then. He channeled his spirit consciousness and a divine light burst forth from his glabella. entering the firmaments. The power of divine power spread. Boom! A loud bang sounded from the skies. The clouds exploded and a gigantic, thick stone pillar descended from the skies, charging towards mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix with a terrifying might. The stone pillar was grayish-white and there was a 5-clawed divine dragon climbing on it. It was lifelike as though it could suppress the 10,000 races. The second innate divine power that Su Zimo comprehended, the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The moment the innate divine power descended, the battle exploded as well. The two conjoint body mighty figures of Penglai Island surrounded Mo-ing. Although Mo-ing was alone, she was not disadvantaged against two conjoint body mighty figures. On the other side, the Golden Crow Third Prince, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost were up against Su Zimo. The Golden Crow Third Prince and Mystic Frost released their trump cards one after another and struck the ancestral dragon divine pillar. At the same time, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix channeled his bloodline and roared into the skies. He actually released a loud phoenix cry, and his power of blood chi surged as he slashed towards the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Boom! A deafening noise echoed. The ancestral dragon divine pillar was shattered by the combined attack of the three of them. Ha 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 ha! Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix burst into laughter. That's all there is to the legendary strongest monster incarnate in history. I'll let you witness my capabilities. The moment he said that, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's figure flashed and arrived before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye, slashing with his saber. Splash! Not only did that slash unleash multiple saber intents, the sound of tsunami echoed from within the body of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Tsunami blood. The tsunami of his bloodline resonated with the sound of his saber intent and caused the might of that slash to increase tremendously. Su Zimo raised the Dragon Soul Saber and slashed in reverse. Clang! Sparks flew as the sabers collided. Su Zimo shuddered and could not help but retreat a step. After all, his cultivation was a major cultivation realm lower than mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Furthermore, his bloodline was restricted and his melee combat strength was naturally inferior to mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. At the same time, Mystic Frost closed in and thrust. Compared to the saber technique of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, that slash was extremely tricky and impossible to defend against. Su Zimo retreated once more. As for the Golden Crow Third Prince, he relied on his nimble movement techniques to linger around Su Zimo, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Although his wings were injured, they were still quite a threat to Su Zimo. The three mighty figures had the upper hand and were in control of the situation. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Even though he was disadvantaged, there was no hint of panic in his eyes, as though everything was under his control. Su Zimo's bloodline was sealed and his melee combat strength was greatly reduced. Instantly, he was suppressed by mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and the other two. However, even without the use of his bloodline, Su Zimo was still able to maintain his undefeated state with his body that cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and his omniscient spirit perception. So, that's all you've got, Heavenly Phoenix? Despite the massive battle, Su Zimo could still divert his attention to chuckle. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's expression turned cold as he said coldly, "Desolate Marshal, since you want to die, I'll let you witness my true strength." Screech! The blood chi within mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix surged as he roared into the skies. His roar penetrated metal and cracked rocks. It was like the cry of a phoenix and contained endless might. Gradually, a divine bird blazing with flames appeared behind him. It flapped its wings with a dignified expression and a cold gaze, resembling a divine being that had descended upon the world. The divine bird was scarlet red and burned with flames. Without any multicolored feathers, it was extremely majestic. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix stood in midair and seemed insufferably arrogant under the illumination of the divine bird behind him. Bloodline phenomenon. When she saw that from the corner of her eye, Mo-ing was shocked and could not help but exclaim. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly but did not reveal much surprise. The bloodline phenomenon that appeared behind mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix further confirmed a guess in his mind. Desolate Marshal, the bloodline that flows through my body is the blood of the divine phoenix. It's not weaker than you. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said slowly, the only thing you've won against me is that an expert once altered your fate for you and placed the divine phoenix bone directly in your body. Otherwise, you're inferior to me, and you wouldn't have been able to wield the dragon soul saber before me. True enough. The bloodline of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was indeed the blood of the divine phoenix. Actually, the Tao title of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had already revealed some information. Furthermore, he once told Su Zimo that half of the blood in his body was not from the human race. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, back in the Dragon Soul Hall, I released the divine phoenix's essence blood to fuse with the divine phoenix bone. If I succeeded, I would have transformed into a Feng Huang bloodline that's comparable to the taboo race. Suddenly, Su Zimo understood something. In the primordial era, Tianhuang mainland had 3 major taboos. However, in reality, the taboo race did not merely consist of the dragon phoenix, Kuanpeng and Ho. Feng Huangs were considered as a taboo as well, but they had never appeared in Tianhuang mainland. There were many male and female phoenixes, but it was extremely rare for a Feng Huang to be born. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix shook his head gently with a hint of hatred in his eyes. Unfortunately, I still failed. Su Zimo's divine phoenix bone had already fused into his body. Even so, he had yet to transform into a dragon phoenix's bloodline. The divine phoenix bone of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was merely a bone fragment. The attempt to create a Feng Huang bloodline just because of the similarities of the two bloodlines was absolutely ridiculous. However, Desolate Marshal, you can die in peace. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, I'll definitely not waste the divine phoenix bone in your possession. With 2 divine phoenix bones, my chances of transforming will increase greatly. Stop wasting your breath on him, Mystic Frost urged. Kill him quickly lest something unexpected happens. Kill! Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix hollered, and the divine phoenix behind him soared into the skies, swooping down towards Su Zimo with raging flames. At the same time, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and the other 2 attacked at the same time, charging towards Su Zimo with the most ferocious attack. If it was any other time, Su Zimo would naturally be able to fight against the divine phoenix phenomenon by activating his bloodline and creating a bloodline phenomenon. But now that his bloodline was sealed, he naturally could not use his bloodline phenomenon. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he looked at the 3 incoming people. He conjured hand seals with his fingertips and waved his hands in front of him, causing gray fog to spread out beneath his palms. The gray fog emitted a strange dermic power fluctuation that enveloped the 3 of them like a gigantic swamp. Baron. Right now, the rate of lifespan reduction in the center of Baron was 1,000 years per breath. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost were both young and had already cultivated to the conjoint body realm after cultivating for thousands of years. All of them had more than 10,000 years to live. However, even Mahayana patriarchs were unwilling to endure the decline of their lifespans, let alone conjoint body mighty figures with 20,000 years of lifespan. Furthermore, it was 1,000 years per breath. That speed was way too fast and nobody could withstand it. It's that dermic art. The Golden Crow Third Prince's pupils constricted. When he saw the gray fog surging in Su Zimo's palm, he reacted right away and sped into the distance. After all, he had witnessed the might of Baron in Heaven and Earth Valley. Therefore, he was long prepared and fled the moment he sensed something amiss. However, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost did not know about Baron's power. When the gray-colored ripple spread over and engulfed both of them, they were shocked and revealed stupefied expressions. Lifespan! My lifespan! Mystic Frost exclaimed. Although he had a noble status as the young master of Penglai Island and was experienced and knowledgeable, he was at a loss when faced with such a sudden situation. His lifespan had decreased way too quickly. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was shocked as well. His first reaction was still to channel his bloodline and essence spirit to condense dermic powers to fight against Baron. However, He realized that the dermic art was so domineering that it was useless even if the blood of the divine phoenix flowed through his body. At the same time, the divine phoenix phenomenon had already descended before Su Zimo. The barren dermic art had no effect on the divine phoenix phenomenon. Humph! Su Zimo harumphed coldly and extended his right arm, reaching to grab the divine phoenix phenomenon. Boom! The divine phoenix phenomenon collided heavily against Su Zimo's right hand and let out a loud bang as flames surged into the air. Su Zimo's face was pale. His entire arm was split open by the divine phoenix phenomenon. If not for the divine phoenix bone, his entire arm would have been crippled. Although his bloodline was sealed, the existence of the divine phoenix bone blocked most of the power of the divine phoenix phenomenon. He's not dead. The pupils of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix constricted slightly as he retreated, wanting to escape from the radius of Baron. Right then, Su Zimo charged out from the flames. Stepping on the gray-colored ripples of Baron, he arrived before mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix instantly. In the range of Desolate Martial's dermic arts, other cultivators would move extremely slowly. However, it had no effect on Su Zimo. You still want to leave? With a cold expression, Su Zimo suddenly reached out for the head of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Go! Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix slapped his storage bag and withdrew a scarlet bone fragment, injecting dermic powers into it. The bone fragment burst forth with a divine light and charged towards Su Zimo. It was mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's divine phoenix bone. All right. Su Zimo's gaze intensified. That's what I was waiting for. Shoo! A bronze square tripod flew out from Su Zimo's glabella. It was filled with cracks and emitted an ancient aura, as though it had traveled through the primordial era. The bronze square tripod shielded Su Zimo. Although the scarlet divine light released by the divine phoenix bone in the hands of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was powerful and could even penetrate a mighty figure's body, it did not cause any ripples when it struck the bronze square tripod. Swoosh! On the contrary, under Su Zimo's control, the bronze square tripod smashed towards mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Under normal circumstances, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could avoid that collision with his dermic powers and bloodline. However, at that moment, he was stuck in the desolate gray fog and moved slowly. When he saw the bronze square tripod charging over, he could not dodge at all. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's reaction was extremely fast, as well as he swung his saber with one hand and slashed towards the bronze square tripod. At the same time, he channeled the divine phoenix bone and released another scarlet flame that struck the bronze square tripod. Clang! Sparks flew when the saber struck the bronze square tripod. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix shuddered and felt his arm go numb. His saber trembled endlessly and nearly flew out of his hands. This saber was his destiny dermic weapon and was also a connate dermic weapon. It was refined with the blood of a divine phoenix as tribute and could even fight against the dragon soul saber. However, at that moment, when the saber struck the bronze square tripod, its blade buzzed and trembled as though it was letting out a tragic sound. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not care less. Using the recoil from the clash between them, he channeled his bloodline dermic powers and retreated, breaking free from Baron. But, the moment he leaped up, he felt a figure flash before his eyes. Su Zimo had already closed in and coiled around his body like an anaconda. With a cold expression, Su Zimo took a deep breath and exerted strength. Anaconda strangle. Every single muscle on Su Zimo's body expanded rapidly as he squeezed the space of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix continuously, trying to kill the latter. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix struggled instinctively but could not break free. Earlier on, he could sense that Su Zimo's body was still flexible and weak. However, after he was coiled, the latter's body became tough and unshakable as metal instantly. Not good. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's scalp prickled and his heart skipped a beat. Desolate Martial is trying to squeeze me to death. Ah! Under the intense danger, the heart of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix pounded violently and was about to explode. Rumbling bloodlines burst forth one after another as he roared into the skies with a loud phoenix cry. Sensing the threat of death, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix made use of his full strength for this burst of his bloodlines. Su Zimo squeezed with all his might. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix struggled furiously for his life. Both of them exerted strength wildly. If Su Zimo's bloodline was not sealed and his bloodline was released, he would have killed mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, Su Zimo could not use his bloodline and was in a stalemate with mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. At that moment, the barren dermic art had dissipated as well. All of a suddenly, two golden beams of light shot out from outside the Flower Admiration Pavilion like thunderbolts. They arrived instantly with endless killing intent. A terrifying spirit consciousness pressure descended. Mo Ying's heart skipped a beat, and her expression changed. The pressure even made her feel suffocated. This is bad. A half-martial ancestor has arrived. Mo Ying was alarmed. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the two golden beams and her heart sank. The two golden beams surged with blood chi and their auras were the same as the Golden Crow Third Prince. They were extremely scorching and were clearly from the Golden Crow race. It was a half-martial ancestor expert of the primordial races. It was over. Mo Ying felt despair. At the same time, Su Zimo sensed danger as well. The habitat of the Golden Crow race was on this Penglai island. It was not surprising that two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race had arrived. Even if Su Zimo's bloodline was not sealed, he would most likely be doomed against the Golden Crow half-martial ancestor as well. Furthermore, he could not use his bloodline and had already used all his trump cards. Right now, he had no chance of winning against two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race. Desolate Marshal, you're dead. Ha 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 ha. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not help but burst into laughter. Su Zimo had a calm expression and remained silent. Just as the two golden beams were about to reach Su Zimo, an extremely terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuation spread out from his glabella. Suddenly, a palm-sized scarlet scale, the size of a crescent, floated out from his glabella. Essence Spirit Secret Skill, Reverse Scale. The pupils of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix constricted violently. He could sense a strong aura of death from that scale. In his consciousness, his essence spirit was trembling uncontrollably. Thankfully, the essence spirit secret skill was not targeted at him but the two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race. Otherwise, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix believed that he would definitely die. The two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race were shocked as well and paused in their tracks. Under normal circumstances, the essence spirit secret skill of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord should not be a threat to them. Any single spirit consciousness could shatter the other party's essence spirit secret skill. However, it was different for this scale. Even the two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race felt threatened. You're asking for death. The two Golden Crow half-martial ancestors hollered and conjured their essence spirit secret skills as well. Two three-legged golden crows that burned with golden flames flew out and smashed towards the scale. The three essence spirit secret skills collided silently. However, the surrounding void trembled and distorted. Even the trajectory of light was shifted. Cracks appeared on the reverse scale and it shattered. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Although the reverse scale was strong, there was a limit to it. The essence spirit secret skills of the two Golden Crow half-martial ancestors shattered the reverse scale instantly. Of course, the two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race grunted as well. Their essence spirits felt a sharp pain. While they were not injured, they were shocked. The essence spirit of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord nearly injured their essence spirits. What would happen if this person entered the conjoint body realm? Kill! The two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race hollered and attacked once more. The two of them grabbed with their palms and incomparably pure dermic powers condensed. Instantly, a long spear appeared in their palms. Dermic powers were already cultivated to the limits of the conjoint body realm. Any single motion could condense the strongest dermic arts. The spears burned with a golden sun essence fire that was incomparably scorching, as though it could incinerate all living beings. Swoosh! The two spears were thrown out and arrived before Su Zimo instantly. Su Zimo could only let go of his arm and summon the bronze square tripod with one hand to defend. At the same time, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Wielding the dragon soul saber in his other hand, he slashed forward silently, and a series of ripples appeared. When Su Zimo fought against the two half-martial ancestors, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix naturally broke free from his restraints. He could not help but feel relieved, and his mind relaxed as well. He was about to escape. All of a sudden, he caught sight of something from the corner of his eye. Ripples seemed to spread from the void behind him and had already arrived. Boom! The two spears collided violently against the bronze square tripod with a loud bang. The bronze square tripod was indestructible. Although it blocked the two dermic power spears, the bronze square tripod could not defend against the power of the two golden crow half-martial ancestors. Su Zimo's body shuddered, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from his arm as a blood mist burst forth. His entire arm was crippled by the impact of that attack. His arm was crippled and the bronze square tripod fell to the ground. Su Zimo no longer had the energy to pick up the bronze square tripod. That was because the terror of the golden crow half-martial ancestors was not merely limited to that. When the two spears collided with the bronze square tripod, they were already shattered. However, the scorching golden flames exploded and devoured Su Zimo instantly. The sun essence fire conjured by the half-martial ancestor was much stronger than the golden crow third prince. His hair and flesh were charred, and he was completely engulfed by the sun essence fire, turning into a gigantic human-shaped fireball. At the same time, another ball of blood light burst forth from the battlefield. Ah! Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's tragic cry sounded. It turned out that the slash released by Su Zimo when he was defending against the two golden crow half-martial ancestors was targeted at mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. A bloodied arm was sent flying. Although Su Zimo was in the sun essence fire and felt immense pain throughout his body, he did not make a single sound. Gritting his teeth, he threw the dragon soul saber down and grabbed mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's broken arm. To be fair, the pain of being burned by the sun essence fire was not even comparable to 10% of the Tao Inheritance Ground's 3 Tribulations domain. The bone-piercing Yin wind and the pain of the karmic flames were not something that ordinary people could endure. He's not dead. The expressions of the two golden crow half-martial ancestors turned cold as they transformed into two golden beams of light that charged towards Su Zimo. There was no way they could let Su Zimo survive. Within the golden flames, a mocking look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. The moment the two golden crow half-martial ancestors moved, he moved as well. He did not advance, but leaped down towards the mouth of the volcano not far behind him. "Young master!" Mo Ing exclaimed when she saw that. Bang! She was distracted and was struck by a dermic art from a mighty figure of Penglai Island instantly. She fell to the ground and spat out blood with a dim expression. As though she could not feel the pain on her body, Mo Ing merely looked in the direction of the mouth of the volcano in a daze. Su Zimo's figure had long vanished into the rumbling heat. Even up above, they could barely endure the temperature of that sacred volcano, let alone the lava within. Even if the two half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race were to fall in, they would most likely be doomed. Everyone else was stunned when they saw that. To think that Desolate Marshall's character would be so unyielding that he would rather commit suicide than be killed by us, Mystic Frost said. That's too easy on him, the Golden Crow third prince said hatefully. He could not vent the anger in his heart because he could not skin Su Zimo alive, pull out his tendons and burn his bones into ashes. No, it's not that simple. Right then, the voice of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix sounded and he panted slightly. Blood was still flowing from his broken arm and it had yet to regrow. The dragon chi contained by the dragon soul saber affected his wound significantly. Although mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's aura was weak, he urged still, "You guys, take a look at the mouth of the volcano. Desolate Marshall might have other tricks up his sleeves." That's right. The Golden Crow third prince reacted as well. Desolate Marshall has an extremely blessed life. In the previous battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, He did not die even after he was exiled into the void by a half-martial ancestor of the human race. Humph! One of the Golden Crow half-martial ancestors harumphed coldly. What's the temperature of the lava in the sacred volcano? Even we would die if we fell in, let alone a Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord. Even with that said, everyone endured the heat of the sacred volcano and headed towards its mouth. By the time they arrived at the mouth of the volcano, the Golden Crow third prince, Mystic Frost, and the others were drenched in sweat that evaporated immediately. Even their skin was dry and cracked. A layer of sweat appeared on the cheeks of the two Golden Crow half-martial ancestors. Everyone focused their gazes towards the depths of the volcano. In the depths of the volcano, scarlet lava surged and Su Zimo's eyes were tightly shut. More than half of his body was drowned in the lava. His flesh was already burned into nothingness. Although only his skeleton was left, it began to melt under the terrifying lava as well. Before long, the lava surged and engulfed Su Zimo completely. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that. In that case, there shouldn't be any accidents. Everyone retreated one after another. Every single moment at the borders of the mouth of the volcano was an immense torture for them. How is it? Is Desolate Marshal still alive? Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix did not advance because his arm was snapped. He asked hurriedly when he saw everyone return so quickly. He's dead. Mystic Frost nodded and said with conviction. From this day forth, Desolate Marshal will cease to exist in the cultivation world. He died so easily? Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix still could not believe it. He turned to look at the two Golden Crow half-martial ancestors and could not help but say, Seniors, you should have been faster and stopped Desolate Marshal from jumping down the volcano. Why? Are you blaming us? A Golden Crow half-martial ancestor had a cold expression and his tone was sinister. And no, that's not what I meant. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix was alarmed and explained hurriedly. After all, Desolate Marshal has too many secrets and treasures on him. It's a pity for him to die in the volcano just like that. Humph! The Golden Crow half-martial ancestor harumphed coldly. There's nothing to pity. Desolate Marshal's bronze tripod and dragon soul saber are still here on the volcano. But Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix wanted to speak but stopped. But what? The other Golden Crow half-martial ancestor sneered and asked. My arm? Foo-foo. Before Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix could finish, he was interrupted by a sneer. The Golden Crow half-martial ancestor pouted. It's just an arm. Once you recuperate for a few days and the dragon chi around your wound dissipates, it'll naturally regrow. But Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix wanted to explain further. The Golden Crow half-martial ancestor frowned slightly and waved his hand with an impatient expression. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix sighed internally. For some reason, he felt uneasy. Indeed, his severed arm was not considered a serious injury. However, the key was that there was a divine phoenix bone in his palm. At that time, the situation changed drastically. In fact, Desolate Marshal insisted on severing Heavenly Phoenix's arm instead of using his full strength to defend against the attacks of two half-martial ancestors. Later on, Desolate Marshal's arm was crippled by the attacks of the two half-martial ancestors as well. However, he was willing to abandon his bronze square tripod and the dragon soul saber in order to get his hands on the divine phoenix bone. Desolate Marshal had painstakingly endured serious injuries and abandoned many treasures just to obtain the divine phoenix bone. Could he have done that just so he could commit suicide with it by jumping into the volcano? That did not make sense. Of course, since Mystic Frost and the others saw Desolate Marshal die with their own eyes, there shouldn't be any accidents. Although Desolate Marshal was killed in this battle, they suffered immense losses as well. It was even more so for Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix. Initially, he thought that he would be able to get his hands on Desolate Marshal's divine phoenix bone. Even if he could not cultivate the bloodline of the Feng Huang, his combat strength would increase tremendously. To think that he would have lost his divine phoenix bone just like that. Second, fourth brother, why are the two of you here? The Golden Crow third prince frowned slightly in displeasure. I've long set up the 8 Gates Dragon Lock formation in advance. Desolate Marshall's bloodline was sealed, and there's no way he could have escaped. Although the Golden Crow race had many clansmen, the younger generation of each generation viewed the Golden Crow 10 princes as their leaders. The 2 half-martial ancestors were also among the Golden Crow 10 princes. One was the Golden Crow 2nd prince, and the other was the Golden Crow 4th prince. Among the Golden Crow 10 princes, their cultivation realms were different. However, the weakest were conjoint body mighty figures as well. Third brother, if we hadn't came, you would have been killed by Desolate Marshall. The Golden Crow 4th prince laughed. Humph! The Golden Crow 3rd prince clenched his fists. Don't think that I don't know what you guys are up to. You're just here to fight for Desolate Marshall's treasures. There was intense competition between the Golden Crow 10 princes, and it was not common for them to fight one another personally. The Golden Crow 2nd prince did not say anything the entire time. However, he walked towards the bronze square tripod and lifted it up. So heavy! His heart skipped a beat. Although Desolate Marshall died, he left behind 2 treasures, the bronze square tripod and the Dragon Soul Saber of Divine Phoenix Island. The Dragon Soul Saber was famous outside. Furthermore, the Saber Emperor said that whoever could wield the Dragon Soul Saber would be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. However, in the eyes of the Golden Crow 2nd prince, this bronze square tripod was even more precious and mysterious than the Dragon Soul Saber. The bronze square tripod looked completely destroyed with cracks all over its body. However, it managed to defend against the attack of 2 half-martial ancestors. The Golden Crow 2nd prince closed his eyes and condensed his spirit consciousness, wanting to erase the spirit consciousness imprint left behind by Desolate Marshall on the bronze square tripod. The bronze square tripod could only become his treasure if he erased the spirit consciousness imprint left behind by Desolate Marshall. On the other side, the Golden Crow 4th prince walked forward and picked up the Dragon Soul Saber. He grinned at the Golden Crow 3rd prince. Third brother, this Dragon Soul Saber belongs to me. Humph! The Golden Crow 3rd prince harumphed coldly with a terrible expression. Ever since the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley, where he severed his 3rd leg and returned to Penglai Island with severe injuries, his status in the Golden Crow race had plummeted. For a Golden Crow, the loss of a 3rd leg was equivalent to the loss of its strongest trump card. Initially, the Golden Crow 3rd prince wanted to suppress Desolate Marshall this time round and obtain his treasures and cultivation techniques before making a breakthrough. To think that he did not manage to gain any benefits this time round as well, and was interrupted by 2 of the Golden Crow 10 princes. The Golden Crow 4th prince walked forward with a smile. The moment his palm touched the Dragon Soul Saber, a change happened. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the saber quivered wildly and released streams of violent saber chi. The ancestral dragon chi spread and released a powerful might. Caught off guard. His palm was injured by the saber chi released by the Dragon Soul Saber and fresh blood flowed. How dare a ownerless weapon act so insolently? The Golden Crow 4th prince retracted his smile and his expression turned cold. As a half-martial ancestor, he was completely unaffected by the wounds in his palm. In the blink of an eye, everything had healed. He channeled the dermic powers of his bloodline, and a golden sun essence fire condensed in his palm, burning the Dragon Soul Saber continuously. The saber chi of the Dragon Soul Saber was burned into nothingness instantly. Even the ancestral dragon chi could not hold out. Roar! However, the Dragon Soul Saber was still extremely violent. Sensing the unfamiliar bloodline, the ancestral dragon chi burst forth wildly and formed a phantom of the ancestral dragon in midair, letting out a resounding dragon roar at the Golden Crow 4th prince. Evil creature! The Golden Crow 4th prince said hatefully. How dare you be so noisy in front of me? Opening his mouth, the Golden Crow 4th prince suddenly spat out a stream of scarlet gold flames that devoured the ancestral dragon instantly and burned wildly. The ancestral dragon phantom let out a series of sorrowful cries. In the end, the power of the Dragon Soul Saber could not defend against a half-martial ancestor of the Golden Crow race. Hee. When he saw that, the Golden Crow 3rd prince could not help but laugh. Both the second and third princes met with considerable obstacles in their attempts to obtain desolate Marshall's treasures. The sight of them suffering caused the Golden Crow third prince to gloat. What about that woman? Mystic Frost's gaze landed on Mo-ing in the pavilion. Kill! Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was expressionless and merely said a single word. Mystic Frost shook his head gently. It's a pity to kill such a beauty. Furthermore, she's a conjoint body mighty figure. That woman has to die. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's tone was resolute. If Mo-ing were to return to Divine Phoenix Island alive, he would definitely be implicated. He did not care about women at all. When she heard the discussions of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost, Mo-ing's expression did not change, nor was there any fear in her eyes. She was the saber attendant that Divine Phoenix Island had painstakingly selected. There was no longer a need for her to survive with the death of her young master. Strange. Right then, the Golden Crow second prince opened his eyes and frowned. Desolate Marshall is only a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Why is the spirit consciousness imprint left on the bronze square tripod so stable? Under normal circumstances, as a half-martial ancestor, he could erase the spirit consciousness of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords with a single thought. However, even after 5 minutes, the spirit consciousness on the bronze square tripod showed no signs of disappearing. Hee hee, the Golden Crow third prince laughed. You guys don't know yet, right? Even though Desolate Marshall was buried in the sacred volcano earlier on, he's not dead. What do you mean by that? The Golden Crow second prince asked with a frown. Desolate Marshall has 2 true bodies. The one that died earlier on was just his dragon true body. The Golden Crow third prince said. In other words, Desolate Marshall isn't dead yet. It's not so easy to erase his spirit consciousness. Under normal circumstances, if a cultivator were to die, it would naturally be much easier to erase a remnant spirit consciousness imprint. However, if a cultivator was not dead, it would be much more difficult to erase the spirit consciousness imprint. That's not right either. The Golden Crow second prince shook his head. This bronze square tripod is clearly a dermic weapon of Desolate Marshall's dragon true body. What has it got to do with his other true body? Unless Desolate Marshall's dragon true body isn't dead. A thought flashed through the Golden Crow second prince's mind. Immediately he denied that thought. They had witnessed Desolate Marshall jump into the sacred volcano and be devoured by the terrifying lava. How could he still be alive? The Golden Crow second prince laughed self-deprecatingly and thought to himself, I'm overthinking it. At that thought, he closed his eyes and continued to channel his spirit consciousness to refine the bronze square tripod. Actually, the Golden Crow second prince was not wrong. Indeed, Su Zimo was not dead. Not only was he not dead, in the sacred volcano, he was experiencing the greatest transformation of his body and bloodline ever since he started cultivating. Actually, the moment he sensed the arrival of the 2 half-martial ancestors, Su Zimo had already made a decision. He was going to leap into the sacred volcano. Given his current cultivation realm, even if his bloodline was not sealed, he could not defeat the 2 half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race. In other words, he had no chance of winning against the 2 half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race. However, he could fight for a chance of survival if he leaped into the sacred volcano. Given the power of the sacred volcano's incineration, it could definitely incinerate the power of the 8 Gates Dragon Lock formation into nothingness and purge his bloodline. Of course, given the terror of the sacred volcano, his body, bloodline and bones would most likely melt. However, that melting might be an opportunity for the dragon true body instead. Back in the Dragon Bone Valley, the Dragon Elder had told him about the Dragon Phoenix. The reason why the dragon true body could not conjure a complete dragon body was because of the existence of the divine phoenix bone and its inability to coexist with his bloodline. However, with the help of the flames of the sacred volcano, there was a chance that he could refine the divine phoenix bone and fuse it with his dragon true body. Of course, that choice was way too risky. If he succeeded, he would naturally be reborn. However, if he failed, his dragon true body would die in the sacred volcano with his body and spirit destroyed without a corpse left. Given the current situation, Su Zimo had no other choice but to give it a shot. In order to increase the success rate of the fusion, Su Zimo even threw the bronze square tripod and dragon soul saber on the volcano peak and snatched mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's divine phoenix bone. With the two divine phoenix bones in his hands, Su Zimo leaped into the sacred volcano. As he had expected, the lava of the sacred volcano was extremely terrifying, and the dragon true body's body and bloodline could not withstand it. They were melted before long. Not only that, the two divine phoenix bones on his body also began to melt in the lava of the sacred volcano. Given normal cultivation, it was difficult for the divine phoenix bones to fuse with the bloodline and body of the dragon true body. But now, his dragon true body and divine phoenix bones had transformed into scorching lava one after another as the two bloodlines fused rapidly. The Golden Crow third prince and the others witnessed Su Zimo devoured by the lava of the sacred volcano with their own eyes. However, they could not see that a strange scene was happening beneath the lava. 3 balls of light swiveled slowly and emanated a tremendous power, forming a barrier of light that isolated the heat from the lava and protected the scarlet-haired essence spirit tightly in the middle. His scarlet-haired essence spirit had to be protected. If his scarlet-haired essence spirit was burned to ashes, it would be useless no matter how his body and bloodline evolved. However, the lava of the sacred volcano was way too terrifying. The power released by the 3 balls of light could barely hold out. At that moment, around the scarlet-haired essence spirit, the dragon true body had already disappeared and the 2 divine phoenix bones had already melted. The combination of the two was producing a brand new bloodline and an even more terrifying power through the refinement of the lava at the sacred volcano. The scarlet-haired essence spirit sensed something, and the power of his essence spirit surged, breaking through the barrier of the Dharma characteristic realm and entering the conjoint body realm. The fusion of the dragon true body was not a fusion of the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. It was the fusion of the dragon and divine phoenix. A brand new body appeared in the steaming lava. Initially, it was just an outline. As time passed by, it gradually became clearer. If anyone could see what was beneath the lava, they would be shocked to discover that this body was not the body of a human. I still can't do it. The Golden Crow second prince opened his eyes once more and spat out hatefully. There was already a hint of impatience on his face. Should I give it a shot? The Golden Crow third prince gloated at the side. Humph! The Golden Crow second prince said coldly. I refuse to believe that I can't do it. If I can't refine it in a day, I'll refine it for a year. If I can't refine it in a year, I'll refine it for 10 years. On the other side, the Golden Crow fourth prince had finally suppressed the dragon soul saber. At the back, he was even forced to use the power of divine powers. It's about time. Suddenly, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, Mo-ing, it's time for you to die and accompany your young master. Fufu. Mo-ing smiled. Heavenly Phoenix, you plotted against our young master. You won't meet with a good end. You'll definitely suffer retribution. Retribution. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Now that desolate marshal is dead, I'll be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. Once I return to Divine Phoenix Island, I'm not afraid of retribution at all. Is that so? Right then, a strange voice sounded from the top of the mountain, as though it came from beneath the sacred volcano. Everyone was stunned and looked over instinctively. The bottom of the sacred volcano was boiling lava. How could there be someone there? Clang, clang, clang. Right then, the sound of metal clashing echoed from beneath the sacred volcano, as though a sharp weapon was piercing into the stone walls. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's face was pale as his throat moved, and he could not help but gulp. Impossible. He shook his head repeatedly with a bewildered expression. Mo Ying's eyes were filled with shock and joy. She could tell that the voice was the voice of her young master, and there was no mistake about it. The young master was not dead. Impossible. The Golden Crow second prince harumphed coldly and headed towards the mouth of the sacred volcano in a flash. The Golden Crow third prince, fourth prince, Mystic Frost and mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix moved one after another as well. They endured the scorching heat and looked down at the bottom of the sacred volcano. Thereafter, the few of them witnessed a scene that they would never forget for their entire lives. In the rumbling lava, a gigantic living being crawled out slowly. It bore a dragon's head and a phoenix's tail alongside 5 claws. Every single claw was incomparably sharp and shone with a cold glint. At that moment, the life form was truly climbing the walls of the sacred volcano. The claws beneath its abdomen dug into the walls of the sacred volcano and punctured holes one after another. On the back of the life form was a gigantic pair of wings that were scarlet like smoke. Burning lava dripped from the life form but did not injure it at all. What was even more frightening was that the aura released by the living being caused the 3 princes of the Golden Crow race to feel shudders. This was a bloodline suppression. Even the Golden Crow race had to bow down in the face of this living being. This? What's that? Everyone was stunned on the spot with shocked expressions. It's... Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix extended his single arm as though he recalled something. His eyes were filled with fear and his lips trembled, unable to speak anymore. All of a sudden, could it be? The Golden Crow second prince's heart skipped a beat as a possibility crossed his mind. Immediately after, blood drained from the faces of the Golden Crow third and fourth princes and their bodies trembled slightly. Dragon Phoenix? The Golden Crow fourth prince attempted to speak. The moment those words were said, the weather changed and the entire world seemed to tremble in fear. One of the 3 primordial taboos, the Dragon Phoenix, was born. The taboo race was the strongest of the primordial era. Even though the Golden Crow race was one of the primordial 9 races, in the depths of its memories and bloodline, it still possessed an innate fear towards the taboo race. Su Zimo glared at the Golden Crow third prince and the others with a cold gaze. The dragon true body had already become a thing of the past. Right now, his body was the true body of a dragon phoenix. Su Zimo had just transformed into a dragon phoenix as well and was not used to this body yet. Therefore, as he crawled out of the sacred volcano, he sensed the difference of the dragon phoenix body. It had to be said that Su Zimo could feel a tremendous amount of power coming from head to toe. Even every single muscle and fingernail seemed to be able to release a terrifying lethality. Be careful, everyone! The Golden Crow second prince was the first to react. With a deep shout, he swiped his storage bag and took out a golden badge, waving his hand to throw it over. The golden badge transformed into a golden streak of light that arrived in the firmaments and exploded, transforming into the shape of a 3-legged golden crow. That was the Golden Crow badge of the Golden Crow race. It would not be released unless it was absolutely necessary. Furthermore, the Golden Crow badge was the badge of the Golden Crow second prince. It was clear how serious this matter was. Don't panic, the Golden Crow second prince said in a deep voice. Even if Desolate Marshal transforms into a dragon phoenix, he has only just entered the conjoint body realm. How strong can he be? All we have to do is delay for a moment, and when the experts of the Golden Crow race arrive, Desolate Marshal will definitely die. That's right. The Golden Crow fourth prince nodded as well. Taboos are not invincible either. Everyone, let's join forces and kill this taboo, while its cultivation realm is unstable to eat its flesh and drink its blood. The body of a taboo is a treasure in itself. That statement caused the eyes of Mystic Frost and the 2 conjoint body mighty figures of Penglai Island to shine. There was nothing that moved them more than that statement. Relying on their half-martial ancestor cultivation, the Golden Crow second and fourth princes were fearless and wiped away the fear in Mystic Frost and the others' hearts with a few words. After all, this was Penglai Island, Mystic Frost's territory. There was no way a single taboo could overturn everything. Everyone's gazes turned fervent. It was even more so for mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. It should have been mine. The fact that Desolate Marshal was able to transform into a dragon phoenix means that there's nothing wrong with my cultivation path as well. I can transform into a Feng Huang as well. That thought flashed through the mind of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix repeatedly. However, He did not know that Su Zimo had not merely relied on 2 divine phoenix bones to transform into a dragon phoenix. He possessed the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. He comprehended divine powers. He utilized the power of the sacred volcano, and his fate was altered by Dai Yu. Su Zimo only descended upon the world as a dragon phoenix through various opportunities. Even if mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix obtained 2 divine phoenix bones and leaped into the sacred volcano, it would be difficult for him to transform into a Feng Huang. Most likely, he would have been burned into ashes. Among everyone, only the Golden Crow Third Prince was comparatively calmer. He had personally witnessed how the dragon true body killed everyone in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, as well as the terrifying combat strength it possessed. Now that the dragon true body had transformed into a dragon phoenix, even half-martial ancestors won't be his match. Everyone, don't hold back. Kill! The Golden Crow Second Prince hollered and reverted to his true form right away. Roaring into the skies, he reached out with his third leg that was blazing with raging flames and grabbed towards Su Zimo. Similarly, the Golden Crow Fourth Prince released the strongest attack of the Golden Crow race. What burst forth from the third leg of the 2 Golden Crow Princes was not only their bloodline and dermic powers, but also a trace of divine powers. At the same time, Mystic Frost and Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix attacked. The 2 conjoint body Mighty Figures of Penglai Island had already attacked. After a moment of hesitation, the Golden Crow Third Prince released a secret skill of the Golden Crow race and descended. Instantly, everyone's attacks rained down like a violent storm. At that moment, Su Zimo had just crawled out of the mouth of the sacred volcano and looked at the dermic weapons and secret skills in midair with a calm expression. He extended his dragon phoenix claw slowly. Swoosh! A thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a terrifying scarlet flame rose from the dragon phoenix claw. Su Zimo extended his 2 dragon phoenix claws and grabbed the third legs of the 2 Golden Crow Princes. His remaining 3 claws released power that could tear the entire world apart as they reached for the dermic weapons and secret skills of Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix and the others. Bang! Bang! The 2 Golden Crow half-martial ancestors clashed against Su Zimo. There was no room for negotiation between the Golden Crow's legs and the Dragon Phoenix claws head-on. This was a pure contest of strength. It was a comparison between who had the sharper claws and stronger flames. After a momentary stalemate, the 2 Golden Crow half-martial ancestors shrieked. Eft! The Dragon Phoenix claws exerted strength and grabbed the third legs of the 2 Golden Crow half-martial ancestors, ripping their tendons and bones as their flesh splattered. The 2 third legs of the Golden Crows were completely crippled. Bang! 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 At the same time, the remaining attacks could not hurt Su Zimo at all and were blocked by his other Dragon Phoenix claws. In the palm of the Dragon Phoenix claw was a pair of dermic weapons. Those dermic weapons were the destiny dermic weapons of the 2 mighty figures of Penglai Island. Roaring into the skies, Su Zimo released dermic powers from his palm and channeled a raging fire. Under the blazing fire, the pair of dermic weapons began to transform and melt. Right in front of everyone, the pair of dermic weapons were crushed into a scarlet scrap metal by Su Zimo. The power of a taboo was unstoppable. The 2 conjoint body mighty figures of Penglai Island could not help but grunt with pale expressions with their destiny dermic weapons destroyed. The Dragon Soul Saber slashed down at his head. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid, and his blood chi surged. The moment he released his might as a Dragon Phoenix, the Dragon Soul Saber submitted and returned to his control. Su Zimo did not touch the Dragon Soul Saber and merely moved his spirit consciousness. The Dragon Soul Saber transformed into a streak of light and arrived above the heads of the 2 mighty figures of Penglai Island in the blink of an eye. It slashed down with the momentum of sea calming. The 2 conjoint body mighty figures could no longer control their bodies and could not move at all. The speed of the Dragon Soul Saber was not fast. However, the 2 of them could only watch helplessly as the Dragon Soul Saber slashed down slowly, splitting their heads into 2. Their essence spirits could not escape at all. 2 conjoint body mighty figures died on the spot. Retreat! Enduring the immense pain, The Golden Crow's second prince hollered, and the golden wings behind him flapped, turning into a golden beam of light that fled towards the Golden Crow habitat. Without his reminder, the Golden Crow third and fourth princes moved as well. Mighty figure Mystic Frost fled towards the inner island. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix fled out of the island. The Golden Crow race was ranked at the top of the primordial 9 races in terms of movement techniques and were comparable to the Rakshasa race. The Golden Crow second prince believed that while they might not be able to match Su Zimo in terms of combat strength, as a half-martial ancestor, if he were to escape with all his might, Su Zimo would definitely not be able to catch up to him. Under normal circumstances, he was not wrong. Even if the dragon true body entered the conjoint body realm, he might not be able to catch up to their speed. However, at that moment, Su Zimo was a taboo dragon phoenix. The dragon phoenix had a pair of gigantic wings as well. Su Zimo had just transformed into a dragon phoenix and was not completely familiar with the power of his body. Although he had a pair of gigantic wings behind his back, he had never used them when he fought with everyone earlier on. At that moment, when he saw the 3 princes of the Golden Crow race flee into the distance along with mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Mystic Frost and the others, Su Zimo was anxious and channeled his bloodline, spreading the wings on his back. Swoosh! His wings burned with raging flames. Every single feather was scarlet and crystalline, shimmering with divine light without any impurities. Su Zimo tried activating the pair of wings. His massive wings flapped and a powerful burst forth. Turning into a scarlet beam of light, Su Zimo chased after the 3 princes of the Golden Crow race. He had to kill the 3 princes of the Golden Crow race as soon as possible. When the Golden Crow second prince released the Golden Crow badge earlier on, Su Zimo noticed it as well. It wouldn't be long before the Golden Crow army and even the experts of the Golden Crow race arrived. It would be fine if they were just half-martial ancestors. However, if a patriarch of the Golden Crow race was alarmed, Su Zimo would most likely die even if he had transformed into a dragon phoenix. A patriarch had already entered the Mahayana realm and comprehended true divine powers. That sort of power was way beyond the conjoint body realm. The difference in lifespan alone was clear. Conjoint body mighty figures of the human race had a lifespan of 20,000 years. After entering the Mahayana realm, one's lifespan would increase to 100,000 years. The Golden Crow 3 princes sprinted the entire way. However, within a few breaths, the 3 princes felt a scorching heat wave behind them, approaching them rapidly with a terrifying killing intent. The Golden Crow second prince turned around. That single glance almost scared him out of his wits. Not far behind the 3 of them, the terrifying figure of the dragon phoenix was closing in rapidly. Its wings flapped, and it was clearly much faster than them. Among the primordial 9 races, the Golden Crow race had the fastest movement techniques. However, it was a huge gap compared to the dragon phoenix of the taboo. Among the 3 princes, the Golden Crow third prince had the lowest cultivation realm and his movement technique was the slowest as well. Su Zimo caught up to the Golden Crow third prince first. Without stopping or decreasing his speed at all, he reached out with his dragon phoenix claws and grabbed the head of the ladder. The 5 dragon phoenix claws sealed all of the Golden Crow third prince's escape routes. With nowhere to run, the Golden Crow third prince's head was crushed by the dragon phoenix claws and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. After 3 breaths, Su Zimo caught up to the 2 princes once more. Flapping his wings, he released 2 scorching flame barriers that blocked their path forward. Desolate Marshal. This is Penglai Island. When he saw that he could not escape, the Golden Crow second prince could not help but turn around and shout, "I've already released my Golden Crow badge. Before long, a patriarch of my Golden Crow race will descend. If you dare to hurt me, you won't be able to leave Penglai Island either." The Golden Crow fourth prince shouted in a fierce manner as well. "Desolate Marshal, if you leave now, you might still have a chance to escape. If you linger here, the only thing awaiting you is death." The 2 princes were extremely smart. If Su Zimo could be scared off by their words, that would be for the best. Even if they failed, they would definitely be able to intimidate him and buy time. Unfortunately, Their opponent was Su Zimo, who was decisive to kill. "How dare you threaten me? I'll kill you guys." Su Zimo's voice was cold, and he had no qualms at all. He was irreconcilable with the Golden Crow race a long time ago. Notwithstanding the fact that many Golden Crows died in his hands in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, the Golden Crow race would not let him live with his status as a taboo dragon phoenix. Su Zimo swooped down, and two blinding beams of flames burst forth from his eyes. After entering the conjoint body realm and transforming into a dragon phoenix, the might of illumination I became even more terrifying. The two half-martial ancestors tried their best to dodge, but their bodies were still struck by illumination eye. The wounds turned into ashes instantly. Su Zimo swooped down and extended his sharp dragon phoenix claws to grab the Golden Crow second prince. At the same time, he opened his mouth and bit towards the Golden Crow fourth prince on the other side. He used his fangs and claws completely. The two princes fought Su Zimo in close combat. In just 2 to 3 breaths, the Golden Crow second prince's body was crushed by the dragon phoenix claws, and his essence spirit was burned to ashes by the flames on the dragon phoenix's body. On the other side, the dragon phoenix bit the Golden Crow fourth prince's neck and snapped it. With a few consecutive bites, Su Zimo crushed the Golden Crow fourth prince's head and devoured the latter's essence spirit and blood. After killing the 3 princes, Su Zimo turned around and looked at Mystic Frost, who was escaping to the inner island. The young master of Penglai Island, Mystic Frost, played an important role in his trip here. This man must not survive either. Su Zimo flapped his wings and flames surged into the skies. Everywhere they passed, the white clouds in the firmaments were burned into a fiery red. No matter how fast Mystic Frost was, he could not compare to the Golden Crow race. Even after Su Zimo killed the 3 princes and turned to chase after him, he had only just ran down the sacred volcano and was at the foot of the volcano. Cultivators of Penglai Island, listen up. An enemy has invaded. Hurry and come save me. Mystic Frost could not care less about his dignity and howled hysterically. That roar alarmed many experts on the island. Figures rushed into the skies one after another. Who is that? How dare you attempt to kill someone of Penglai Island? This? Heavens, what is that? The dozens of figures that arrived right away were all conjoint body mighty figures of Penglai Island. Mystic Frost did not show any joy at the sight of the conjoint body mighty figures. Instead, he turned even more anxious and hollered, "Hurry back! Hurry back and invite the patriarch out of seclusion." Right then, Su Zimo stood in midair with his wings flapping. Facing the many conjoint body mighty figures not far away, he suddenly opened his mouth. Swoosh! An incomparably scorching scarlet flame burst forth from Su Zimo's mouth that contained an extremely terrifying power, as though it could incinerate everything in the world into ashes. Even the void cracked under the burning of the flames. Terrifying flames rained down and engulfed the mighty figures of Penglai Island instantly. Even Mystic Frost was not spared. This was the innate divine power that Su Zimo comprehended after entering the conjoint body realm and transforming into a dragon phoenix. It was the innate divine power of a dragon phoenix. It was the divine phoenix flame. Ah! 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 A series of tragic cries sounded from the crowd. Even conjoint body mighty figures could not break free from the sea of flames released by the dragon phoenix. In just a dozen breaths, many mighty figures of Penglai Island were burned to ashes without a corpse remaining. Su Zimo released the dragon phoenix flame and incinerated all the conjoint body mighty figures of Penglai Island who were in his way into ashes. Mystic Frost's pupils constricted at the sight of that. Swash! Su Zimo's figure flashed and a scarlet beam of light approached. Against the terrifying might of the dragon phoenix, Mystic Frost no longer had any thoughts of defending. His head was punctured by Su Zimo's dragon phoenix claws, and his essence spirit was destroyed. The young master of Penglai Island was dead. After killing everyone, Su Zimo swept his gaze across the foot of the mountain. Not far away, there were even some corpses of cultivators. They were Jing Ming, Jing Shang, and the others who had followed them here. Those people were initially subservient to mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. However, in order to not expose what happened today, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix killed those cultivators of Divine Phoenix Island first. Su Zimo spread his wings and flew back to the peak of the sacred volcano. At that moment, there was no longer a need for him to conceal his tracks. Given the massive commotion on the sacred volcano, many Penglai Island cultivators had already seen his true form. There was no way he could kill all of them. At that moment, there were still no half-martial ancestors. However, if he waited till half-martial ancestors or patriarchs of Penglai Island and the Golden Crow race arrived, he would most likely be doomed. He had to leave the island as soon as possible. The reason why Su Zimo returned to the peak of the sacred volcano was because he was worried about Mo Ying. Since Mo Ying had followed him here, he had to take her back alive. Young master. When she saw Su Zimo in that state, Mo Ying was still skeptical and shouted in an experimenting manner. "It's me," Su Zimo said in a deep voice. "We can't linger here. Leave with me." Mo Ying was severely injured and Su Zimo tossed her onto his back. Flapping his wings, he soared into the skies and sped into the distance with a streak of flames. At the same time, Su Zimo released his massive spirit consciousness and searched the surface of the sea. After entering the conjoint body realm, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness expanded to a shocking range. Before long, he caught sight of a figure scurrying to escape. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Su Zimo's expression was as cold as ever. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix set a trap to kill him. This was somebody he had to kill. The speed of the Dragon Phoenix was way too fast. Even half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race could not match Su Zimo in terms of movement speed, let alone mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix who was at the conjoint body realm. In just a dozen breaths, a large scarlet cloud shrouded the head of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Sensing danger, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix looked up instinctively and saw Su Zimo flapping his wings through the clouds. Although Su Zimo's body was blazing with raging flames, his gaze was cold as ice. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix felt his scalp tingle. When he met with Su Zimo's gaze, his legs went limp. Although he possessed the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix, he was still inferior to the Dragon Phoenix. "Heavenly Phoenix, you can't escape." Su Zimo's voice sounded slowly with a chilling intent. "Ha ha ha ha." When mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix saw that he could not escape, he gave up and paused before rearing his head in laughter. "It's just because I'm unlucky. If I was the one who obtained the Divine Phoenix bones this time round, I would have had a chance of transforming into a Feng Huang. At that time, you would be the one escaping for your life, desolate marshal. Kill!" Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix refused to surrender and roared into the skies. His essence spirit, blood chi and dermic powers were already channeled to their limits as he charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo had a fearless expression as he swooped down like a gigantic fireball. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Flames splattered everywhere. After a brief pause, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was devoured by the gigantic fireball and his essence spirit was destroyed. Su Zimo's figure reappeared. After calming down, he continued speeding towards Divine Phoenix Island. Before long, he felt a sense of trepidation. It was as though he was targeted by an extremely terrifying existence and could face a calamity at any moment. He had entered the conjoint body realm and had the potential to grow into a dragon phoenix with shocking combat strength. There were not many people in Tianhuang mainland who could threaten him anymore. There was only a single possibility for him to sense danger. A Mahayana patriarch. However, he did not know if it was a patriarch of Penglai Island or the Golden Crow race. All of a sudden, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. He did not stop and looked up instinctively. The skies darkened. Above his head, a gigantic black cloud shrouded and rumbled like ink. Gradually, the gigantic cloud began to spin, forming a massive vortex. A strange power emanated from the center of the vortex. Su Zimo glared at the center of the vortex with a grim expression. All of a sudden, a divine light burst forth from the center of the vortex. Thankfully, The illumination stone was fused into Su Zimo's eyes. Otherwise, that divine light would have blinded him. Pest! Su Zimo could not help but gasp when he saw the center of the vortex clearly. In the middle of the black cloud vortex was a gigantic eye. At that moment, the eye was glaring at Su Zimo with a cold, killing intent, as though it could detect him no matter where he escaped to. Su Zimo went on a massacre on Penglai Island and killed the young master of Penglai Island along with many conjoint body mighty figures. In the end, a Mahayana patriarch was alerted. This should be a patriarch of Penglai Island. If it was a patriarch of the Golden Crow race, the aura given off should be different from this. Suddenly, the eye blinked. An extremely terrifying power descended and the flames on Su Zimo's body were almost extinguished. His bones creaked as though they were about to fall apart. That was the power of a Mahayana patriarch. Even without the appearance of the patriarch's true body, a single eye he revealed could release the power to kill a conjoint body realm dragon phoenix. Against that immense pressure, Su Zimo's speed decreased significantly, and it was even impossible for him to escape. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and conjured a dermic art with a single thought. All of a sudden, an even larger pair of wings grew from his scarlet wings. This pair of wings were golden in color and shone with a resplendent glow. They were magnificent without any flaws. Even the wings of the Golden Crow race pale in comparison to this pair of wings. Su Zimo gave a long yell. The pair of golden wings flapped. There was a hint of divine powers. Su Zimo's figure transformed into a golden streak of light and vanished from the spot instantly. In fact, he escaped from the gigantic eye's line of sight and fled into the distance. That speed was way too fast. A look of shock flashed through the gigantic eye, as though it was in disbelief. This was another innate divine power that Su Zimo had comprehended after entering the conjoint body realm. It was also an innate divine power of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. It was a divine power of the golden rock, extreme speed. Those golden wings were the wings of the golden rock. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, 4 balls of light appeared in Su Zimo's consciousness. The first ball of light contained a divine power, the spirit turtle shield of the sea calming turtle. It was the most defensive and managed to defend against a half-martial ancestor when Su Zimo was at the Dharma characteristic realm. At the foot of the sacred volcano, when Su Zimo entered the conjoint body realm, the second ball of light in his mind shattered and a golden rock appeared, streaking through the skies above his consciousness in a perfect pattern. This was the second of the 4 great divine powers of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Extreme speed. This divine power came from the Golden Rock King. Among the demons, the speed of the Golden Rock was the fastest. Once released, a pair of golden wings would grow on Su Zimo's back. He spread his wings and flew thousands of kilometers instantly. Damn it! The gigantic eye in the firmaments shone with rage, and its voice was like thunder, reverberating through the entire sea and silencing it. The black clouds rumbled and a figure was formed. It was an old man in black robes. His beard was grayish-white and his eyes were unusually large with slight protrusions. He looked extremely terrifying. It was Patriarch Black Cloud of Penglai Island. Patriarch Black Cloud's eyes darted around to search for Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo had already fled thousands of kilometers away when he released his extreme speed divine power and was beyond Patriarch Black Cloud's vision. I don't believe that you can escape from my grasp when the East Sea is millions of kilometers away from the South Sea. Patriarch Black Cloud harumphed coldly, and his glabella shone as he channeled his massive spirit consciousness above the East Sea. The range of a Mahayana Patriarch's spirit consciousness was at least 50,000 kilometers. Within 50,000 kilometers, every single action of any living being could not escape the senses of a Mahayana Patriarch. Such an ability was already rather terrifying. Patriarch Black Cloud's spirit consciousness descended, and before long, he discovered a speeding golden light in the sea 5,000 kilometers away. It was Su Zimo. In that short period of time, Su Zimo had already escaped more than 25,000 kilometers. Desolate Marshal, you can't escape, Patriarch Black Cloud murmured softly. However, that voice crossed thousands of kilometers and entered Su Zimo's ears clearly, as though Patriarch Black Cloud was whispering to him. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Extreme speed alone was not enough. The dragon phoenix wings on Su Zimo's back flapped at the same time. Initially, Su Zimo's figure was merely a streak of golden light. But now, there was a scarlet shade on that golden light. Su Zimo's speed rose once more. As Patriarch Black Cloud sped with all his might, he suddenly realized that Su Zimo's speed had increased significantly once more. The distance between them was getting wider. Before long, Su Zimo's figure vanished from the range of his spirit consciousness completely. This meant that a conjoint body mighty figure had escaped from his pursuit. Patriarch Black Cloud stopped in his tracks with a terrible expression. Given desolate martial speed, he would not be able to catch up even if he continued chasing, and it would be futile. I managed to let a conjoint body mighty figure escape. Patriarch Black Cloud was secretly frustrated. Right then, his expression changed. As though he sensed something, he looked up instinctively with a hint of fear in his eyes. Thereafter, he sneered, "Desolate Marshal, you can't escape after all." On the surface of the sea, Su Zimo sprinted the entire way without daring to relax. He had already left the Patriarch with the gigantic eye far behind. However, for some reason, the sense of danger in his heart did not vanish. Before long, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. A terrifying might descended. That pressure was even stronger than the Patriarch with the gigantic eye earlier on. Another Patriarch had appeared. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. What worried him was that although he had already released his extreme speed divine power and dragon phoenix wings, this Mahayana Patriarch still caught up to him. This meant that the Patriarch was even faster than him. If he was not wrong, the pursuer should be a Patriarch of the Golden Crow race. Only the Golden Crow race could possess such speed. Immediately after, a scorching aura descended from the skies and enveloped Su Zimo. Before it arrived, cracks were already formed in the surrounding space. Su Zimo did not look up. He no longer had the mind or energy to do so. All he could do was activate his bloodline wildly and extreme speed to flap his dragon phoenix wings to dodge to the side. Shing! The moment Su Zimo dodged, a gigantic golden claw descended beside him. The claw was sharp and shone with a cold glint as it crushed the void. Su Zimo did not dare to linger and continued escaping. On his back, Mo-ing looked up with widened eyes. In the skies above the firmaments, a gigantic figure could vaguely be seen flapping its wings and speeding forward with a faint golden glow on its body. All of a sudden, the clouds dispersed and a gigantic golden claw descended, grabbing towards their location at an astonishing speed. Although Mo-ing could clearly see it, she could not react to it at all. Su Zimo did not look over. However, as though he had sensed danger beforehand, he twisted his body and dodged to the other side. Shing! The gigantic claw brushed past Su Zimo's dragon phoenix body by a hair's breadth. The gigantic claw retracted into the clouds and vanished. It was only then that Mo-ing managed to even react. All of a sudden, the gigantic claw extended once more and grabbed towards Su Zimo at an even faster speed. Su Zimo dodged once more. This time round, he was a tad too slow and was scratched by the fingertips of the gigantic claw. Instantly, a wound dozens of feet long appeared on his wings with fresh blood dripping. Dozens of scarlet feathers fell off and fell into the East Sea. Su Zimo did not say anything and continued flapping his wings. "Young master, abandon me and escape by yourself." When Mo-ing saw that, she was anxious and could not help but say. Su Zimo remained silent and fled with all his might. "Foo-foo!" A sneer filled with mockery sounded from the firmaments. The Golden Crow Patriarch in the clouds seemed to be playing as he reached out time and again to grab Su Zimo. More wounds appeared on Su Zimo's body. Even with the powerful regeneration capabilities of a dragon phoenix, he could not recover from the injuries and the sustained escape. Su Zimo's stamina was getting weaker. In fact, he felt waves of dizziness and his vision blurred. All of a sudden, right in front of him, A small boat floated horizontally across the horizon amidst the clouds. Compared to the massive ocean, the small boat was like a drop of seawater and could not even compare to a single scale on Su Zimo's body. However, Su Zimo was invigorated when he caught sight of the small boat. On the small boat laid a figure with a lazy posture. He wore a green woven rush raincoat and a green straw hat with a fishnet scattered beside his feet. The figure allowed the small boat to drift aimlessly in the seawater and was totally not bothered, looking extremely relaxed. "Why is there a fisherman here?" Mo Ying sighed softly. In her opinion, even Dharma-characteristic Tao lords would be shredded into pieces against the might of a Mahayana patriarch, let alone a fisherman. Right then, on the small boat, the fisherman removed the green straw hat on his face, revealing an ordinary face with an unshaved beard. The golden crow patriarch in the clouds attacked once more. A gigantic golden claw blazing with flames descended and grabbed towards Su Zimo. The fisherman's eyes were clear as he looked at the firmaments. Suddenly, he raised his hand with a fake smile. The green straw hat flew from his hands and transformed into a green beam of light. Instantly, it arrived at the gigantic golden claw and slashed forward. Eft! Scarlet blood gushed out and scattered down. Mo Ying's pupils constricted. She could clearly see that the destructive golden claw in midair was severed by the unassuming green straw hat. Even though it was severed, the gigantic claw burned with flames as it fell into the ocean. The ocean blazed with raging flames that lasted for a long time. Groar! A tragic cry sounded from the firmaments. It was a piercing screech, and Mo Ying clutched her ears with a pained expression. Thankfully, the sound disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The Mahayana patriarch of the Golden Crow race had escaped. Mo Ying's eyes widened, and she could not snap out of her stupor for a moment. She felt as though she was dreaming. However, the sense of danger that surrounded her initially had indeed vanished. They were saved? She and the young master managed to survive the pursuit of the Golden Crow patriarch? Who was this fisherman? How terrifying was the cultivation realm of this fisherman to be able to slice off a claw of the Golden Crow patriarch with such ease. Right then, Su Zimo had already reverted into his human form from his true form, landing on the fisherman's small boat with Mo Ying. He was covered in injuries and was almost completely exhausted to be able to escape here. When he descended, he could not control his body. He practically smashed onto the small boat. Under normal circumstances, given Su Zimo's physique, he should be able to puncture even a cultivator's spirit vessel with his fall, let alone a small boat. However, the small boat did not budge at all despite Su Zimo smashing onto it. In fact, there were no ripples on the surface of the water beneath the small boat at all. "Thank you, Senior," Su Zimo said hurriedly and struggled to stand up. The fisherman smiled gently and waved his hand. A mysterious power enveloped Su Zimo, and the pain on his body lessened significantly. The wounds on Su Zimo's body were left behind by the gigantic claws of the Golden Crow patriarch. Not only were the wounds charred black, there were even remnant divine powers. Even with the bloodline of the Dragon Phoenix, it would take an extremely long time for them to recover. However, with a wave of his hand, the fisherman erased the remaining divine powers from Su Zimo's wounds. The blood of the Dragon Phoenix surged and his wounds healed at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's injuries healed by more than half. "Lad, we meet again." The fisherman smiled at Su Zimo. Mo Ying's heart skipped a beat, and she could not help but ask, "You know this senior? Young master?" "We've met once," Su Zimo nodded. The fisherman was the person who had guided Su Zimo's saber technique and was known as the Hermit. Back at the seaside, this senior's whereabouts were mysterious and unfathomable. Su Zimo had once deduced that Hermit was definitely a peerless expert. However, he had not expected that Hermit's combat strength would be so terrifying that even a Golden Crow patriarch had his legs severed by a single move and was forced to retreat. As one of the primordial 9 races, a patriarch expert of the Golden Crow race was comparable to the emperors of the human race. Back then, in his rage, the red-headed ghost attacked and destroyed 2 super sects of the Buddhist monasteries. Furthermore, He exhausted an emperor of the Buddhist monasteries to the point of death. The terrifying combat strength of a patriarch of the primordial races was clear. If he could defeat a patriarch of the Golden Crow race with ease, could it be? A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind and he could not help but jump in shock. He was truly curious and could not help but ask, "Senior, are you an expert at the Tribulation Transcendence realm?" After the conjoint body realm was the Mahayana realm. After the Mahayana realm came the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Conjoint body experts were referred to as mighty figures. Mahayana realm experts were referred to as patriarchs. Su Zimo truly did not know what titles Tribulation Transcendence experts had. Even Mo Ying's ears and eyes were widened with curiosity as she waited for the fisherman's reply. Upon hearing Su Zimo's question, Hermit broke out into a chuckle and shook his head. "How would you have the chance to meet an expert at the Tribulation Transcendence realm?" Hermit laughed. "Huh? What do you mean?" Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Hermit explained, "Actually, strictly speaking, Tribulation Transcendence isn't a realm. After the Mahayana realm, the cultivator's cultivation will continue to advance. When they cultivate to the perfected Mahayana realm, they will be able to sense the heavenly tribulation. If they can survive the heavenly tribulation, they will leave Tianhuang mainland and ascend to the upper world. There are extremely few people who can cultivate to the point of Tribulation Transcendence. The process of Tribulation Transcendence is even more treacherous, where only 1 in 10 will get to survive. For those that fail, their souls will dissipate and they will not reincarnate. However, those that succeed will ascend to the upper world and you will naturally not see them." Su Zimo's eyes revealed a look of realization. It was no wonder why he had never heard of experts at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. So, if they could survive the heavenly tribulation, they would ascend to the upper world. At the mention of the upper world, Su Zimo's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. He suddenly felt that he was getting closer to Dai Yu. Initially, the distance between the two of them was still out of reach. However, up till this point of his cultivation, he had already begun to come into contact with some things about the upper world. Hermit continued, "Those in the Mahayana realm are referred to as patriarchs. Only those that achieve the Tribulation Transcendence can be referred to as immortals." Su Zimo's heart stirred. Back then, Dai Yu once told him something similar. There were no immortals on Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo thought for a moment and asked, "Senior, you're an emperor?" Hermit smiled gently and did not deny. Su Zimo asked again, "What's the realm of an emperor?" Hermit replied, "Emperors are actually still at the Mahayana realm. However, there are also differences in strength between Mahayana patriarchs. Emperors are the strongest type of patriarchs. Once you enter the ancestor realm, you will naturally understand the difference between emperors and ordinary patriarchs." Hermit continued, "Not only patriarchs, even emperors varied in strength. Back in the primordial era, the human race rose with multiple emperors in a bedazzling manner. However, not many ancient human race emperors could fight against the patriarchs of the primordial 9 races. Even fewer could defeat the emperors of the primordial 9 races." Su Zimo nodded. Right now, the emperors he knew that could fight against the emperors of the primordial races were the Human Emperor, Fiend Emperor Hatred, Buddha Emperor and Thunder Emperor. Hermit said, "Back then, there were only 2 strongest emperors of the human race, the Eternal Human Emperor and the Fiend Emperor Hatred. Even the Buddha Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Saber Emperor and Sword Emperor were ranked behind them. However, the Fiend Emperor Hatred's mental demons were too strong. He hated the entire world and was lost in his ways, resulting in his eventual suicide. It was a great pity. If not for the Eternal Human Emperor who suppressed the emperors of the primordial 9 races, the human race would definitely not have won that battle." At the mention of the ancient war, the atmosphere on the small boat suddenly turned heavy. If not for the wise sages and experts of the ancient era who laid the foundation and fought with their blood, the current glory of the human race as well as its flourishing cultivation civilization would not exist. "Let's not talk about that anymore." Hermit waved it off and sized up Su Zimo. "You've changed quite a bit after not seeing you for a couple of years." Su Zimo replied, It was all through fate and coincidence. Your cultivation is still too low. Hermit shook his head. The birth of the two great taboos, the Hoe and Dragon Phoenix, in this generation will definitely cause the primordial races to make a huge move. Although you're a taboo, your cultivation is only at the conjoint body realm. Against a patriarch of the primordial races, you're helpless, let alone an emperor of the primordial races. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked, Senior, you mean to say that the primordial races might start a huge battle in Tianhuang mainland? It's not a possibility. It's a certainty. Hermit sighed gently. Initially, this battle might only happen many years later. But now that the two taboos have appeared, even the primordial races can't sit still. The human race has a long history and many supersects. Given our many years of foundation, can't we defeat the primordial races? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. That's going to be difficult, Hermit said. It's difficult for humans to go against the primordial races without a peerless talent like the eternal human emperor. It's still unknown who will be the masters of Tianhuang mainland, Hermit said meaningfully. After pondering for a moment, he continued, You're a taboo dragon phoenix. If you return to the dragon race, you'll definitely be protected by them. If you still care about your ties with the human race, I hope that the dragon race will be able to join forces with the human race against the other primordial races when the battle comes. Don't worry, Senior, Su Zimo nodded. Actually, even without Hermit's reminder, Su Zimo intended to make the same preparations. The reason why the Martial Dao Prime Body sent the Kuan Peng egg back to Beiming was because he hoped that he could borrow the strength of the Kuan race in the future. Senior, how's your combat strength compared to the human emperor of the ancient era? Su Zimo asked again. In his opinion, if Hermit could defeat a patriarch of the Golden Crow race with such ease, the combat strength of the latter must definitely be top tier among the emperors. Hermit smiled and shook his head. I'm far inferior compared to the eternal human emperor. The birth of the Dragon Phoenix will spread through Tianhuang mainland before long, and even Divine Phoenix Island won't be able to protect you. You have to head to the Dragon Bone Valley. A wary look flashed through Hermit's eyes. The emperor of the Golden Crow race is extremely strong. He's even stronger than the Golden Crow emperor of the primordial era. Only the Dragon Bone Valley can protect you. Even you can't defeat him, Senior? Su Zimo frowned and asked. It's hard to tell. Hermit shook his head. Furthermore, I can already sense the heavenly tribulation. I don't have much time left in Tianhuang mainland. If I leave, Divine Phoenix Island will no longer have any emperor. You'll be the only one we can rely on if anything happens. Don't worry, Senior, Su Zimo said deeply. As the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, I'll definitely protect all the living beings of Divine Phoenix Island with all my might. Yes, Hermit said. I'll tear through space and teleport you to the Dragon Bone Valley. There's no need for you to return to Divine Phoenix Island. The birth of the Dragon Phoenix would definitely cause a huge storm. The only way Su Zimo could survive was if he hid in the Dragon Bone Valley. Hermit extended his palm. Without making any motions, he merely grabbed at the void gently. The void before him suddenly collapsed and a dark passage appeared as a sinister wind gusted within. A spatial tunnel was formed with a casual tear. This was equivalent to summoning a major transference talisman. The casual method of an emperor was already this shocking. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly shocked. Go on, Hermit nodded slightly. Young master, I'll follow you as well, Mo Ing said hurriedly. Su Zimo shook his head. No, that's the Dragon Bone Valley. As a human, it's inconvenient for you to enter. Don't worry, we'll meet again. With that said, Su Zimo leaped into the spatial tunnel. Hermit retracted his palm and the void gradually healed. You should head back too, he waved to Mo Ing. Thereafter, her body drifted uncontrollably towards Divine Phoenix Island and vanished in the blink of an eye. Hermit laid down once more with a faint smile and a sinister blood glint in his eyes. He picked up the green straw hat beside him and covered his face. Dragon Bone Valley. Suddenly, a gigantic crack appeared in the skies and Su Zimo's figure descended. Looking at the familiar surroundings and sensing the aura of the dragon race, Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing went wrong. Hermit, hermit! Su Zimo murmured softly in deep thought. Who's there? Su Zimo's descent attracted the attention of some patrolling dragons before long. Many dragons rushed over. You are... young master. When the dragons caught sight of Su Zimo, they were stunned for a moment before reacting swiftly and exclaiming, "The young master is still alive!" The dragons cheered. In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, although outsiders did not know that Su Zimo was the young master of the dragon race, the dragons knew everything. Many dragons were dejected when they heard that Su Zimo was exiled to the void. Even Long Tsong, who possessed the bloodline of a five-clawed divine dragon, could not feel happy. Logically speaking, with Su Zimo's death, he would inherit the position of the young master of the dragon race smoothly. However, in his heart, he would rather Su Zimo survive. That way, he would be able to keep improving and have a goal to catch up to. Long Mo had returned. The news spread rapidly through the Dragon Bone Valley. Long Shi rushed over. The tyrant dragon who was once hot-tempered was now laughing and crying with teary eyes. Su Zimo even caught sight of Solitary Cloud. Solitary Cloud wore scarlet robes of the Illumination Dragon lineage. It was clear that he was now a part of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Su Zimo could clearly sense that Solitary Cloud's dragon bloodline was now extremely pure. This meant that Solitary Cloud had already broken free from the bloodline of the Flood Dragon and transformed into a true dragon completely. Master! Solitary Cloud knelt before Su Zimo and kowtowed. Good, very good. Su Zimo nodded and waved his sleeves, helping Solitary Cloud up. In the Dao Inheritance Ground, Solitary Cloud had once risked his life to save Su Zimo. Now that Solitary Cloud had transformed into a true dragon and obtained an opportunity that was solely his, Su Zimo was delighted as well. Long Mo, it's great that you're not dead. Ha 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 ha. Right then, Long Tsong's hearty laughter sounded. He strode over in huge strides and said with a smile, "You've returned at the right time. I've comprehended another innate divine power. Let's fight again and I can let you experience it." Oh! Su Zimo's gaze shifted to Long Tsong as he nodded slightly. Not bad. You've already entered the conjoint body realm. Long Tsong had been stuck at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm for many years. Although he was defeated in the battle with Su Zimo, his fighting spirit was ignited. Furthermore, he had benefited immensely from that battle. Not long after he returned to seclusion, he felt his cultivation realm shift and broke through to the conjoint body realm in one fell swoop. Back when he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, Long Tsong comprehended two innate divine powers. After entering the conjoint body realm, he comprehended another innate divine power and his combat strength increased exponentially. That was the reason why he looked for Su Zimo excitedly and wanted to fight again. Long Tsong, what are you doing? Long Shi raised her brows and glared at Long Tsong, saying in an unfriendly manner, "Our young master have only just advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm not long ago, but you're already at the conjoint body realm. What's there to fight? It's completely unfair. Ha ha." Long Tsong burst into laughter and teased. "Your heart is already aching before the fight begins. If we really end up in a fight, the two of you can't join forces. It's none of your business." Long Shi raised her fist. "Forget it." Long Tsong smiled. "Young master, we'll fight again after you advance to the conjoint body realm. In the dragon race, you're the only one worthy of being my opponent." Conjoint body realm? Su Zimo smiled gently. "I am now." Long Tsong was stunned. The dragons widened their eyes as well and looked at Su Zimo in disbelief, thinking that they had heard wrongly. How many years had passed since the young master entered the Dharma characteristic realm? Dragons had long lifespans. All these years that passed felt like the blink of an eye for the dragons. Su Zimo did not say much and merely released his might as a conjoint body slowly. The dragons were shocked. Indeed, Long Tsong was delighted as well as his eyes lit up. Good, good, good. That's perfect. Let's fight in the dragon blood battlefield again. You're not my match." Su Zimo shook his head. "Why?" Long Tsong's expression darkened in displeasure. Are you looking down on me? After all, he possessed the bloodline of a five-clawed divine dragon, which was the most noble bloodline of the dragon race. He possessed a deep pride in himself. He had indeed lost to Su Zimo in the past, and he was convinced of his defeat in that battle as well. However, he had never admitted defeat. He believed that one day, he would defeat Su Zimo openly. He wanted to retrieve the glory of the five-clawed divine dragon. Su Zimo shook his head and did not explain. Instead, he channeled his bloodline and his bones crackled as an extremely terrifying aura burst forth from his body. Roar! He reared his head and howled. That howl was not a pure dragon roar. Instead, it was mixed with a faint and clear phoenix cry. Immediately after, Su Zimo's hands turned into a pair of menacing claws. Suddenly, a gigantic pair of wings extended from his back. Every single feather was scarlet and crystalline with blazing flames. He did not transform into a dragon phoenix completely. Even so, the taboo aura he emitted still caused the dragon's expressions to change and their hearts to tremble. All the dragons present knelt on the ground with shocked expressions. Even Long Tsong lowered his head against the aura of a taboo. At that moment, the bloodline of the five-clawed divine dragon was suppressed completely. Not far away, there were initially a few dragon elders who were flying in the air. However, when that aura descended, they were shocked and descended from midair hurriedly with bewildered expressions. Bang! 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 One after another, powerful auras burst forth from the Dragon Bone Valley. Some of the grand elders of the dragon race who were initially in seclusion were alarmed by the taboo aura and came out one after another, looking over. Taboo Dragon Phoenix, the Blue Dragon Grand Elder exclaimed with widened eyes. He did it! The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder could not help but burst into laughter emotionally. All the dragons were shocked at the mention of the words Taboo Dragon Phoenix. Long Tsong felt a sense of helplessness when he looked at the figure in midair. A primordial taboo. Although his bloodline was shocking, he was talented and had many trump cards. Up till now, he did not have the capability to challenge taboos. He laughed bitterly and shook his head. Initially, he was filled with confidence and looked forward to fighting Su Zimo again. To think that the gap between the two of them would only increase after a few years. Long Mo. The voice of the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder sounded, "Follow me to meet someone." Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo's gaze landed on Long Tsong. Nodding, he reverted to his human form and left with the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder. Before long, the two of them arrived before a gigantic cave. The cave reeked of medicinal herbs that were extremely pungent. The cave was extremely spacious and there was only a single person. His scarlet hair was like flames and he had a rough appearance. With a burning gaze, he exuded an extremely powerful might. Red-headed ghost. Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. He has already transformed into a dragon phoenix? The red-headed ghost swept his gaze across Su Zimo and asked. Su Zimo nodded before frowning. Red-headed ghost, you're injured? Yes. The red-headed ghost had a terrible expression. Why don't you head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate? Su Zimo asked again. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder at the side explained. Although the primordial divine spring can revive the dead and regrow flesh, its impact on Ancestor Realm experts is almost negligible. Who could have hurt you? Frowning, Su Zimo could not help but ask. What sort of combat strength did the red-headed ghost possess? Back then, he fought against the Dharma Emperor of the Buddhist monasteries with an internecine outcome and even single-handedly destroyed 2 super sects. But now, the red-headed ghost was injured. The red-headed ghost said in a deep voice, "That day, after I left the Dragon Burial Valley, I did not return to the Dragon Bone Valley. Instead, I went to another place." After a moment of silence, Su Zimo suddenly thought of something and blurted, "Thousand Demon Valley." That's right. The red-headed ghost nodded. You once mentioned to me that a blood face appeared in the 1,000-year blood sea of Thousand Demon Valley as well. I naturally had to find out more. Back then, a blood face was hidden at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. If not for Dai Yu's appearance, even Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost would not have noticed the existence of that blood face. That blood face could very likely be the true mastermind behind the destruction of the great Qian Empire. The death of the red-headed ghost's child might have something to do with that blood face as well. Given the red-headed ghost's temperament, he would naturally not miss out upon receiving news of the blood face. You saw him? Su Zimo frowned and asked. No. The red-headed ghost had a grim expression. Before I could see clearly what was beneath the 1,000-year blood sea, I was injured by it and nearly died within. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The 1,000-year blood sea was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice, Zimo, that blood sea is extremely terrifying. You must not step foot into it before you cultivate to the Mahayana realm. Su Zimo nodded. Where have you been for the past few years? The red-headed ghost asked. Su Zimo recounted his experiences on Divine Phoenix Island in a rough manner, including how he killed the 3 golden crow princes on Penglai Island as well as Hermit. Hermit! The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder focused his gaze. If I'm not wrong, he should be this generation's Saber Emperor. The red-headed ghost said in a deep voice, Since your identity as a dragon phoenix has been exposed, it won't be long before news of it spreads through Tianhuang mainland. For the time being, don't leave the Dragon Bone Valley. Once the news spread to the various forbidden grounds, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. There was a high chance that experts of the primordial races would attack to kill Su Zimo the moment he showed himself. It was the same as Night Spirit back then. Let's head to the ancestral dragon ground. Right then, the red-headed ghost said in a deep voice, Let Long Mo and Long Tsong go together. That's the only place where they can grow at the fastest speed. If the other primordial races were to disregard everything and join forces to kill the taboo dragon phoenix, the dragon race alone would definitely not be able to defend against it. The only way to tide through this calamity was to let the taboo grow as quickly as possible. Ancestral dragon ground? Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. He had not stayed in the Dragon Bone Valley for long, but he had never heard of such a place. That is a space opened up by the dragon phoenix of the primordial era back then. If the ancestral dragon of every generation could not transcend the tribulations and his lifespan was exhausted, he would be buried there, the red-headed ghost said in a deep voice. The ancestral dragon ground is filled with an extremely rich chi of the ancestral dragon. If you cultivate there, you'll definitely require less effort for everything. Why not let our clansmen cultivate there? Su Zimo could not help but ask. The red-headed ghost sneered. Do you think that the chi of the ancestral dragon is something that anyone can endure? If not for the fact that you're a dragon phoenix and Long Tsong is a 5-clawed divine dragon, any other adult dragon at the conjoint body realm would explode and die inside. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said. The taboo dragon phoenix of the primordial era should have left some legacies in the ancestral dragon ground. Only your bloodline is qualified to inherit them. Cultivate there. Unless the Dragon Bone Valley is destroyed, you'll definitely be safe in the ancestral dragon ground without any danger. All right, Su Zimo nodded. With the Martial Dao True Body and Green Lotus True Body watching over Tianhuang mainland, nothing major should happen to it. Go on. I still have to recuperate in seclusion. The red-headed ghost waved his hand. Follow me. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder left the cave first with Su Zimo right behind. Before long, the two of them arrived before the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder released his spirit consciousness and sent out a series of messages. Before long, the Grand Elders of the other 4 lineages arrived as well as Long Tsong. Open the ancestral dragon ground and send Long Mo and Long Tsong in, the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice. Under normal circumstances, the opening of the ancestral dragon ground required the elders of the 5 lineages to discuss it together. But now that Su Zimo was a dragon phoenix and Long Tsong was a divine dragon of the 5 lineages, this was an unprecedented situation. Without hesitation, the 5 grand elders made the decision. The spatial node of the ancestral dragon ground was on the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The 5 grand elders joined forces and pierced their fingertips respectively, squeezing out a drop of blood each. The blood landed in midair and transformed into a divine dragon that entered the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Only the ancestral dragon bloodline of the 5 lineages could open up the ancestral dragon ground. Bang! Boom! Boom! The ancestral dragon divine pillar swayed, and immediately after, a massive cave gradually appeared on the gigantic stone pillar with an ancient aura. Long Mo, Long Tsong, you guys can head in. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded slightly with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, feeling reassured. Su Zimo and Long Tsong exchanged glances and entered the cave without hesitation, disappearing from the Dragon Bone Valley. It was an extremely desolate land. From afar, there was no greenery to be seen. In the distance, gigantic stone pillars that towered into the skies were erected. They had some words of the dragon race etched on them. An ancestral dragon was buried beneath every single stone pillar. The stone pillars resembled tombstones of the human race. The two of them had just arrived in this space when they felt an extremely powerful ancestral dragon chi surge into their bodies wildly, tempering and transforming their bodies. Yes, Long Tsong grunted. Poof, poof, poof. Almost in the blink of an eye, his skin exploded with streaks of blood appearing. He was drenched in blood. The ancestral dragon chi here was left behind by the ancestral dragons of the past. Under normal circumstances, only the ancestral dragon could cultivate here. Conjoint body mighty figures could not withstand it at all. However, Long Tsong was a 5-clawed divine dragon after all. Although he was only at the conjoint body realm, his body and bloodline were already extremely strong. Under the baptism of the ancestral dragon chi, he managed to survive and panted heavily. On the other side, Su Zimo merely frowned. The ancestral dragon chi entered his body and gradually fused with his body and bloodline without causing much of a reaction. The difference between the two of them was clear. Still all right? Su Zimo turned and asked. That pain was something he could not help with at all. Long Tsong could only depend on himself to endure, resolve, and comprehend it. Not bad, let's go. Long Tsong gritted his teeth and said. His voice trembled slightly against the immense pain. Su Zimo nodded and began walking towards the gigantic stone pillars in the distance. With every few steps, he frowned. The deeper one ventured into the ancestral dragon ground. The richer and more berserk the ancestral dragon chi became. After taking a few steps, even his dragon phoenix body felt uncomfortable. Su Zimo looked back. True enough. Long Tsong had a pained expression and could no longer hold on. The green veins on his neck popped out and he suddenly growled deeply. Transforming to his true form, he sprawled on the ground and panted heavily to neutralize the ancestral dragon chi in his body. I can't advance anymore. Long Tsong's voice was a little weak. Young master, walk forward yourself. Be careful. All right? Su Zimo nodded and continued forward. As he gradually ventured deeper into the ancestral dragon ground, the ancestral dragon chi became richer and surged into his body wildly, baptizing his bloodline and body continuously. By the time Su Zimo arrived in front of the cemetery, his dragon phoenix body was already at its limits. His forehead was filled with sweat and scarlet scales grew on his body one after another. He was on the verge of transforming into his true form. There's a junior that can reach here. Suddenly, Su Zimo heard a soft exclamation. He turned towards the voice. At the entrance of the cemetery, an old man in his twilight years was looking at him. With a hunched and skinny body, he held a broom in his hands as though he was cleaning up the cemetery. There was a strange power in the old man's gaze. The ancestral dragon chi in Su Zimo's body exploded instantly. Roar! Su Zimo roared into the skies and reverted to his true form. With a dragon's body, Phoenix's tail and a gigantic pair of scarlet wings on his back. His entire body blazed with raging flames. The chi of the ancestral dragon coiled and its might spread, causing the entire ancestral dragon ground to tremble. Taboo Dragon Phoenix. The old man narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a storm brewed in the cultivation world of Tianhuang mainland and news after news spread one after another. causing a huge uproar with countless cultivators of sex shocked. Have you heard? Desolate Marshal isn't dead. He appeared in the South region a while ago. I've heard about it as well. I heard that the primordial divine spring even appeared in the South region and was occupied by the Nangong aristocratic family. It seems like Desolate Marshal fought against the three aristocratic families. However, I don't know the exact details. Back then, when Su Zimo killed many mighty figures of the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families underground in Bimingtown as well as two half-martial ancestors, the two aristocratic families remained silent about this matter and kept it a secret. Who would publicize something as such openly? Therefore, although news of the reappearance of Desolate Marshal spread in the cultivation world, nobody knew what exactly happened in the South region. This Desolate Marshal sure is lucky. He didn't die even after being exiled into the void by a half-martial ancestor. I heard that Desolate Marshal has already entered the conjoint body realm. If he's at the conjoint body realm, the only people who can stop him in the cultivation world are probably half-martial ancestors. Chaos Essence Sect. D-Fan sat in his cave abode with a dark expression when he heard the news from his disciples. He said in a deep voice, "Send some more cultivators to the South region to investigate the location of Desolate Marshal. Report to me immediately if there's any news. Master, if Desolate Marshal is at the conjoint body realm, it means that he must have already fused 3 supreme dermic bodies. It'll probably be troublesome," a cultivator said in a deep voice. "Humph," D-Fan remarked coldly. "No matter how strong he has only just entered the conjoint body realm. A half-martial ancestor is not somebody that any conjoint body mighty figure can challenge across a major cultivation realm." "Yes," the cultivator replied hurriedly. After pondering for a moment, D-Fan continued, "You don't have to worry. If I attack again, I won't be alone. This time round, even if I have to join forces with the other half-martial ancestors, I'll kill Desolate Marshal completely." In the cultivation world, there were people who were filled with hatred and worry when they heard that Desolate Marshal was still alive. Naturally, there were also people that rejoiced. Ethereal Peak, Great Zhou Dynasty's Ji Yaoxue, 100 Refinement Sex Extreme Fire, Elixir Yang Sex Xiaoning, Demoness Ji of the Fiend Sex. It was not only the cultivation world of Tianhuang mainland, even the major forbidden grounds were shaken. The fact that Desolate Marshal was alive was nothing much for the major forbidden grounds. What truly stirred a storm in the forbidden grounds was the news from Penglai Island. The Dragon Phoenix had descended. Furthermore, this Dragon Phoenix was one of Desolate Marshal's true bodies. The moment the news was sent, it alarmed the Ancestor Realm experts of the various forbidden grounds. I heard that the Dragon Phoenix has already returned to the Dragon Bone Valley. It's not convenient for us to attack anymore. Yes, that old fart of the dragon race should still be alive. It's indeed not easy with him around. Actually, there's no need to worry, a powerful humanoid living being said slowly. For a taboo to grow, it requires immense resources. There's no way it can advance to the Ancestor Realm without an extremely long period of time. That's right. Although the bloodline of a taboo is strong, it's extremely difficult to advance to the Ancestor Realm, let alone become an emperor. Furthermore, that old thing from the dragon race doesn't have many years to live. Another humanoid living being said indifferently, "That old thing will probably die before the Dragon Phoenix can grow further. Without him, the dragon race will be like a python without fangs. They'll still be slaughtered by us." "What about Desolate Marshal's Green Lotus true body?" another person asked. "I heard that his Green Lotus true body isn't dead either, and has already entered the conjoint body realm." "That's easy," someone said. "There's no sect or faction in the human race that can protect him. Even without us making a move, any half-martial ancestor can kill him. Furthermore, there are some monster incarnates among the younger generation of the primordial races in this generation. For example, the god race's Firmament Emperor, Goddess Xiaoxiang, the Golden Crow race's 7th Prince, the Rakshasa race's Rakshasa Yu, the Witch race's Young Master Arcane Ghost, the Bloodvine race's Tinglingzi, and Savage Eye of our Heavenly Eye race. Any one of them is enough to kill desolate Marshall. That's right. The birth of these monster incarnates of the primordial races is a catastrophe for the cultivation world of Tianhuang mainland. Another humanoid living being grinned with a cruel expression. Another person seemed to have recalled something and lamented with a soft sigh. However, although Savage Eye's talent and wisdom are strong, and he was willing to destroy his own eyes in order to cultivate the heavenly eye, his accomplishments are probably still inferior to that person back then. You mean that abandoned child from back then? That's right. That lad was born after his mother copulated with a human cultivator. Therefore, his bloodline is impure, and he's considered as a bastard child that's despised by his clansmen. To think that he would display an extremely terrifying potential after he joined the Buddhist sects of the human race. Although his bloodline was impure, his combat strength was stronger than any of the heavenly eye race beings. He became the strongest young cultivator of the human race in that generation. Another person nodded with a reminiscent gaze. Back then, only that remnant beast of the bloodvine race could fight him. Unfortunately, both of them died many years ago. Forget it. Let's not talk about such stuff anymore. It's a long time ago. 2 taboos have descended one after another. Seems like this generation is indeed unusual. The fortune of the human race is depleted, and no one can stop our primordial races from returning to rule over Tianhuang mainland once more. The human race has occupied Tianhuang mainland for so many years. It's time for them to return it to us. North region. The extreme north region was filled with glaciers and snowy mountains. Indeed, there was the North Sea among the 3 oceans. However, the surface of the North Sea was frozen for 10,000 years, and the ice layer was at least dozens of feet thick. Piercing cold wind blew here all year round. In the Tao inheritance ground, the first stage of the 3 tribulations domain, the extreme north-east wind, was the cold wind outside the North Sea. In the depths of the North Sea glaciers, even conjoint body mighty figures did not dare to venture deep. That was because the depths of the North Sea glaciers was one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Tianhuang mainland. That was the legendary Baiming. In such an adverse environment, it was completely deserted and no cultivators would come here. Even vegetation could not be seen on the North Sea glaciers. However, this day, a person arrived on the North Sea glaciers. The person looked young and wore purple robes. His black hair draped over his shoulders and his eyes were clear. With a refined appearance, he headed towards the depths of the glaciers. Although the person's purple robes were thin, he did not seem to feel cold and his face was rosy. A bone-chilling wind howled. When it blew on that person, it vanished instantly as though it was evaporated. The snowflakes that filled the skies above the glaciers fell within 10 feet of that person and turned into water droplets as well. The person advanced slowly without a single snowflake falling on his body. The purple-robed young man was the Martial Tao Prime Body that had rushed over from the South region. By the time the Martial Tao Prime Body arrived at the North Sea glaciers, the Dragon Phoenix True Body had already returned to the Dragon Bone Valley and entered the ancestral Dragon Ground. Thereafter, the Dragon Phoenix True Body severed its connection with the 2 True Bodies and cultivated in seclusion. The reason why the Martial Tao Prime Body came to the North Sea that was frozen for thousands of kilometers was for a single objective. Bay means north and Ming is just another way of describing a sea or ocean in this case for other cultivators. The North Sea glaciers was considered a bitter cold place. The wind was chilling to the bones. Cultivators with low cultivation realms and weak bloodlines could not stay here at all, let alone take a leisure stroll among the glaciers. However, it was nothing for the Martial Tao Prime Body. The blood chi of the Martial Tao Prime Body was strong and his entire body was like a gigantic furnace. The martial spirit fire burned furiously, and the wind and chill dissipated into emptiness before it could even approach. Unknowingly, it was already more than half a month since the Martial Tao Prime Body traveled through the North Sea glaciers. He was in no hurry. Instead, he released his spirit consciousness to sense some of the oddities in the North Sea glaciers. This cold and bitter place was not as lifeless as it seemed on the surface. On the contrary, if one were to probe carefully, they would be able to see that within the glaciers, there were some life forms that could only be born in such an environment. The martial Tao prime body could clearly sense an ice silkworm lying quietly in the crack of the glacier not far away. The ice silkworm was extremely precious. The silk that was spat out contained an extremely cold attribute that was not inferior to divine weapons. If one did not mind the trouble, the armor made from the ice silkworm would also be a superior defensive dermic weapon. This environment gave birth to some strange life forms. The martial Tao prime body did not harm them and merely smiled gently as he continued through the glacier. When his feet landed on the glacier, he could even sense some living beings that lived deep in the ocean beneath the thick glacier. This place was not far from Beiming. The closer it was to Beiming, the colder the surroundings became. Any living being that could survive in the sea had to be an overlord at least. That was equivalent to Dharma-characteristic Tao lords of the human race. At that moment, 3 North Sea Grand Demons were gathered in the sea beneath the glacier under the martial Tao prime body. Grand Demons were equivalent to conjoint body mighty figures of the human race. It was nothing much for Grand Demons to gather. However, the conversation of the 3 North Sea Grand Demons caused the martial Tao prime body to frown. Why is there a human in the North Sea? I'm not sure. From the looks of it, this human has only just entered the Dharma characteristic realm. To think that he would be able to walk to this point. What powerful blood chi. That's right. Such strong blood chi is a great tonic for us. The 3 Grand Demons discussed in the depths of the sea. Eh? One of the Grand Demons exclaimed softly. That person stopped in his tracks. Could he have heard our conversation? How is that possible? Another Grand Demon shook his head. Unlike the outer perimeter of the North Sea, the glacier here is nearly 1,000 feet thick. Even a conjoint body mighty figure won't be able to hear what we're talking about down here. Furthermore, if he heard our conversation, his first reaction should be to turn around and flee. That's right. Haha. The 3 Grand Demons of the North Sea gathered in the deep sea and looked at the martial Tao prime body above them through the thick ice layer, discussing how they should share their food. That human is way too skinny. He's not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. A gigantic ancient tiger whale buzzed. He'll do fine as an appetizer. Another ancient frost shark laughed. You're still hoping for a puny human to fill your stomach? Right then, a sudden movement came from the top of the glacier. The 3 Grand Demons in the depths of the sea looked over and could not help but frown. With every single step the human on the glacier took, the ice beneath his feet would melt and a deep footprint would appear. Before long, the human had already walked a circle around them. To the shock of the 3 Grand Demons, when connected, the footprints of the human surrounded the area they were in. What was going on? Was it a warning? The 3 North Sea Grand Demons exchanged glances. They did not feel any fear and were instead enraged. They were Grand Demons of the North Sea and ruled over this place without any reservations. Apart from some living beings in the forbidden grounds in the depths of the North Sea, who else would dare to threaten them? Furthermore, this was a human intruder. Moreover, he was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. That was not a warning. This was a provocation. Without hesitation, the 3 Grand Demons burst forth from the depths of the sea. Bang! 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 There were 3 loud bangs. The North Sea glacier exploded and 3 figures with powerful auras tore through the layers of the glaciers, leaping out from the depths of the sea. The 3 Grand Demons of the North Sea had already transformed into their human forms and stood in midair. Even in their humanoid forms, the Grand Demons exuded powerful mights. It was as though their entire bodies had fused with the world and were unshakable. The 3 Grand Demons of the North Sea surrounded the martial Tao prime body with cold, murderous expressions. The martial Tao prime body was expressionless as he looked at the 3 Grand Demons in midair and asked indifferently, "Didn't you guys see my warning?" Warning. The ancient frost shark sneered. Do you think a Dharma characteristic Tao lord like you is worthy of warning us? From your tone, you must be from some major sect. The ancient tiger whale grinned. When the 3 Grand Demons saw how the martial Tao prime body was able to maintain his calm composure despite their pressure, they knew that the latter was definitely a paragon or successor of a super sect. The ancient tiger whale changed the topic. However, this is not the cultivation world. This is one of the 8 demon regions, the North Sea. You must be tired of living to be arrogant in our territory. The true form of the other grand demon was an ancient gigantic horseshoe crab. The gigantic horseshoe crab laughed as well. Even if you're a disciple of a super sect, nobody will know who killed you if you die in this desolate and cold place. No matter how strong the faction behind you is, it's of no threat to grand demons like us who can come and go as we please. The martial Dao prime body shook his head. I have no faction backing me, nor am I the disciple of any super sect. After a brief pause, he continued, however, it's best if you guys don't provoke me. Alone. I'm already the greatest threat. Ha! As though they had heard something unbelievable, the 3 grand demons of the North Sea were stunned for a moment. Ha 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 ha! Immediately after, the 3 grand demons of the North Sea burst into laughter with mocking expressions. What an eye-opener! The ancient frost shark grinned. These days, even an early-stage Dharma characteristic human cultivator dares to threaten a grand demon in our territory. Let's see what you have to threaten us with. The ancient tiger whale roared and transformed into a streak of light in a flash, charging towards Suzimo. It believed that with its body as a conjoint body, a single charge would be enough to crush this Dharma characteristic Tao Lord into pieces. The martial Tao prime body's expression turned cold as his eyes lit up. The martial spirit fire burned and his blood chi circulated. With a loud bang, it was as though he had vanished, leaving only a gigantic furnace on the spot. The thick glacier beneath the furnace melted rapidly. Broop! Broop! Instantly, the seawater in the sea surged with a terrifying might. The glacier that was close to 1,000 feet tall melted in the blink of an eye and the seawater surged. It was obvious how high the temperature of the furnace was. The ancient tiger whale had just closed in when it felt a surging heatwave surge towards it, causing its beard to burn instantly. To the ancient tiger whale, it felt as though there was a gigantic furnace up ahead. If it continued charging over, it would be equivalent to leaping into the furnace and being burned to ashes. The ancient tiger whale stopped in its tracks hurriedly. Right then, the martial Tao prime body attacked. Without any fancy techniques or actions, he merely threw a simple punch towards the ancient tiger whale. His blood chi surged with the sound of tsunami. Tsunami blood. The 3 grand demons of the North Sea were shocked. Although they had cultivated to become grand demons, their bloodlines had not reached the stage of tsunami blood. At that moment, the blood chi released by the martial Tao prime body's punch was almost about to drown the ancient tiger whale. The ancient tiger whale felt suffocated and could not even conjure its true form. All it could do was raise its arms to defend with all its might. At the same time, the ancient tiger whale channeled its essence spirit, prepared to defend against the prime body's attack with its arms before reverting to its true form. Bang! The martial Tao prime body punched the arms of the ancient tiger whale heavily. Snap! Right after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The thick arms of the ancient tiger whale were snapped by the fist of the martial Tao prime body. What was even more frightening was that the power of that punch surged like the ocean and was as violent as fire. Even after breaking the arms of the ancient tiger whale, it did not show any signs of weakness. The ancient tiger whale was only halfway through the transformation into its true form. Right then, the fists of the martial Tao prime body struck him heavily and a terrifying power surged into his body instantly, destroying the life force in the grand demon's body as though it was crushing dry weeds. Its organs were smashed and most of its bones were shattered. Boom! Right in front of the ancient frost shark and the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab, the ancient tiger crocodile was ruptured by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body before it could even complete its transformation into its true form. The moment its essence spirit escaped, it was crushed by the heavy fist intent of the martial Tao prime body and died on the spot. Dead. A grand demon of the North Sea who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years was smashed into pieces by a single punch and died. Initially, the other 2 grand demons merely wanted to watch the show and had no intention of attacking. However, at that moment, the 2 of them were completely dumbfounded. Was that the power of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord? How was that possible? The reason why the ancient tiger whale died before it transformed into its true form was partly due to it underestimating its opponent. Even so, even if the two grand demons joined forces, they wouldn't be able to rupture the body of an ancient tiger whale in a single punch. Right then, the martial Tao prime body turned around and looked at them with eyes still as water and an indifferent expression. It was as though killing a grand demon was extremely common for this Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. The calmer the martial Tao prime body was, the more uneasy the two grand demons felt. Both of them felt their hairs stand on end from the gaze of the martial Tao prime body. Roar! Roar! The two grand demons did not dare to think further and reverted to their true forms right away. In the void, a gigantic shark grand demon floated. Its body was more than 1,000 feet long, and every single one of its teeth shone with a cold glint like a divine weapon, emanating an extremely cold aura. The other ancient gigantic horseshoe crab appeared. It resembled a gigantic turtle shell with a long tail. Beneath the shell, long, sharp legs grew one after another. When it opened its mouth, the air was filled with a torrential blood stench. Compared to the two grand demons, the martial Tao prime body was as tiny as a speck of dust. However, in terms of aura, the two grand demons were completely disadvantaged. The martial Tao prime body walked towards the two grand demons with a calm expression. The pressure of conjoint body mighty figures and the thick and violent demonic chi could not get close to him at all. His body was a gigantic furnace that could smelt all living beings. The pressure and demonic chi were refined into nothingness the moment they descended. A hint of fear and wariness flashed through the depths of the eyes of the two grand demons. They thought that upon their reversion to their true forms, this Dharma characteristic Tao Lord would have to be wary no matter what. At that time, they would just make some tough remarks before leaving. However, they did not expect the martial Tao prime body to continue towards them fearlessly. It was clear that he had no intention of letting them off. Let's go! The two grand demons exchanged glances and scurried towards the depths of the sea in unison. After all, they were demon beasts from the depths of the sea. Although they had cultivated to the conjoint body realm and did not feel any discomfort on land, their combat strength could be maximized in the depths of the sea. Furthermore, even if they could not win, they would definitely be able to escape faster in the depths of the sea than on land. Humph! The martial Tao prime body had a mocking expression and said indifferently, "It's too late for you to escape now." Since he decided to attack, the martial Tao prime body would not be merciful. If experts of that level were let off, they would definitely become potential future problems. The figure of the martial Tao prime body flashed and he vanished from the spot instantly. Crossing the voids, he was so fast that buzzing sounds could be heard. Thud! Thud! The two grand demons dove into the sea, and their gigantic bodies created massive waves with a terrifying might that slammed towards the martial Tao prime body. However, although the waves were terrifying and immensely powerful, they evaporated into steam before they even landed on Suzimo. Steam rose and mist shrouded the glacier. At first glance, it looked like a paradise. However, the steam was filled with a fatal killing intent. Shoo! A black shadow tore through the air with an extremely sharp aura. It shone with a cold glint that was chilling to the bones and arrived at the glabella of the martial Tao prime body instantly. It was extremely precise without any mistakes. If that attack struck the glabella of the martial Tao prime body, his essence spirit would not even have a chance to escape. That was the tale of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab. Although the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab seemed like it turned and fled into the depths of the sea, it made use of the heavy steam released to release a fatal killing move in reverse, wanting to kill the martial Tao prime body on the spot. Puny light of a firefly. The martial Tao prime body's expression did not change as he smiled faintly. In a flash, he suddenly attacked and grabbed the incoming tail of the gigantic horseshoe crab tightly. Shoo! 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 Sharp spikes suddenly grew from the initially smooth tail, wanting to pierce the palm of the martial Tao prime body. This change happened without any warning at all. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body had a firm grip on the tail of the gigantic horseshoe crab. There was no time to dodge at all. That was a killing move of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab. With those methods, countless demon beasts have died under its tail over the years. Once the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's palm was pierced, the long tail of the gigantic horseshoe crab would release a powerful poison. Even though the blood chi of this Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was strong and he might not die on the spot, he would definitely be affected and his strength would weaken. Its long tail could then stab into this person's glabella conveniently and pierce the latter's essence spirit. The ancient gigantic horseshoe crab had a great plan. However, it was wrong from the beginning. The spikes could not pierce the body of the martial Tao prime body at all. The foundation of the martial Tao was the body. Practitioners of the martial Tao did not require spirit roots and they could not sense the spirit chi of heaven and earth either. They could only use their bodies as the foundation to constantly develop their potential and open up secret grounds. The body of the martial Tao prime body was the martial Tao furnace that nourished the 100 sutras and contained all dharmic arts by fusing them into it. The martial spirit fire was relentless and refined continuously. The strength of this body was something that even his dragon true body back then could not match. How shocking was it for someone to possess the power of a dragon elephant at the Golden Core realm? Although the tail spikes of this ancient gigantic horseshoe crab were sharp, they could not pierce the flesh of the martial Tao prime body. The ancient gigantic horseshoe crab's heart skipped a beat as disbelief filled its eyes. How was that possible? As a grand demon, its fangs and claws could even fight against mighty figure dharmic weapons. However, they could not pierce the flesh of this Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Finally, the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab felt fear. At that moment, the martial Tao prime body frowned. Although the spikes of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab's tail did not manage to pierce his flesh, it still caused him to feel pain. The expression of the martial Tao prime body turned cold. Exerting strength in his arm, he yanked the massive body of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab that was dozens of feet tall out of the depths of the sea. Although the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab had the power to overturn rivers and oceans, it could not control its body from the palm of the martial Tao prime body and was flung into the air. The martial Tao prime body leaped and punched the back of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared one after another on the back of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab, expanding rapidly. The ancient gigantic horseshoe crab did not have many killing moves. Its specialty was defense. The gigantic horseshoe crab race was filled with shells that were invulnerable to weapons, water and fire the moment they were born. Even demon beasts that were stronger than them had no way of breaking through. However, at that moment, the martial Tao prime body's punch crushed the shell of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab. Without the protection of the tough shell, the terrifying power surged in and penetrated the body of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab instantly. Flesh and blood splattered in midair in an extremely tragic manner. Shoo! The essence spirit of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance. The martial Tao prime body reached out and grabbed through the void. The void in the distance distorted and the essence spirit of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab was minced instantly by the distortion of space, dying on the spot. Suddenly, the storage bag of the martial Tao prime body moved. Something with a mysterious aura leaped out. It was rotund and its body was filled with strange patterns, emitting a powerful devouring power. That round object was the Kuan Peng egg. Sensing the aura of the flesh outside, the Kuan Peng egg could not hold it back any longer. Without waiting for the martial Tao prime body to take it out, the Kuan Peng egg dashed out of the storage bag on its own accord and devoured the flesh and essence of the two North Sea Grand Demons in huge mouthfuls with extreme excitement. The blood chi contained by massive demon beasts such as the ancient tiger whale and ancient gigantic horseshoe crab was shocking as well. The blood chi of those two North Sea Grand Demons was even more immense than the 30-odd conjoint body mighty figures of the two aristocratic families that died. The North Sea was the only place that could nurture a Kuan Peng. The martial Tao prime body ignored the Kuan Peng egg. After killing the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab, the gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted. As though it could cross the layers of oceans, and landed on the ancient frost shark that was escaping wildly in the depths of the oceans. Swash! The martial Tao prime body leaped into the depths of the sea. Bang! Boom! Boom! The seawater surged and spread to both sides, as though it was opening up a wide path for the martial Tao prime body. There was no seawater where the martial Tao prime body stepped foot. Although he was deep in the sea, a gigantic void was formed within 100 feet around him without any seawater surging in. The distance between the man and demon narrowed rapidly. The martial Tao furnace of the prime body smelted 100 sutras and many powerful movement techniques were fused together. His speed was extremely terrifying and the ancient frost shark could not escape at all. Fellow Taoist, I'm quite famous in these waters as well. At that moment of life and death, the ancient frost shark could not care less about its dignity and took the initiative to beg for mercy. As long as you're willing to let me live, I'll definitely lay my life on the line for any orders in the future. I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. The martial Tao prime body replied blandly. Fellow Taoist, are you really going to be that ruthless? The ancient frost shark ground its teeth so hard that they cracked. With its back facing the martial Tao prime body, its eyes were filled with hatred and indignance. The martial Tao prime body remained silent and moved even faster. Human, I'll fight you. When it saw that it could not escape, the ancient frost shark suddenly turned around and roared. Its glabella shone as it gathered its spirit consciousness and released an essence spirit secret skill. A gigantic cold beam tore through the waves like a gigantic blade that slashed towards the martial Tao prime body. A fight between essence spirits was unlike a battle of dermic techniques or melee combat. In the ancient frost shark's opinion, no matter how strong this Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's body was, the strength of his essence spirit was limited due to his cultivation realm. It would be best if this person could be killed instantly. Even if not, an essence spirit fight would result in an internecine outcome. This human would not get off lightly either. Essence spirit secret skill? The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression and channeled his essence spirit as well. A purple flame floated out from his glabella and was filled with a shuddering aura. The flame looked extremely weak, as though a gust of wind could extinguish it. However, when the ancient frost shark's gigantic blade struck it, the purple flame merely swayed and continued burning. As for the ancient frost shark's gigantic blade, it melted into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The pupils of the ancient frost shark constricted with a horrified expression. The purple flame did not continue floating towards it and merely stopped not far away, gradually extinguishing. The ancient frost shark heaved a sigh of relief. All of a sudden, its expression changed. In its consciousness, a sharp pain came from its essence spirit. It was unbearable, as though some flame was burning its essence spirit. Ah! The ancient frost shark let out a hysterical roar as its massive body rolled in the depths of the sea, creating raging tides. However, no matter how much it struggled, it could not survive. The martial spirit fire of the martial Tao prime body possessed a similar effect as the reverse scale. They must not be touched. Once the consciousness was tainted by it, the essence spirit would be burned by the martial spirit fire. Within a few breaths, the ancient frost shark had already quietened down. There were no injuries on the gigantic body that was more than 1,000 feet long. However, in its consciousness, its essence spirit had already vanished and was burned into nothingness by the martial spirit fire. All three grand demons of the North Sea were dead. The martial Tao prime body waved his sleeves and collected the corpse of the ancient frost shark before turning back the way he came. Before long, he returned to the distance where the Kuan Pung egg was still trying its best to devour the essence energy of the flesh and blood of the ancient tiger whale and ancient gigantic horseshoe crab. The martial Tao prime body threw the ancient frost shark's corpse in front of the Kuan Pung egg as well. Eat it! The Kuan Pung egg bowed repeatedly to express its joy. The martial Tao prime body turned around and looked in the direction of Baiming, murmuring softly, "This should be the last time I'm feeding you. From now on, you'll return to the world that belongs to you. I wonder when we'll meet again." When it heard that, the Kuan Pung egg that was initially excited calmed down and looked disappointed. the martial Tao prime body continued forward. The coldness in the depths of the North Sea was even more intense, and the Yin wind was chilling to the bones. Even the martial Tao prime body had to channel his bloodline with all his might to withstand the coldness. No life could be sensed within the range of the martial Tao prime body's spirit consciousness anymore. He was already in the depths of the North Sea. Right then, the martial Tao prime body looked into the distance and his heart skipped a beat. On the distant horizon, there were no longer snow-white glaciers. Instead, a dark ocean with an extremely cold aura appeared. Even the outermost perimeter of the North Sea was frozen all year round. This was already the depths of the North Sea. However, there was an ocean that could withstand the surrounding cold without any signs of freezing. When he got closer and stood at the edge of the glacier and gazed at the deep ocean, the shock he felt was even more intense. The ocean was bottomless and boundless with a frightening calmness. It was as though there was an extremely terrifying life form hidden deep in the ocean that could explode at any moment and create torrential waves. The martial Tao prime body knew that this was the legendary forbidden ground of the Kuan race. Beiming. Carefree, your home is here. The martial Tao prime body removed Carefree from his storage bag and said softly. Although Carefree was afraid of the martial Tao prime body in his heart, he had already gained sentience and knew that the martial Tao prime body was his master. At that moment, he was extremely reluctant and dawdled, unwilling to leave. Go on. The martial Tao prime body waved his hand. Cultivate well. Perhaps I'll look for you again one day. I hope that you'll still acknowledge me as your master at that time. The Kuan Peng egg was still motionless. The martial Tao prime body smiled gently and gave a light push. Thump! Water splashed everywhere. The Kuan Peng egg fell into the deep ocean and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Kuan Peng had returned to Beiming. The martial Tao prime body did not linger and turned to leave. He knew very well that if nothing went wrong, that Kuan Peng egg would cause a huge stir in the Beiming, and the Kuan race would definitely hatch it with all their might. At that time, the Kuan race with the taboo Kuan Peng would most likely be a power that could change the situation in Tianhuang mainland. With this done, the martial Tao prime body headed towards Pingyang town, prepared to continue his seclusion. Time was running out. Although Su Zimo had 3 true bodies, if a massive battle that affected the entire cultivation world were to break out in Tianhuang mainland, the strength of those 3 true bodies would not be enough. He had to advance to the Mahayana realm as soon as possible and become an ancestor realm expert. At the same time, the Green Lotus true body had already left the territory of the 3 aristocratic families and arrived near a temple with a long history. One of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, Depamkara Monastery. Su Zimo had not seen Mingzhen since the Tao inheritance ground. All the major sects and factions gathered for the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, but Mingzhen did not appear. That was still considered normal. However, it was odd that Mingzhen did not appear even with the passing of Patriarch Yuanbei. Given Mingzhen and Patriarch Yuanbei's relationship, he would definitely rush back to the North region the moment he heard about this matter. However, Mingzhen did not appear the entire time. Furthermore, Su Zimo received no news of Mingzhen. Even the spirit crane that he sent to Depamkara Monastery received no response. This time round, Su Zimo arrived at the South region by some freak coincidence. As such, he made a move to head to Depamkara Monastery. Depamkara Monastery had a long history, and every single building in the monastery exuded an ancient aura that was filled with signs of time. Su Zimo descended from midair. Usually, one would head through the entrance to inform others about their first visit. If he were to travel through the air, firstly, it would be disrespectful, and secondly, it would easily lead to misunderstandings. On both sides of the entrance of Depamkara Monastery stood a little monk. Although the 2 little monks were not old, both of them were at the Golden Core realm. Patron, stop! A little monk reached out with his tiny hands and stopped Su Zimo from afar. Patron, may I ask why you are at Depamkara Monastery? I'm Desolate Marshal, and I'm here at Depamkara Monastery to look for an old friend. Fellow Taoists, please enter and inform him. When Su Zimo approached, he did not put on any airs as a mighty figure, nor did he make things difficult for the 2 little Golden Core monks. Instead, he cupped his fists and explained his intentions. Desolate Marshal? The two little monks turned their heads slightly and frowned in deep thought. That name sounds familiar, one of the little monks muttered. All of a sudden, the other little monk seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed as he exclaimed, "Why, you're Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. And no, your mighty figure Desolate Marshal." The little monk's face was pale and his mouth was quivering. The other little monk looked at Su Zimo with widened eyes and said instinctively, "Legend has it that Desolate Marshal has green robes, black hair, refined features. There's no mistake about it." "Why you?" "Patron, no senior. Wait here for a moment. I'll inform about your arrival right away." One of the little monks muttered incoherently before turning to flee. The other little monk was also scared out of his wits and ran up the mountain, not daring to linger. Su Zimo shook his head gently and laughed. It was no wonder why the two little monks were so frightened. Back in the Shiman villa, even a conjoint body mighty figure was stunned by Desolate Marshal's name and did not dare to attack him, let alone two little golden core monks. Su Zimo was in no hurry. He stood at the entrance of the mountain and closed his eyes to rest, waiting quietly. Time slowly passed. Before long, an hour passed. The two little monks seemed to have disappeared and did not return. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and his eyes were still closed. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Su Zimo frowned. Even if anything went wrong in between, 2 hours was more than enough time for the news to be sent. Su Zimo took a deep breath and did not act rashly, continuing to wait. For hours. 6 hours. The sun in the west gradually set. Su Zimo finally opened his eyes. Expressionlessly, he said slowly, "I'm Desolate Marshal, and I've come to Dapamkara Monastery to meet an old friend. He is the titular disciple of Dapamkara Monastery." Although his voice was neither loud nor soft, it echoed through every corner of Dapamkara Monastery. "Patron Desolate Marshal, please return." Right then, a voice sounded from Dapamkara Monastery. The titular disciple of Dapamkara Monastery used to be Kong Ru. "He doesn't know you, Patron Desolate Marshal. Much less is he an old friend of yours." Su Zimo raised his brow. He remembered clearly that Ming Zhan used to be the titular disciple of Dapamkara Monastery. Could the titular disciple of Dapamkara Monastery have changed? Su Zimo was already getting impatient. With a cold expression, he declared once more, "The old friend that I want to see is Ming Zhan." A moment later, the voice from Dapamkara Monastery sounded once more. "Ming Zhan has already left the monastery. Patron Desolate Marshal, if you wish to see Ming Zhan, please search for him yourself." Left the monastery? Su Zimo sneered internally. If Dapamkara Monastery had told him that in the beginning, he might have believed it. But now that Dapamkara Monastery was being secretive and even forbade him from entering the monastery, there was no way Su Zimo could believe that. "Since that's the case, I won't request to meet my old friend for my visit to the monastery today. Instead, I want to meet all the accomplished monks and discuss the Tao and Buddhism with them." Su Zimo's expression was cold as he rose into the air slowly, shouting, "If you guys refuse to meet me, don't blame me for barging in." Audacious! Upon hearing Desolate Marshal's words, a soft holler sounded from Dapamkara Monastery, as though the person who spoke was enraged as well. No matter what, Dapamkara Monastery was one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries and was definitely a super sect in Tianhuang mainland that had been passed down through history. It had never been threatened like this before. "This is Dapamkara Monastery. How dare you behave so insolently here?" The voice from the monastery was extremely stern. Su Zimo scoffed coldly. If it was in the past, he might not have been qualified. But now that he had entered the conjoint body realm, he dared to challenge even super sects. Since this concerned Ming Zhan, he had to find out the truth no matter what. Su Zimo ignored Dapamkara Monastery's warning and flew into the air, heading towards the monastery on the mountain. Desolate Marshal! When he saw Su Zimo ignore the warning, the voice from Dapamkara Monastery seemed to get anxious as well. "If you dare to advance recklessly, don't blame Dapamkara Monastery for taking you down." That's great. I want to witness the capabilities of the accomplished monks of Dipankara Monastery. Su Zimo burst out in laughter. Activate the formation. The voice of Dipankara Monastery sounded. Hum, hum, hum. Instantly, a blinding golden light burst forth from the surroundings of Dipankara Monastery and illuminated the entire place in a blinding manner. Dipankara Monastery's sect protection formation. At the same time, sacred Sanskrit sounds echoed from the formation one after another. When heard clearly, it made one feel a sense of guilt and regret unconsciously. If a cultivator with a lower cultivation realm were to hear the Sanskrit sounds, they would have surrendered to their sins immediately. Furthermore, there was a high chance that they would even convert to Buddhism. However, Su Zimo was well-versed in Buddhism and sat in the Tao inheritance ground for 5,000 years to deduce the martial Tao. His experience forged an unshakable and indestructible determination. The Sanskrit did not affect him at all. It went in by one ear and out by the other. However, the sect protection formation was indeed troublesome to deal with, and it was almost impossible for him to barge in. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he focused his gaze at the formation. The monk of Dipankara Monastery sensed that Su Zimo had stopped in his tracks and seemed to be in a predicament. He could not help but say again, "Patron Desolate Marshal, please head back. Power of the Ancestor Realm is required to break through this sect protection formation. Even half-martial ancestors can't do it, let alone you who have just advanced to the conjoint body realm, Patron." Su Zimo was unmoved. Actually, at that moment, he was already deducing the sect protection formation. His mind was churning rapidly as he tried his best to locate the formation eye. The transformation and evolution experienced by Su Zimo after 5,000 years of contemplation in the Tao inheritance ground was indescribable. The martial Tao was the final gain and outcome. However, during that period of time, Su Zimo obtained the inheritances of more than 30 mighty figures and half-martial ancestors. Formation techniques were one of them. Without the inheritance of formation techniques, he could not have comprehended the incomplete teleportation formation either. Patron Desolate Marshal. When the monk of Dipankara Monastery saw that Su Zimo was still unwilling to leave, he seemed to get impatient and said in a deep voice, "Buddha is benevolent and our monastery is unwilling to sow ill will with you. This formation is only in a defensive state right now. If you refuse to leave, don't blame me for activating the offensive formation. Fufu." Right then, Su Zimo's eyes flashed and he suddenly laughed. "You won't have that chance," Su Zimo said indifferently. Boom! He waved his sleeves and conjured a sword art. Instantly, 49 extremely sharp sword chi burst forth from his sleeves in a blinding manner. TSK, TSK, TSK. The world changed in a vast expanse of white, and killing intent surged through the starry skies. Those were all heaven-slaying sword chi and were extremely sharp. Under Su Zimo's control, the 49 heaven-slaying sword chi shot towards every single corner of Dipankara Monastery with extreme precision. Some of the sword chi entered the grass. Some of the sword chi stabbed into the green stone. Some of the sword chi severed the ancient trees. When the monk of Dipankara Monastery saw that, his expression changed. Those sword chi were not stabbing casually. Every single sword chi landed at the formation eyes. Actually, the sect protection formation was already rather complicated and had as many as 49 formation eyes. It formed a heavenly cycle and had an extremely strong defense. Only true Mahayana patriarchs could break through the formation with their divine powers. However, no matter how complex or powerful the formation was, it had weaknesses and openings, the formation eyes. Formation eyes were the crux and core of how formations functioned. No matter how strong a formation was, once the formation eye was destroyed, it would naturally not be able to hold out. There was no way the 49 formation eyes could defend against the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi, and they were pierced almost instantly. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sect protection formation dissipated instantly. Su Zimo had expended a lot of effort in this clash. After all, it was an immense burden for him to locate the 49 formation eyes of the sect protection formation in such a short period of time. However, the monks of Dipankara Monastery saw the situation differently. None of them knew how much effort Su Zimo had expended. To them, Su Zimo merely waved his sleeves gently, and the entire sect protection formation dissipated. Desolate Marshal, you? It was clear that the monk from Dipamkara Monastery had not expected such a scene. Su Zimo strode forward and arrived in front of the tall and tightly shut monastery. He hollered softly, "Since all the accomplished monks are unwilling to meet me, I'll have to pay a personal visit." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo clenched his fists and punched towards the monastery door. Although this monastery door was made from a unique rock of the universe and was incomparably tough, there was no way it could defend against the power of a grade 7 creation green lotus. Boom! The monastery door was smashed by Su Zimo's punch, and countless rocks exploded in all directions. Amidst the rumbling dust, Su Zimo was like a god that looked down on the world and could not be offended. He crossed the ruins and walked slowly into Dipamkara Monastery. Opposite the monastery door was the massive Heavenly King Palace. At that moment, many monks stood in front of the Heavenly King Palace. Although their cultivation realms varied, the weakest were at the Void Reversion realm. There were also many Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords and more than 10 conjoint body mighty figures. As though they were faced with a great enemy, those monks were on guard as they glared at Su Zimo, who was walking over slowly. The conjoint body monk in the lead might be rotund, but he had a dignified expression. Holding a diamond Zen staff in his left hand and a string of prayer beads in his right, he scrutinized Su Zimo as well. "Patron Desolate Marshal, how dare you barge into Dipamkara Monastery and destroy our monastery door?" The diamond Zen staff in the hands of the fat monk slammed heavily onto the ground with a deafening bang that sounded like thunder. The thump of the diamond Zen staff coupled with the fat monk's shout produced an extremely powerful sound domain attack. However, Su Zimo's expression was calm. The sound domain attack could not hurt the grade 7 creation green lotus at all. In the current cultivation world, apart from some cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families, no one knew what sort of transformation Su Zimo had undergone in Bimingtown. "Who are you?" Su Zimo asked expressionlessly. "I'm the abbot of Dipamkara Monastery. My dermic title is Hui Shun," the fat monk said slowly. "Oh," Su Zimo replied casually with a calm expression. Given his current reputation, he could even address the sect masters of the supersects as equals without bowing down. "Desolate Marshal, Buddha is compassionate. If you retreat now, Dipamkara Monastery will let bygones be bygones for today's matter. If you continue to push your luck, don't blame us for suppressing you as an enemy." Abbot Hui Shin had a stern expression and his voice was stern. "Master, why argue with him?" A young monk stood out with a burning gaze and a powerful aura. Although he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he did not show any fear in front of Su Zimo. "My previous dermic title was Kong Ru, and I'm now the titular disciple of Dipamkara Monastery. You can call me Tao Lord Dipamkara as well." Kong Ru walked out slowly and looked at Su Zimo eagerly. "I've long heard about how Desolate Marshal established the Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. Your combat strength is heaven-defying, and you're the #1 monster incarnate in history, invincible among your peers. Up till this point of my cultivation, I've never lost either, and I've also suppressed conjoint body mighty figures. Patron Desolate Marshal, let me witness your capabilities today." Ha ha ha. Instead of getting angry, Su Zimo laughed. "Dipamkara Monastery has truly opened my eyes today," Su Zimo said. "Up till this point of my cultivation, I've overwhelmed strong foes. There are very few low-level cultivators who dare to challenge me. You're one of them. Kong Ru, retreat." Abbot Hui Shin frowned and hollered softly. Although he had never met Su Zimo before, there were way too many rumors about Desolate Marshal over the years. It was definitely not a fluke that Desolate Marshal was able to reach his current status. Kong Ru was indeed a rare paragon and monster incarnate of Dipamkara Monastery in this generation. However, he was still slightly inferior if he wanted to challenge Desolate Marshal across a major cultivation realm. "Master, don't worry. I'll just spar with Patron Desolate Marshal." Kong Ru was still insistent and his eyes burned with a raring battle intent. He glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away and even provoked. Why? Fellow Taoist desolate marshal. Are you afraid of fighting me because you're worried that your reputation will be tarnished? Ha 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 ha. Su Zimo burst out in laughter. Good, good, good. Su Zimo praised repeatedly and strode towards Kong Ru, nodding. It's very rare for you to have such guts. Unfortunately. He did not continue and suddenly stopped in his tracks. When Kong Ru saw Su Zimo walk over, he focused his attention and was on guard. He took out a gigantic staff from his storage bag and waved it gently. It seemed like it was extremely heavy. The two of them were less than 10 feet apart. Suddenly, Su Zimo shouted, "Kill!" Snap! There was a deafening sound. It exploded in Kong Ru's ears like thunder. Kong Ru's eyes widened and turned bloodshot instantly. His mind went blank and he froze on the spot, as though he was struck by lightning. It was Thunderclap Kill, the sound domain attack. Now that Su Zimo was at the conjoint body realm and his body had transformed into a grade 7 creation Green Lotus, the might of his sound domain attack had increased exponentially as well. Even a conjoint body mighty figure might not be able to withstand it, let alone Kong Ru, who was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. Unfortunately, your combat strength is a little lacking, Su Zimo said indifferently. It was only then that he continued what he had not finished earlier on. Thump! Kong Ru collapsed stiffly with his eyes closed. Although he was still breathing, he had fainted from the shock. The monks were in an uproar. The titular disciple of Dipamkara Monastery fainted from a single roar of desolate martial. That exchange was extremely sudden and short. Sound domain attacks were instantaneous. Even if Abbot Huixin and the other monks wanted to help, it would be too late. Furthermore, Abbot Huixin and the other monks were not too far away from Su Zimo. Their ears rang as well from the impact of Thunderclap Kill, and their teeth ached. Dharma characteristic monks, retreat. Conjoint body monks, join forces with me. Abbot Huixin hollered and reacted instantly. Waving his diamond Zen staff, he charged towards Su Zimo. More than 10 conjoint body monks released their destiny dermic weapons one after another and attacked Su Zimo. Desolate Marshal, you barged into Dipamkara Monastery and destroyed our formation, our monastery door, and even injured our titular disciple. Don't blame us for joining forces to suppress you, he said in a deep voice. You guys think that you're strong enough to suppress me? Su Zimo scoffed coldly. Boom! In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light and appeared before Abbot Huixin in the blink of an eye, punching with his fist. Abbot Huixin swung the diamond Zen staff and smashed it towards Su Zimo's fist. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. In fact, he did not even change tactics. You're asking for trouble. Abbot Huixin harumphed and did not stop. His diamond Zen staff was forged from diamond meteors and was indestructible. It was a connate mighty figure dermic weapon and was not something that a body of flesh and blood could defend against. Bang! As that thought crossed his mind, the diamond Zen staff held by Abbot Huixin smashed heavily against Su Zimo's fist. Instead of the bone-crushing sound he had imagined, there was a strange sound of defeat. MMM? He's fine. Abbot Huixin pupils constricted as he looked at everything before him in disbelief. Immediately after, his expression changed. He felt a terrifying power surge into the diamond Zen staff like an ocean. Buzz! Buzz! Against that power, the diamond Zen staff could not help but tremble. Even with his strength, Abbot Huixin could not suppress it. Using his fist as a palm, Su Zimo's strength changed from extreme toughness to extreme gentleness, as exerted a punch and a tremble on the diamond Zen staff. Arg! Abbot Huixin shrieked as his palm was torn and blood gushed out like a fountain. His destiny dermic weapon was snatched away by Su Zimo barehanded. At that moment, the other conjoint body monks of Dipamkara Monastery had already closed in. Many dermic arts and dermic weapons descended. Without even turning back to look, Su Zimo snatched the diamond Zen staff and flung it in reverse. Hoo hoo hoo! The diamond Zen staff transformed into a golden streak of light and tore through the air. Clang! The diamond Zen staff collided against a wooden fish that was flying over and shattered it. A conjoint body monk's expression changed and he spat out blood. That wooden fish was his destiny dermic weapon, but it was destroyed by Su Zimo in a single move. The diamond Zen staff continued its momentum and charged towards the embrace of another conjoint body monk. The monk hurriedly retracted his destiny dermic weapon. It was a gigantic ancient bell that shielded him. Dong! The diamond Zen staff collided against the ancient bell with a long bang. The conjoint body monk shuddered and fell from midair with a dazed expression and listless eyes. He was stunned by his own ancient bell that was in his embrace. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of a tsunami surged from within Su Zimo's body. Ah! Roaring into the skies, Su Zimo's blood chi was torrential as he charged towards the surrounding conjoint body cultivators. Bang! 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 Su Zimo was barehanded and did not use any dermic weapons or dermic arts. He shattered all the incoming dermic arts and repelled all the incoming dermic weapons. He could break all dermic arts with brute force. All the monks were shocked. The battle of Heaven and Earth Valley spread throughout the world, and all the cultivators knew that this true body of Su Zimo had many dermic arts as trump cards. However, it was weaker in terms of physique and bloodline. However, they did not expect that he would be able to break all dermic arts with his tsunami blood and destroy all the dermic arts and weapons of the monks. Om, Ma, and I, Pa, Mi, Ham. The 6 words of the damning mantra burst forth and Sanskrit reverberated through the world. Fiend Suppression Seal, Immortal Trap Seal, Demon Subduing Seal, Immovable Foundation Seal, Great Mount Meru Seal and Great Vajra Seal. 6 dermic seals descended instantly. The monks conjured secret skills to fight once more. However, Su Zimo had advanced to the conjoint body realm and attained the grade 7 green lotus body. The black-haired essence spirit was tempered with the Tao techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects, and its essence spirit was even more condensed than a half-martial ancestor. Boundless dermic powers were released with a single thought of the spirit consciousness. Even the most ordinary dermic art was difficult to defend against, let alone the heaven-grade cultivation technique of Daming Monastery that was being released right now. Bang! 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 The monks that were clashing head-on with the 6 daming dermic seals were suppressed one after another and fell to the ground. Their faces were pale as their organs were shaken and fresh blood sprayed from their mouths. The moment Abbot Huishin charged forward, he was suppressed by the Great Mount Meru seal. In a flash, Su Zimo arrived before a conjoint body monk and slapped his palm on the monk's head. The monk was stunned by the damning mantra and reacted slower. Unable to dodge in time, he could only raise his arms to defend. Snap! The arms of the conjoint body monk were snapped by Su Zimo and he fell from midair. Without even turning back, Su Zimo suddenly retreated and smashed into the arms of another monk, sending the latter flying. Right now, Su Zimo was a grade 7 creation green lotus in human form. Under the encirclement of the monks, he barged forward and no monk could defend against him. The battle broke out and in less than 10 breaths, Abbot Huishin and more than 10 conjoint body mighty figures were defeated. Who are you? How dare you barge into my monastery and hurt my monks? Right then, a holler sounded from the back hall of Dipankara Monastery. It was like a bell and was filled with endless might and rage. Boom! A terrifying aura surged into the skies. It was the aura of a half-martial ancestor. In the blink of an eye, a monk appeared in the skies above the heavenly king palace. He was burly and wielded a fiend vanquishing staff. With widened eyes, he looked like a furious Vajra with a terrifying might. Elder Huixing. When the monks saw the monk, they were invigorated and shouted one after another. Monks that cultivated Buddhism were mostly pure and aloof from anger. However, Elder Huixing was an anomaly among the Buddhist monasteries. His personality was explosive, and even though he cultivated Buddhism, it had not changed for many years. He was incomparably stern and managed discipline within Dipankara Monastery. All the monks in the monastery were extremely fearful of Elder Huixing. Elder Huixing was a true half-martial ancestor. I'm Desolate Martial. Su Zimo looked at Huixing and said indifferently, I'm here to visit an old friend, but the accomplished monks of Dipankara Monastery are being secretive and refuse let me meet him. That's why you barged into the sect? Elder Huixing glared at him and shouted. I want to know about Mingzhan's situation, Su Zimo replied. If you tell the truth, I'll leave on my own accord. At the mention of Mingzhan, Elder Huixing frowned. It was clear that he knew something as well. What a joke! Suddenly, Elder Huixing shouted. You barged into the sect and injured our disciples. Do you think you can leave unscathed? Desolate Marshal, aren't you way too arrogant? I'll teach you a lesson today. The moment he said that, Elder Huixing leaped down from the heavenly king palace and released the might of a half-martial ancestor. Gripping the fiend vanquishing staff with both hands, he descended from the skies and smashed it towards Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo did not dare to underestimate a half-martial ancestor expert. A grade 7 creation Green Lotus could defend against mighty figure dermic weapons. However, the dermic weapon of a half-martial ancestor was fused with a trace of divine power and could already pose some threat to him. Su Zimo's gaze intensified and a green lotus platform suddenly flew out from his glabella. It shone with a bedazzling green light that was like the most beautiful treasure in the world. Creation Lotus Platform. Heavens! It's a grade 7 creation lotus platform. When they saw the green lotus platform, the monks were shocked and exclaimed. Some of the monks even had greed in their eyes. The creation green lotus was an utmost treasure of the universe and the Buddhist monasteries. Although this was only a creation lotus platform, it was already at grade 7 and was an irreplaceable treasure. Who wouldn't be tempted? Su Zimo held the creation lotus platform and his blood chi surged. Instantly, it exploded and struck towards Elder Huixing's fiend vanquishing staff. Boom! The creation lotus platform collided with the fiend vanquishing staff with a loud bang. A blinding light burst forth from the collision point of the two dermic weapons. It was colorful and spread rapidly in all directions, causing the tiles on the heavenly king palace to fall. Su Zimo's figure fell to the ground and he left 2 heavy footprints. Elder Huixing was not in the best state either as he was sent flying by the terrifying power. He somersaulted a few times in midair before landing slowly. Great! The rage in Elder Huixing's eyes intensified as he said coldly, No wonder you dare to barge into the sect and injure our monks. It's because you have this as your backing. To think that you would be able to defend against my power. A half-martial ancestor? You're nothing much. Su Zimo had an indifferent expression as he flicked his finger. A white sword chi surrounded his fingertip in an extremely sharp manner. There were probably not many people in the world who would dare to say that a half-martial ancestor was nothing much. Extremely arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Elder Huixing was enraged and hollered, Today, I'll let you witness the secret skill of Depankara Monastery. His hands shifted continuously as he conjured hand seals. A shuddering aura emanated from Elder Huixing's hands. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. That was the power of divine powers. Anyone who could become a half-martial ancestor had touched on the surface of divine powers and comprehended a divine power. Even a single trace of divine power was far stronger than dermic arts. Swoosh! A green lantern appeared between Elder Huixing's hands. It burned with a wisp of flame that flickered indeterminately. However, that wisp of flame emitted a terrifying heat. Go! Slapping his storage bag with his left hand, Elder Huixing summoned a golden alms bowl that shone with a golden glow. It expanded against the wind and arrived above Su Zimo's head swiftly. The golden alms bowl shone with a mysterious light that enveloped Su Zimo. The mysterious light possessed an extremely strange noble might that could restrict Su Zimo's figure. It was as though Su Zimo was rooted to the spot. Su Zimo frowned slightly and was about to activate his bloodline to negate the might. Go! Elder Huixing hollered and pointed at Su Zimo. The wisp of flame on the green lantern descended instantly. The methods of a half-martial ancestor were indeed extraordinary. Elder Huixing first stabilized Su Zimo's figure with his dermic weapon before enveloping him with a wisp of flames condensed from the power of divine powers. His attacks front and back were fluid as water without any gaps. Su Zimo could not dodge at all. The divine power flames descended and enveloped Su Zimo, blazing brightly. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's hair and clothes were burned to ashes. Upon seeing that, the monks heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how strong Desolate Marshal was, he could not defend against the power of a half-martial ancestor's divine powers. Even though he had only comprehended the basics, it was enough to suppress Desolate Marshal. In the flames, Su Zimo's expression was calm, and there was no fear or pain in his eyes. Although the divine power flame was extremely powerful and even caused him to feel waves of searing pain, it was nothing much. Splash! Su Zimo's blood chi was channeled to its limits and surged with a terrifying might like a tsunami. Against the impact of the powerful blood chi, the divine power flame burning on his body weakened significantly. However, it still burned without any signs of extinguishing. Humph! Elder Huixing said coldly, "Desolate Marshal, this flame has fused with a wisp of my divine power's comprehension. Even if you've cultivated to the tsunami blood realm, you won't be able to defend against it. Is that so?" Su Zimo's voice was still unusually calm. However, his aura was rising continuously. Flames flashed. All of a sudden, Elder Huixing's expression changed. Right in front of him, Su Zimo's figure disappeared in the flickering flame, and in its place was a lotus that was around half the height of a human. It was green all over, and the lotus leaves were green and crystalline, swaying gently in the flame. Even the divine power flame could not incinerate the green lotus. This is... When the other monks saw that, all of them were shocked with widened eyes. Bloodline phenomenon? Elder Huixing had a grim expression as he vaguely realized something. Immediately after, the green lotus soared into the skies as though it was about to burst through the world. Circling through the air, the lotus petals blossomed with a resplendent glow. 7 petals and 63 green lotus seeds. This was a complete Grade 7 creation green lotus that was more than a single level stronger than the creation lotus platform. The golden alms bowl that was initially enveloping Su Zimo's head was sent flying by the creation green lotus and fell not far away with a dim glow. The creation green lotus swayed gently. Heaven and earth rumbled. The divine power flame that enveloped the creation green lotus was suppressed by rays of light before long and gradually extinguished. The divine power flame was gone. The monks were shocked. Could even a half-martial ancestor not suppress Desolate Marshal? In the battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, Desolate Marshal was almost completely helpless against the power of a half-martial ancestor. How did he grow to such an extent in just a few years? Su Zimo's figure reappeared. Initially, his hair and beard were burned to ashes. However, after cultivating to the conjoint body realm, his dermic powers were boundless, and as he surged, his long black hair grew once more. Swiping his storage bag, Su Zimo took out a set of green robes and wore it again. "You really think that you can teach me a lesson with such puny methods?" Su Zimo sneered and closed his sword finger, slashing gently in the direction of Elder Huixing. "Tsk, tsk, tsk." 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth instantly. The vast expanse of white was blinding and weaved an inescapable net made of sword chi that enveloped Elder Huixing. The sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi was way too immense. Elder Huixing did not dare to be careless either. He waved the fiend-vanquishing staff in his hands and channeled his dermic powers, condensing dermic arts to collide with the incoming heaven-slaying sword chi. Clang! 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 The heaven-slaying sword chi collided with the fiend-vanquishing staff, and the sound of metal clashing echoed with sparks. Every single heaven-slaying sword chi was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the heaven-slaying sword chi was unusually agile and pervasive. Elder Huixing was already drenched in sweat after defending against the 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi. "Thankfully few," Elder Huixing lamented internally. "Thankfully, there's only slightly more than 1,000. If Desolate Marshal's comprehension was deeper and there were more sword chi, I might not have been able to defend against it." He heaved a sigh of relief. He did not know at all that not long ago, the half-martial ancestors of the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families died under Su Zimo's heaven-slaying sword chi. At that time, Su Zimo released 10,000 sword chi instantly and killed 2 half-martial ancestors. It was not that Su Zimo had not cultivated to that stage. He did not release 10,000 sword chi merely because he retained his rationality and did not wish to harm Elder Huixing's life. Swash! After the 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi, Su Zimo's figure flashed, and he had already arrived before Elder Huixing, raising the creation lotus platform. He pushed down onto Elder Huixing's head. Clang! In his hurry, Elder Huixing did not have time to think and could only raise the fiend vanquishing staff to defend. He had just dealt with 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi, and his dermic powers took an immense toll. Now that he was in a hurry to defend and had yet to circulate his blood chi to release it, Elder Huixing's body shuddered and his arms went numb. Ah! Elder Huixing shouted softly and retreated rapidly, wanting to distance himself and catch a breather. Unfortunately, Su Zimo's talent in melee combat was terrifying. Even the experts of this generation could not compare to him, let alone those of the same cultivation realm. Su Zimo did not give Elder Huixing any chance at all. He followed closely like a shadow and raised the creation green lotus to suppress the latter once more. Out of helplessness, Elder Huixing could only raise his fiend vanquishing staff to defend. Clang! It was yet another deafening sound. Elder Huixing's palm was torn and fresh blood flowed. The fiend vanquishing staff flew from his hands. His teeth fell from the shock of that power and his mouth was filled with fresh blood. His face was stricken with astonishment. Those injuries were nothing to conjoint body mighty figures, let alone half-martial ancestor experts. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he seized the opportunity to catch up and suppress with the creation green lotus in his hands once more. Elder Huixing barely conjured a dermic art to defend. Boom! The creation green lotus descended and shattered the dermic art. Elder Huixing's figure fell rapidly and landed heavily on the ground, creating a human-shaped pit with cracks in the surroundings as dust billowed. All the monks widened their eyes and gulped. Patriarchs were reclusive and half-martial ancestors were the strongest existences in the cultivation world. But now, a dignified half-martial ancestor expert was beaten into such a miserable state by desolate martial and was hammered into the ground. Su Zimo's figure descended as well. The hearts of the monks skipped a beat. Abbot Huixin shouted hurriedly, "Desolate martial, do you really think that Dipankara Monastery doesn't have anyone who can suppress you? We have a long history. If the Patriarch is summoned, you will definitely die." He held a talisman in his palm that could be torn apart at any moment. It was as though the Mahayana Patriarch of Dipankara Monastery would be alerted if the talisman was torn. Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he said slowly, "I just want to know where Mingzhan is. You guys refused to tell me and now, you're using a Patriarch to suppress me? Given how guilty you guys are, you guys must have definitely harmed Mingzhan." The moment he said that, the temperature in the monastery dipped. It was as though all the monks would have to endure the wrath of desolate marshals thunder the next moment. Cough! Right then, a soft cough sounded from the dust not far away. A figure slowly crawled out of the shattered pit. He was covered in dust and looked wretched. It was the half-martial ancestor expert Elder Huixing, who was suppressed by Su Zimo earlier on. Huixin, put away that talisman. There's no need to alarm the Patriarch about this. Elder Huixing shook his head. Abbot Huixin hesitated for a moment before putting the talisman into his storage bag. However, he was still on guard as though he could take it out at any moment. Elder Huixing looked at Su Zimo. "Desolate Marshal, on account of the fact that you've established your Tao for all living beings, I'm not willing to alarm the Patriarch to kill you. However, you have to remember that you've inherited the legacy of Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery. So you're also considered as half a disciple of the Buddhist monasteries. That's precisely the reason why I held back," Su Zimo replied indifferently. "Otherwise, which of those people who attacked me earlier, including you, would have survived?" Su Zimo had always been decisive in killing. However, this time round, even though he was surrounded and even bullied by a superior half-martial ancestor of Dipankara Monastery, he held back and did not kill. Although the battle was intense earlier on, none of the monks of Dipankara Monastery died. Even monk Kong Ru, who provoked him first, merely fainted after a single shout from Su Zimo without any injuries. The monks exchanged glances in silence. They knew in their hearts that given Desolate Marshal's notorious methods in the past, it was already rare for him to restrain himself in his rage. How many Dharma-characteristic Tao lords and conjoint body mighty figures died in the battle of Heaven and Earth Valley against Desolate Marshal? Abbot Huixin could not help but say, "Even so, you can't be unreasonable and barge into our monastery." "Fufu." Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. "When I came to visit, I did not cross any lines at all. I waited for 6 whole hours outside Depamkara Monastery, but there was no response from you guys. The monks were silent. I wanted to head up the mountain and reason things out with you guys. However, you guys stopped me, refused to see me, and even attacked me." Su Zimo had a mocking expression. "Great. Now that you've attacked and can't win, you want to try and convince me with your logic? You!" Abbot Huixin was speechless and blushed in shame after hearing Su Zimo's words. "I only have one question. Where is Mingzhen?" Su Zimo's gaze burned as it landed on the faces of Abbot Huixin and the others. He said slowly, "Back in the Tao inheritance ground, Mingzhen was still the titular disciple. When was his title taken away?" After pausing for a moment, Su Zimo hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and asking, "Mingzhen, is he alive or dead?" The monks remained silent. Monk Huixin said with slight embarrassment, "Patron Desolate Marshal, monks don't lie. It's true that Mingzhen is not in the monastery and has already left." "Where did he go?" Su Zimo asked right after. Abbot Huixin hesitated. Su Zimo's heart sank as he sensed that something was amiss. He hollered, "Give me an answer whether Mingzhen is dead or alive." Sigh. At the side, Elder Huixing sighed. Mingzhen should be dead. Although he was prepared for this, Su Zimo still felt a sense of sadness when he heard Elder Huixing's words. In his mind, he could not help but recall the little monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, who had clear, innocent eyes and a single heart towards Buddhism. A voice seemed to echo in his ears. "Ming Xian, I'm your senior brother from now on." In the Tao inheritance ground, the young monk wielded the green lantern and came forth without hesitation to fight alongside him. But now, everything that happened in the past had turned into dust after a single sentence from Elder Huixing. "Tell me, what happened?" Su Zimo stood quietly for a long time before calming down. He took a deep breath and asked slowly, "We'll have to start from 10 years ago," Elder Huixing reminisced. "About 10 years ago, cultivators of Southern Dual Sect discovered an utmost treasure in the vicinity of the sect." "Southern Dual Sect?" Su Zimo's expression changed. Southern Dual Sect, one of the 108 upper sects. Back when he first entered the intermediate ancient battlefield, he encountered cultivators of Southern Dual Sect and vaguely remembered that there was a female cultivator named Tang Shiyun. As he pondered, Elder Huixing continued, "That utmost treasure is a huge chunk of Ashoka wood." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Ashoka wood. Monk Yuan Bei had once said that there were 3 sacred trees in the Buddhist monasteries, the Ashoka, Bodhi, and Sal tree. The 3 sacred trees were not in Tianhuang mainland and were recorded in the ancient books of the Buddhist monasteries that they should be in the Pure Land. Now that he thought about it, the Pure Land of the Buddhist monasteries might be a term for the upper world. In the ancient era, a Siraka flower fell onto Tianhuang mainland and was obtained by the founder master of Fahua Monastery. It was regarded as an utmost treasure of the Buddhist monasteries and passed down till this day. Eventually, it landed in Su Zimo's body and became a part of it. As the name suggested, the Ashoka wood was a part of the Ashoka tree. The Siraka flower was just a single flower of the Ashoka tree, and it already possessed so many mysterious powers. How incredible was a huge chunk of Ashoka wood. Even conjoint body mighty figures would be tempted by such a large chunk of Siraka wood. Elder Huixing continued. For some reason, news of this large chunk of Ashoka wood that appeared in Southern Dual Sect spread for some reason and triggered a catastrophe that destroyed their sect. Why? Did some sect, faction, or peerless expert snatch the Ashoka wood away? Su Zimo asked with a narrowed gaze. No, Elder Huixing shook his head. The one who attacked was not a faction of the cultivation world, but one of the primordial 9 races, the Bloodvine race. Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly with killing intent. Elder Huixing said, "The true form of the Bloodvine race is the primordial Bloodvine. Although it's bloodthirsty, it's still a type of vegetation. For them, the Ashoka wood is an absolute tonic and is fatally attractive." Not long after this news spread, the Bloodvine army attacked Southern Dual Sect. Su Zimo replied indifferently, "If I'm not wrong, Depankra Monastery didn't help, right?" Elder Huixing laughed bitterly. "How do we help? The Bloodvine race is menacing and we won't be able to defend against them alone as well." "Humph," Su Zimo sneered. "All those were mere excuses. It was merely because this matter had nothing to do with them and Depankra Monastery was unwilling to get involved. However, the fact that Depankra Monastery, one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries and a supersect of the cultivation world, had such an attitude was heartbreaking." Su Zimo asked again, "What happened after that? What has this got to do with Mingzhen?" Upon hearing that, the monks of Depankra Monastery looked ashamed. A moment later, Elder Huixing said, "We had no intention of stepping in, but Mingzhen insisted on heading to Southern Dual Sect. He said that even if we don't fight the Bloodvine race head-on, we have to think of a way to save some people. Most of the cultivators from Southern Dual Sect are innocent. Buddha is compassionate and can purify the masses. We can't sit idly by and do nothing." At that point, Su Zimo was silent. Amitba. The monks lowered their heads in shame and chanted Buddhist proclamations.